off of the wheel, let go. Hands off of the wheel, let go. Time is limitless. You are endless. Above is below. Let go. 10737411824. Oh, 737. Don't be scared. The sky knows you're spared. Hands off of the wheel, let go. Hands off of the wheel, let go. Time is limitless. You are endless. Above is below. An exabyte, a terabyte. How big is your mind? How wide is this ride? 10737. 10737. Don't be scared. The trees got your head. Hands off of the wheel, let go. Hands off of the wheel, let go. 10737411824. Ignore me, sell it for 1824.
All right. How's it going, everyone? Good morning. We are back at it again. Well, I'm back at it again. Tim just went to bed like an hour ago. And Peter has been live in his Swedish time doing stuff. So I had a little bit of a catch-up call with Peter as I was driving to the office. So I know a few things, but we're gonna probably call Peter and have like a proper call now. Let's just try and call him and see what happens, I guess.
Yo.
Hey.
Morning. All right, you in the office?
What did you say?
You in the office?
Yeah, I'm live.
Cool. Hang on a second. I'm just gonna go grab a cup of coffee.
Nice. All right. I feel like Peter's paying me back because that's what I said to him and hung up like about 20 minutes ago. All right, stream. Well, I guess we'll hang out.
No, I'm back.
Oh, you're back already. Damn, that was quick. I was gonna say you were like punishing me for
Nah.
getting a coffee earlier.
I made some coffee already.
Ah, nice. Good. Someone said, Maddie says, ask Peter about the get animation count method, LeMayo.
Oh, okay.
What happened
I
there?
have a bone to pick with you or 0x.
Probably 0x.
Now, well, it was get blamed to you.
Really?
Oh yeah, no, this was
Yes.
bad.
What was
In
this?
mesh source get animation count.
And let me
This code.
bring this up.
Oh, hang on, I can actually share my screen.
Yeah,
It'll
okay.
be easier that way.
You do that.
Yeah. So, mesh source get animation count. Look at this.
Yep.
So,
I'm trying to
as a
stream as
mesh
well.
importer get animation count.
Yeah.
This is gonna load the same mesh every single time you call this, which the animation controller editor does for every single animation asset every frame.
Uh-huh.
So if you have 8 animations, you're gonna be loading this 8 times per frame.
But Peter, tell him why. Because it only gets called for one reason, Jan.
And what's that?
To find out
Is it only for one?
the index of animations, like how many animations.
Yeah,
are there on the
yep.
thing.
Yeah. Now.
But I guess
I
it should be that code if it hasn't been loaded yet.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thinking as well.
Because I'm pretty sure I do vaguely remember this, and this would have been for asset packing.
Yeah.
But also, like, I get that it seems like this would be slow, but it definitely.
It was horrible.
Well, maybe
it
maybe for
wasn't-
this game, but in like dichotomy, like it doesn't obviously show up on profiles or anything.
Like, Jan, unusable.
I
Hazel.
mean, it was 20 milliseconds per call.
Per call.
Per call.
So what does dichotomy just not call this function then?
Maybe.
Wait,
Come
is
on,
this
that
a
gives you
character?
noticeable
Is this for?
movement
Is this
animation?
maybe it's a character controller
No,
thing?
Animation control.
No, it's
Yeah,
just
but what
animation.
I mean, any skeletal animation?
Only when you open the animation controller editor.
Yeah, so like animation it's in default.
What do you mean the animation controller? Wait, so what do you mean the? Oh, so
Somewhere
just
this
just
code-
when you open the editor?
Just when you open.
Oh,
it.
so it's not for
Just when you
it's
open
not for
the
runtime
editor.
then, yeah?
No, and even it has a
it has a
function.
runtime.
Oh,
for
well,
it.
well then who cares? That's not a big deal.
I mean, it kind of was because it was unusable.
It's a big deal if it's in runtime code that we
No,
ship.
Yeah, like literally six.
Volume
6
became
frames per second, basically.
Make it a bit. Yeah, but that's fine. It's for the editor. That's fine. Fix it and move on. If it was in shipped code, that would be different.
But like seriously, like it's pretty bad.
And what's the animation editor like?
When
I mean,
you
the
like
animation
when you have a
controller
bunch of
editor,
states that you edit.
Oh, I
you
see. I've
edit
never even
masks
seen
and
that
stuff.
before.
Yeah. So it's in animation controller editor.
How do you
renderer.
get to there? Like, as in,
By
how do
double-clicking
you
on an
double?
animation control?
You double click on animation control. Is that new-ish?
No.
No.
As long as animations have been a thing, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep. No, I think I know the
it's-
one. I was thinking of
yeah.
0x's animation state graph, but yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know. And it's specifically in this asset reference with no, it's not. It's in animation index
Okay.
property.
Yep.
We call that.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd let you know about that. I fixed it for Tim by just doing this for now because animations.size was in fact populated when I checked,
Yep.
just so Tim could actually use it.
What I want to know though is like the thing is if like it potentially needs to load the asset. I think if it doesn't exist. Yeah, like if this is not, is there a way for us to check if it's been loaded, and then if so, then import it so that we can get the animation count? Or
I guess we could
alternatively, there could be a different function because the thing is, the reason
Yeah.
why this is a thing is because I guess maybe the serializer needs to know how many animations there are before it actually, reads any details from it, and that's why it was trying to do that.
Yeah.
But also, why the heck does that take 20 milliseconds to read the animation count?
Because it
Because
goes to file every
it loads
time.
the entire file, like the
It
entire
goes to
mesh.
disk every time.
The entire mesh. No, but we
Yeah.
go to disk for like the engine probably reads 100 files per frame from disk. It's not the reading the disk that's slow. It's
But if
what it
if
is
the
is
files
probably.
excel megabytes.
But you don't need to read the whole file. It's just this probably is because this is async. Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
async.
it's-
Yeah. Right.
So
Um.
comment that out for now. Leave it to you or Xerex to fix
Yep.
properly.
Yeah. Okay. I'll probably have to tackle this one. Do building asset packs work?
Oh,
I mean, I built it. It
Okay.
seemed to work.
Okay. Well, then maybe it's not a problem. I don't know. I just remember. Yeah, I feel like I remember this being a thing because we didn't. We wanted to know how many animations we had, but we didn't actually have the file loaded, and that may have been why. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I'll take a look at that.
Do you want to see the game currently?
Yes. Show us the game.
So first of all, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with this tent business because according to Tim, we are planning on like generating the tent procedurally, like where you pick up your gun and the coffee.
Yeah. Okay.
And
The location of it.
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, that's fine.
and
We can just
you'll probably
flatten
need
tiles
to,
there. Yeah.
Like modify the terrain generation to so that it
Yeah.
can be, like,
Yep. That's fine.
Okay. I'm actually gonna generate. Actually, I think I can get to those. Here.
It's kind
So,
of fun
first
when
of
it's
all,
like this.
Tim fixed the root motion based animations so that
Yep.
we have this kind of behavior again.
Oh, good. Yes.
And the controls are now identical between controller and keyboard and mouse,
Okay. Yep.
which is good.
Were they not before?
Yeah.
No,
No, they behave slightly differently.
Ah.
Not since when we changed the camera to be different.
Yeah.
Okay.
The change it was.
Because I liked it with the controller. Like it seemed to
Yeah.
be good.
Yeah.
Like it felt better.
It's just
You couldn't strafe.
yeah. Like at first I thought.
Yeah.
the
No,
current
but you
way
couldn't
we do
strafe
it
on
felt
keyboard
weird.
either.
Mm.
He
thing
would
is-
turn that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought this felt weird at first, but I've actually warmed up to it. I quite like it now.
Do they have lights?
Yes,
Okay.
they do. Now,
It's a bit hectic.
you can see we have our coffee cup on our head,
Yes, I see that.
and it like wobbles with the player movement because it's
Oh,
attached to a ball,
cool. Yes, good.
which I really like.
Although I feel
Um,
like we could maybe make it have a little bit of its own. We should just make
Yeah.
it be a bone with no mesh, so that when you animate it, it like animates a different. Because you know what I mean. Right now, it looks like it's just rigidly attached to the head,
Yeah.
as if it's part of the hat. But if you made it wobble, like you know what I mean, the other way as you walk,
Yeah.
you could probably do that with a bone. Just add an extra bone with no mesh on it that we can use in Hazel to parent it to. That wobbles like that.
Mm.
Yeah. Someone in my
But-
chat suggested like having that
We
as
don't
well.
want to do that.
Why?
I like the idea as long as we have time.
Pick up, put down, and stuff like that. Like,
Pick up, put down.
yeah.
Oh.
You
What
just
do you
need to
mean?
add an extra bone to. the
If you
skeleton.
just on the hat, I'm
Yeah.
assuming there's a bone for like the top of the head.
Yeah.
Just add an extra bone that's parented to the head,
Yeah.
and as the player animation plays, make it wobble
In
like the
opposite
opposite direction or something like that.
Mhm.
Just one bone,
Mhm.
and then that way we could parent that entity to that bone when it's supposed to be on the head, and it would just make it a little bit more. It will just sell it a bit more,
Yeah.
and it should take like I
Um,
don't know 10 minutes.
Hey
So-
Q, show 'em the animation.
Yeah, I just gotta pick up the coffee again. So when we put it down, it does a little flip and then goes to the ground.
Oh, cool. Can you play that again? I missed it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Although the flip's a bit wild. And it floats down.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Um,
but how do you, like, what's the spilling mechanic? Because you said that it
yeah,
was
so
different.
you get shot, and currently it's only if you get shot. Hang on, let's see if I can get them
I'm
to
guessing
actually
just
hit me.
particles spill out.
There.
Yeah, and
Yes.
then does the level go down?
Yeah, the level of the actual like
Yeah,
inner
coffee
mesh
goes down.
goes down.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I quite like it.
Yeah, that's good.
My thinking was that if we get the cup to kind of tip a little bit when you get shot, like through some animation,
Yeah.
that would look even better.
Yep.
Which kind of touches on what you were talking about.
Yep.
I also, let's see. there's some annoying problems with ray costs. So the enemies don't always hit you, even if it looks like they should. And I spent a while trying to figure that out, and just couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. There's some weird shenanigans going on there.
Right.
Might be partially because like I've had to kind of hack things together slightly because of bugs in the engine that would take too long to fix.
Yeah.
But overall, it's like they can still hit you a lot of the time, and you can hit them, and it actually feels quite nice.
Yeah, okay. Because I might redo the way that... Yeah, why did the flashlights, like, flip 180 sometimes?
I think...
No, I mean, like, some of the enemies have them, and they're facing backwards, see? Like, that enemy just there.
Yeah.
Because that was happening to me as the player as well sometimes.
That's
Randomly.
Interesting. I haven't had it happen for the player.
I have a feeling
Yeah.
it's the multiple solutions for going from a Euler angles or a quaternion to a matrix and then back again.
Possibly.
Because you can wind up with that's I guess that would make sense, because if the solutions are identical, then it would be the same orientation. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, it is.
Also, notice the lack of floating.
For physics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So what?
Yeah, when you...
So what happened?
Well, see, the thing that was happening was that the enemies weighed 8 kilograms, and you were applying a lot of force to them when they got shot,
Right.
which caused them to go up into the sky.
Right.
But
then why would they float down?
because, like, the reason they're floating down, from what and it's just a guess, is effectively their Y position gets controlled through, like, translation.
I think it might get set to 0 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not maintaining the previous Y position.
Yeah, I got it. Yep.
Which means
that makes sense.
Also, it's gonna look kind of floaty no matter what, because they're 1 by 1 meter cubes floating down. That's always gonna look weird. But
is it?
Yeah. Well,
but like, why? Because like, if I have like 8 kilograms, is still quite a bit, right? That's like a decently sized dumbbell. Like, imagine dropping that in real life. Like, that's falling like a stone.
Yeah, but also a 1 by 1 meter cube of, or 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube of water, for example, weighs a ton.
So, because Jolt does something based on the size versus the density, like...
Yeah, it's using density calculations, not just pure mass.
Right.
And so if the density is off, things are going to look really weird.
Okay, but then how... Okay, we'll say that I did want them to weigh, like, I don't know, 50 kilograms or something.
Yeah.
And also, a 1 by 1 by 1 meter... A 1 meter cubed water does not weigh a ton.
It does, I checked.
It does.
He said that exact same thing.
It actually weighs
myself.
a ton.
But
it literally weighs 1,000
But
kilograms.
that's...
1 cubic.
I guess 1 meter is quite a bit.
Yeah.
Really?
1,000 liters. Which is roughly a metric ton.
No, it's exactly a metric ton.
What? 1,000 liters is not 1,000 kilograms.
Yeah.
It more or less is.
What are you talking about?
well-
1 liter is not... Oh, no, you're right, you're right.
Water it is.
Yeah.
1 liter of water, I think. Yeah, okay.
About 1,000 kilograms.
Okay, sure.
The metric system is nice like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I increased the weight of the enemies to, like, I think 70 or 50, something like that. 40. And it's like, it's good enough. They don't go flying off, and they don't look super floaty.
Uh-huh.
So, although, there's still some intelligence problems.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah.
What do you think of the world generation? Like, should we keep it as is, or does it need tweaking?
I think it needs tweaking with the hills. Like this, like I feel like it's
But-
you have about a 50-50 chance of getting a world that is basically unplayable to some degree.
But this is great. Like, this is playable. This is what I was going for. This world that you generated here.
Yeah, but also
Because you
it's
can
like,
you can take like once the enemies are a bit better, you can take cover behind
Yeah.
hills and like it's just nice. And also it presents a challenge because you know getting over hills with a cup of coffee is hard. See,
Yeah.
all these worlds I think are fine. I was gonna
this is
maybe
really good.
well that's really easy.
Yeah,
Like
it's really good.
it's fun to kind of see what you'll generate. But these have all been good so
Yeah.
far.
But on occasion, I have had a world that's
Yeah, but you said
Pretty
50,
much
50 chance.
well.
And I haven't
it's
seen
kind
one
of
yet.
50-50.
See, this one's a really
It's
high
mostly
altitude
when we
one.
Yeah, it mostly happens when we get these high altitude ones that basically don't have like the grass.
Yeah, I mean, like it's possible that there's, you know, one kind of thing that like there's I'm sure there's a case where the numbers are just a little bit too
Yeah.
sporadic, but
I
these
think
are all fine.
Most of the time, it's like.
It's good is what we've determined, I think.
Mm,
Well, you haven't
Yeah,
shown me a
well-
bad one yet.
well,
Feel
I
f-
think they're bad because I've been playing and shooting.
Yeah,
And I just.
but again, it's
it can
supposed to be hard. Like
really hard to
you're
actually shoot
supposed to
enemies.
Well, yeah, but that's not I don't think that's because of the terrain. That's because of the game that I'm going to spend today working on. Like
Yeah.
one thing I don't like at the moment is I really don't like I don't know if I like that laser that just shows you can shoot. I mean, I don't know how else we do it, but one brief idea I had, which is like a little bit ridiculous, but I guess technically, from a technical level, it would work fine, is if we could have an aim down sight where you could right click and the camera would zoom in and show a crosshair in third person.
I don't know. My idea for the
Because that way you could actually aim. Because the problem now is even if you, like, with the red laser, you can't aim up and down. And clearly this is a 3D world with, you know...
Like if I'm standing up here, I have no chance of shooting those.
Yeah, auto aim is a suggestion from chat. Like, we could make it snap to the closest enemy. But I'd rather not do that, maybe.
But crosshair.
Yeah.
But why not? Like, why not though? If you think about it, because this is already like a, you know, you've tilted it pretty far there. If we just tilt it a little bit more, zoom in, change the field of view, and then just like it'll be third person, not first person. You know, in third person, display a little crosshair in the center of the screen, and then you can you can shoot that way. Like you can still hip fire or whatever, but it would be. That's obviously kind of like very inaccurate, like wherever it tends to go. But if you wanted to, you could zoom in. Because that way you could actually move it anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, assuming we have time for it, because we still have like the core gameplay.
Yeah.
to-
But that is the core gameplay. Because at the moment you can't really fight these guys.
I mean, you
Yeah, but
can
gameplay
if you have the
loop,
red
like, gameplay
laser,
loop
which
is not
isn't
done yet.
great, like to have, but
Well,
it's also like we don't have the general, we don't have the tents being placed, and I
Uh-huh.
don't know like how much time that would take.
yeah.
But if we have time for it, it would be great to have.
So you think it's fine now? Like,
I actually don't mind the red laser too much
I-
from playing with it.
yeah, but
I think
I'm talking about like generally like, because this is why I think you prefer the flat terrain,
that's
because when you're on water like this, you can actually kill them. But as soon as you get any kind of vertical displacement, unless they're on the same like y-axis as you, y value as you or whatever, you're not going to be able to shoot them at all.
yeah.
And meanwhile, they probably can shoot you, right?
If they try hard enough.
It's all about
Because they can
gusto.
just push up against the wall and they'll tilt up.
Someone said you could also
And
help
then-
with vertical aim, but not horizontal. So basically,
Snap it to vertical.
snap it vertically, but then leave it horizontally. Like horizontally, you have to aim, and vertically, it will aim for you.
Yeah,
That could work.
that could work.
I don't know. I think that if we go for an aim down sights, it's gonna be a big zoom in, like a very big zoom in.
No, it's not. third person.
It's still.
Why? You just tilt it, like, blow this up to double the size that it is right now, and just show a crosshair. Done. You could even do it without zooming in at all. Just show a crosshair. But the point is, as you hold the right mouse button, it lets you actually, you know, perfectly rotate the camera anywhere. Versus here, which is just, it's constrained. That's all. That's the only difference.
That could work.
And then, yeah, you could just get the gun. Like, you could even leave the player to not lean or anything. You could just make the gun do the aiming. So that well, obviously the player would rotate, but the player wouldn't, up and down would be controlled by the gun solely. So you would basically just tell this, you know, this gun model to point towards where the crosshair is, and that's it. But yeah, no, we don't have to do that. That was just an idea. Because the other thing is, I haven't played this. Remember, when I last played this, we didn't have strafing or moving backwards. So basically, you could not run away and fight anyone. You had to always turn towards them, and it was very, very, very difficult to play the game. So maybe it's a lot better now.
Back up.
Exactly. So I will check it out.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Also, are we doing different gun types? Because in the repository, there's already 3 different gun types, but we're still.
Yeah.
treating
We'll.
guns the same way.
That's fine. We'll patch that in. It's easy.
We'll probably want to update it so you can only like pick up the weapon that you're.
I also
holding.
don't know what to do with the water. Like,
How do we deal with it?
we could just make it frozen, and then like ice, and then make it very low friction.
Yeah.
And that
do
could be
that.
a solution. Just because, like, the only thing with the water is that, like, I don't... Like, obviously making behavior for water is a little difficult. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to deal with that.
That I don't think we have time for that.
Yeah, because you'd basically have to float. I don't know, maybe that's... Well, yeah. If we had buoyancy, that would be perfect. Which
Alright.
someone said we did at one point.
No, we didn't.
Well, Jolt did.
Still
Well,
probably does.
Jolt can stop.
Wasn't that in your presentation about Jolt? You were like, it has buoyancy.
It was
Yes,
a
it's
selling
just
point. He sold it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I haven't implemented it because.
Wow, 131 ammo. Nice.
Yeah,
But do we need
that's
water
really
at all?
balanced.
Like, you just put a sand tile instead of the water, and the problem is.
Yeah, but that's boring. The water adds so much to this,
But I don't
especially
know.
with the reflections.
Maybe you don't care, but I just feel like you could have a scene in which you have snow going to grass, going to sand, going to ice.
Yeah, that could be fun. That could be the fun.
That could be the fun, okay. King of the Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, the enemy AI and whatever needs to do a lot.
So what's gonna happen when you run out of coffee?
And
I'm gonna go get another one.
10th generation. Like once those two are in place, the like very basic core of the game is just done.
I feel like it's basically done. Like, it's like,
Yeah.
you obviously have to pick up the coffee. So now getting it to a place where a general will accept it, and obviously we know the level of the coffee because you're changing the
Yeah.
mesh or whatever. So that's basically done.
Yeah. It's
like,
most of the pieces.
yeah,
are there,
like
you
the
just
core
need to
gameplay
follow.
loop is pretty much done. Like,
Yeah.
you know. So, yeah, I think the rest is just gonna be basically ironing out this gameplay, making it super solid, and adding all the other stuff around it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, the world generation, like, it should be
probably-
really easy to be like, okay, a tent has to go here, therefore, you know, make all of the,
Flatten it.
yeah, flatten that
it out
area.
And then just transition it like to the whatever.
Well,
Other
I think you
elevations
could
out there.
do it easily by just being like, all right, well, the tent is here. What is the center of the tent? What is the Y level of the tile at the center of the tent? And then use
Yeah.
that basically, because what that would do is it would make potentially a cliff either side of it, but it would still be accessible. And why not? Like the tent might be
Yeah.
on a cliff, you know, because you'd obviously have to flatten the ground to make a tent. And because the noise usually isn't, I might smooth it a little bit more, but it's not, you know, crazy, you know, wild when it comes to like how much tiles go up per tile, you know what I mean? Like it's not too steep is my point. So because of that, I think that would work fine.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be too difficult. And then the generals, does the general have a tent?
It'll be the same.
The same tent.
Well, it's just a prefab. You can change
Yeah.
it. And
I might change it.
Yeah.
I think it should be different. We should have a coffee tent, that has like a coffee bean or something on the front, which is that one, I guess. Well, some kind of indicator that, hey, this is the coffee tent. And then the general's tent, maybe that'll be red or like yellow, you know, something
Yeah, if
not
you
generic
just
looking.
want to change
The
color,
color.
the texture, just let me know. And it's
Yeah,
2 seconds.
and then maybe have a different kind of, it could even say general, just a sign that says general on the front of the tent.
Yeah. What I'm probably gonna do
And spray
is
paint it on the
just
side.
add some code that will basically just generate a random position within the world for the general, just because I'm basically considering moving to getting the compass up and running.
Compass.
And that needs
Is that how we're doing
Oh,
it?
yes, that's right.
Generals.
I was about to ask actually about that.
Yeah.
What's that gonna
Yeah.
look like? Is it like an item or is it just a indicator above your head or something like that?
I feel like there should be a button that you have to press to bring it up temporarily. So that way
Yeah.
you're not constantly looking at it.
So like, let's say maybe the Y button on my controller.
Yeah.
What do we want that to look like though? Like in terms of the actual.
I could just make like a compass needle and that could just like sporadically spin up and then point in the right direction. When you burn it up.
So
you
do we
know?
want it to sort of be like a UI element, or just have it be like, I don't know, a 3D element above the player's head, maybe?
Yeah. But so that it doesn't conflict with the location of the coffee.
I almost feel like it should be a 3D UI element, like that's above the player's head, but so far it's almost like out of view of the viewport, you know, like right at the very top.
More like here.
Yeah.
Like up there, roughly.
And it's like something big, so it's like obviously.
I don't know. I would
Yeah.
probably make it halfway between the player and the top of the viewport. But also,
Yeah.
like, and for the logic of it, you could just, like, look at the XZ position. Like, don't worry about Y, obviously. Just look at XZ position of general
definitely.
versus... That was a big jump.
Yeah, also, I've only had that happen like once or twice in the past 6 hours. So I'm not too.
I don't know if
fussed
I
about
trust
it.
your numbers after you said that a 50% chance of getting an unplayable level.
It's fine. I actually think it used to happen when you walked over blood particles because the layer had been kind of messed up,
Right.
so you could actually collide with them. But it doesn't happen that often. Also, this happens a lot.
It's kind of funny, though.
Yeah.
I don't know, like... We do hate on the AI, but stream can't see.
It's
We do
well,
we do hate on the AI, but you know it's actually growing on me. Like I kind of
it's
like
hilarious.
this. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Like
They're just tumbling over each other to
And-
be the one to kill you.
exactly. And once you can kind of die slash you know, once you can die slash what else was I gonna say? Like there'll be some animation for shooting them, and like it'll feel a bit better. It might be satisfying to pick them off, you know, one by one, and not have them spawn
Yeah.
maybe as quickly, or just have them spawn in a mob already. Because the thing is, like, this is basically like poor man's flocking behavior, because you just
Didn't you take
you
the
just
code that you wrote at some point from
no,
code?
no, that's the
Really?
thing. You don't do any flocking. You just do it as if they're not there, and then you let the physics engine separate them. And I made the box colliders on them slightly bigger than they are, so they would never be tight together. So they're like, there's always going to be a gap between them, unless the physics engine like goes up. Anyway, also, how cool is because I added some emission to the snow, so you can kind of see it through the fog.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I really like that effect. Yeah.
That is cool. Dreamy.
Because when I wrote the fog for Forest, I handled bloom differently, like bloom being like emissive things compared to non-emissive, so you could see lights through the fog. Also, I don't like. There's a lot of fog, but the reason it's like that is to hide the level generation, which you can still kind of see for the snow because it has a longer distance. But for other stuff, you can't see the chunks popping in. And also, at the moment, the world is infinitely large. Well, not infinitely large, but it's 70 by 70 chunks, which is a lot.
And I believe it was like.
And that's arbitrary.
16 by 16 tiles in a chunk.
Yeah. So it's just, I just arbitrarily say you could set it to anything though. It doesn't matter because the only thing you're doing is changing the amount of noise values generated at the start. So it's not even really going to impact load times too much. I'll make it a little bit more. I'll make it smaller because I think this is a bit. Although on the other hand, like, is there a reason to make it smaller?
Because it doesn't affect performance until you go there, right?
Doesn't affect performance at all, even if you go there.
Yeah, because it will destroy the tiles from the previous chunks that are unloading.
Well, it's not going to destroy them. It's just going to repurpose them.
I think don't worry about touching it until we have a complete game to play, and then we can see. Does the world need to be big or small?
Well, because it's kind of like, well, you know where the generals, like, as long as we don't place the general's tent like 5 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Or too
Like I think
or,
you need to be able
too
to play
close.
through this game in a very short amount of time.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Well, relatively short amount of time. Because like Dichotomy, nobody finished that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I feel like
we
this
don't have
game is
levels
going to be
for it.
finished in like 2 seconds because
Yeah.
you're just going to run to the general's tent. At the moment, the enemies can't catch up to you. I mean, they can shoot you, but it'd be funny if every time they shoot you, you kind of roll. Like it's like you trip, and then you have to get up and then see what's left of your coffee. We could make it really funny.
That could be fun with ragdolls. Like, you just turn into a ragdoll. Wow.
Yeah.
With Ragdolls, you could do that.
Can you add ragdolls
I think-
quickly, Peter?
This entire game jam has just been Tim and Jan. Like, hey Peter, can you do this with the physics engine just real quick? Just slap it in.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think half of the issues I've been having with the physics engine, because there's been a few, and by a few I mean a lot, I think most of those have actually been fixed by the multi-threaded.
Okay. Yep.
Because like, a lot of these issues could just be boiled down to physics layers not being implemented properly for jolts, and they are in the physics multi-threaded branch.
I really want to add like a little between search and the label on the left in the scene hierarchy panel. I really want to add just a little piece of text that says how many entities there currently are.
Yeah.
Because, like, for example, like I can see that it's kind of dropping frames every now and then, and I'm almost sure that's because the AI is shooting themselves, and they're bleeding, and there's just a lot of blood particles being spawned.
But we're
Because
destroying
that
them
seems
after a while,
that
aren't it?
yeah,
Well,
we are
actually-
destroying them, but you see them like just appearing all the time.
What happens is they shoot the ground and the ground bleeds.
Oh, yeah, right, okay. That's funny.
So
Yeah,
It's like
because
a
I don't
symbol
check.
effect,
I don't
right?
check
Yeah.
what we hit. It's just if we're hitting something, we're applying force to it. Man, imagine if all of this. Imagine if this whole ground was like a dynamic rigid body, and you could like shoot these hexagons. That would be
in the
cool.
physics multi-threaded branch. you
Maybe,
could.
yeah. That's pretty nice. Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, you
Yeah,
have to.
don't
you can
fall
see the
for it.
40K.
Don't
Yeah,
fall for it. There was a
you're
time
right.
when Peter
I
was
fell
like,
for buoyancy.
Peter was like, "Yo, Jolt, great physics engine. Come, switch." We switch. Look at this. He's like, "No, but wait."
Oh, you found the edge of the world.
I found the edge.
Wow, the very corner.
Wow. So how much?
Well, see ya.
Oh no. Oh, you're going down with me. And they keep spawning. And that
Yeah.
guy's still shooting you.
What's your location?
A lot.
Minus 2.5
95,
kilometers.
900.
Damn, you're
65.
falling at like a kilometer
Wait,
per
but-
3-4 seconds.
95.
That's faster than terminal velocity, I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure, yeah. What's the drag on this player? There is none. I forgot because character controller just.
Ah, character control.
Well, I think it has drag. It's just I haven't exposed it. The here's the thing. The character controller, I spent very little time actually implementing like fully like all of the parameters.
Yeah,
and
so
stuff like
you went like 2 kilometers. No, well, you started in the middle, so you went over a kilometer.
I think
Just
that'd
then.
be a good distance about there.
that. I'm
that was-
traveling at over 1 kilometers per second downwards.
Nice.
Early to think about maybe, but in about 12 hours time, we have to start thinking game name. What are we calling it? We have to start
That's
thinking main
Forest 2.
menu. That's what I actually think. Alright, and then the next game will be Dichotomy 2. We have to start thinking like UI elements, like how do we communicate, how do you play the game to the user? Because there's some stuff, I don't know, like...
Yeah, I think I want to really, like, because there's, like, 23 hours left. I don't know if I'll end up sleeping. I might actually end up sleeping a bit. But either way, I have a lot of time. So what I want to do is, because I'm just basically ironing stuff out and adding, you know, some better AI, some better everything. So I feel like part of that will just be, I want to make, like, proper, there's no tutorial text, nothing, just, like, pop-ups that kind of tell you what to do. Like, I would love it if you could enter the coffee. Like, there'll be, like, an arrow initially being, like, bouncing up and down, being, like, go into the coffee place. I mean, you don't have to, but you should. So you go into the coffee place, and then you're greeted by someone else, which could just be a cube, I don't really care. Or maybe just even a sign that just says, like, Anya's in chat telling me to sleep. There'll be just like a sign or something, and you can like it's not even that you have to read it, it will just pop up for you as soon as you're close or whatever, and it will tell you the general like has ordered an oat milk latte. He needs it, and it might randomly generate that. That would be fun if it could be like a long black, an oat milk latte, an almond milk latte, like whatever, large, small, medium. Like it'll be a different coffee order every time. That's kind of cool. And you have to take it to him. Here's the compass. Like, get it to him, like, within, you know, it'll be... Maybe we should add a timer, just because, like, coffee does get cold, you know?
This is what we should actually do. At the coffee tent, there's, like, 5 different coffee types, and you have to get the correct one that the general ordered. And if you don't,
Otherwise, he throws it in your face.
Otherwise, you have to run across the...
This would be great if we had, like... I don't know, 5 more artists, and they could all just animate actual characters throwing coffee and doing everything. Like, that would be a sick game. But anyway...
5 more artists in about a week.
Yeah. And then... No, but maybe not even... No visible timer for the coffee. Like, you get, like, let's just say 5 minutes or 10 minutes of real-world time. And then, you know, if you... And you don't know that. Like, that would be sick. You know what? Actually, if... That sign that tells you the general has ordered this, maybe it's like a note or something. The general has ordered an oat milk latte. You know, with our current climate and outside conditions, it'll be cold in about 5 minutes, so hurry. And then as soon as you pour it, the 5-minute timer starts, but you can't see it. So you either use your real world time or you just get there and the general's like, bro, this is cold. You know, I think that's a bit more fun than, because I really don't want to have an on-screen countdown timer. That's a bit lame. Yeah. This is 2023. Like, this is not 2022 anymore, where you do that, like with Forest. Yeah, iced coffee can't get hot. Yeah. Oh, and that's a cool thing. If the general happens to order something iced, then you get like, I don't know, 20 minutes instead of 5. But maybe the general's way further.
Not 70, but 700 chunks away.
It's like 1,000 kilometers away.
Yeah. Just walk there.
Oh, yeah, we should probably add some aircraft then. So you could, like, fly to the... Like, in a helicopter.
Jan,
it's like,
man,
bro, he's in another country, add a helicopter.
Features. You've added, like, double the amount.
This game could actually be scaled to, like, a AAA level, I think. I think this idea... Like,
what is the idea? You're picking something up
like,
and you're
think of the marketing as well. For Christmas, you're bringing presents to children. Like for
in the form of
like
coffee to
this delivery theme. I'm telling you, it applies to like almost everything in life.
Jan, 2 days ago, this is literally the worst, like imaginable theme possible.
No, I don't like this theme. But this is one of the reasons, because it's like delivery. Like, you know what I saw on the Ludum Dare homepage? Someone legitimately was like, well, Ludum dare or Ludum dare means to give a game. So I'm interpreting the theme as I'm delivering a game to you. So
fools.
I'm telling you, like,
Biggest cop out.
excellent theme. But of course you can add your own twists to it and try and make it interesting. It's not like that's impossible. But like, yeah, the theme is fun. I would have preferred the your health bar is not a health bar, or is more than just a health bar. That's funny. Maybe the bad guys could shoot cold air with leaf blowers to cool down the coffee. That's funny. All right. Well, anyway.
I've heard about 10 different features now.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
somewhere
implement
like that.
any of them.
We still don't have different guns or aiming.
Yeah, I'll
or,
chuck that in like a few
or
hours.
That like essential.
Give me a
gameplay
few
stuff.
hours. That's
But
fine.
let's add planes. That'll be
Actually,
fun.
speaking of things we don't have, we actually don't have the ability to ship this game at the moment because the runtime doesn't work
Yeah.
for some reason.
just
So
the
maybe I'll
hexagons
get
just
on
don't
that
be stored.
first. Okay, yeah, so my plan is I'll start with the tent being in the right place, and maybe I'll make the general tent as well. Once that's done, I'm going to focus on the runtime. So maybe that will take like less than an hour, hopefully, the tent thing. And then I'll focus on the runtime. And then after that, I'll come back and do the AI, and I'll see what the shooting mechanics are like and implement all the different guns. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But this is good. Like I'm feeling like we have a game, basically. Like we've got the game loop. It's mostly working. And instead of like adding a tutorial text in the last 2 hours of the game jam, I can actually probably do that like today, you know, quite a bit ahead.
Yeah.
So that's good. I feel like we went from not really having a game to suddenly having a game very quickly, or either that or I just slept and you guys just worked all night.
Well, that is literally what happened. Peter, what time is it for you? It's like 4 a.m., right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter's still sharing a screen. Yeah, no, I haven't been looking at it for the last like 20 minutes.
All right. Yeah.
I can see it now. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, well, you said you're still going to work for a few hours, yeah?
I mean.
How am I going to...
A few hours.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't want to step on your scenes. So,
I mean.
are you planning to do a commit, like any more than you've already done? And what can I work on safely?
So I don't really need to do that much tweaking to the actual like scene. It's mostly going to be code from now on, except for the compass. I might just duplicate this scene for like a compass scene and work in that.
Okay.
And you can work on the generation stuff in here. And this time I shouldn't do anything that just completely means you have to switch scene.
Yep.
So I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna do.
So then I'll work just on the main scene, I guess, because I'll be doing the terrain, modifying the terrain a bit and stuff. All right.
Well, yeah.
And then I'll...
And it's the root motion movement scene.
I mean, what I could do if you want, maybe this would make more sense, actually. I can work on the runtime now, and then when you go to sleep, I can start on the scene. Because I'm going to have to do the runtime anyway, and it's not like the runtime has to be done after I do something.
Yeah.
And that way I definitely, like, you can have full reign over the everything in the game, and I'm not going to touch anything in the game, because I'm working on the runtime.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
think-
I'll probably still work in a separate scene, though.
Okay,
Just
sure.
Big double E safe.
But yeah, I'll do and to be triply safe, I'll do the runtime first.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna go grab breakfast.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, see you, Peter.
See ya.
All right, chat. Let's get the music back. Not at full volume. Oh, speaking of music, I have to write the music for the game and the sound effects. Oh,
Yeah. And
do that at
I
like
don't know,
midnight.
but fairly speaking, Peter made the main menu for Forest. I made the game menu for
Dichotomy.
This time it's your turn.
That's fine. I'm happy to do that because I think I'll have time to. Like, it's almost like we've basically got the game already. Like, I think the hard work has basically been done.
For terrain generation, when you get to that, I don't know if I'll have the models. I won't have the models running yet. But can you make it so part of the terrain generation you're spawning like tank traps on occasion and sandbags on occasion?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And then you just tell me how to make the sandbag prefab, whether you want it already complete or like one sandbag and then you build it up. But probably sandbag prefab, right?
I think, yeah. Especially just keep it simple for now. I can put placeholders in, but
Yeah, put placeholders in and then we can just
No,
start
whoops.
doing that.
yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so I haven't played the game yet since Peter has made all the changes, so let's just run through it, make sure everything works. It seems to, though. Wait, I don't have a gun? Oh, and I don't have the coffee either. Oh, there's the gun. I just can't see it. Yeah, so we really need to flatten this area. But also, like, why is this so big? This tent. It just looks like it's, I guess the tent. Here it is, tent. It's not spawned in. It just starts. I guess he made it really tall because there's a chance that it's like in the air or something. But that's weird. I don't think that should happen. Like, you should just make this, you know, be this big basically, and have a floor. So whatever though. What was it, like this or whatever? Yeah. All right. I guess since I'm here, maybe let's quickly do the generation for the tent. I'll call it coffee tent. General tent. Okay, so now we don't need this tent anymore. Because we're gonna place it through code. So this will just, yeah, create tents. I'll just do that. That's a fun thing to do though. Why not have instantiate? I mean, it doesn't really matter if you do instantiate than that, but yeah. All right. So I guess what we're trying to do is basically based on the chunk size and the fact that we have a 3x3 grid here, we can probably basically decide like a point for this pretty easily. We could be like chunk size times 3, well, times 3 minus 1, right? So what times 2? No, that doesn't make sense. Chunk size is in tiles, which is basically correct. Yeah, so we can do times 3, so that gives us that. Minus, because we have 3 chunks across, right? But I guess minus chunk size times 1 at the moment. But yeah, so that gives us basically, that's our range, right? Yeah, that's our range. So if we determine a position now for it, now it's a this is roughly, oh, it should be times 2 because of the tile size. But maybe even times 2 times Z tile offset, just so that we don't get So we'll do that, and then we'll do vector 2. Tent translation, Hazel random. Maybe we should tighten that up so it's a bit closer to the spawn or to the origin, but let's just do range, and then we'll do min value. No. I should have not done this way. Yeah, because I need to go. Oh, well, actually. No. I can just do, yeah, float times range. That's what I wanted to do. We'll do that twice to get 2 different values. I guess we might as well do this as a vector 3. Leave y at 0, and then what we now need to do is we need to basically sample the existing environment to see what tile we're actually at. So this tent translation, we need to get a tile coordinate from that. So I think what I'm going to do, I mean, this is the chunk index. Yeah, so get player tile. That's how we get it, basically. So let's do get tile. We can just do that probably, right? This is a bit of a lame way to do it, but it's okay, it'll work. Okay. So now we can just arbitrarily do that, which is good because we can try and get the tile at tent translation, and then we can look at that's a very bad error, so like that should never happen, but I may have written bugs obviously, so that's why I'm putting it there. Okay, and so this entity that we have here, which I guess it's not gonna let me do that. And we're gonna have to flatten the area around it, but let's just see what this does. Did that place the tent anywhere? Yeah, definitely place it somewhere. Let's have a look. Oh, there it is. Okay. And did it place it at the right Y value? Yeah. I mean, where's the origin of it, though? Here. Well, then it did not. Which I'm guessing is because my math is terrible. Oh, that didn't place the tent at all. Argument out of range. Wonderful. So that was wrong. I think I need to rewrite. Yeah, and the player doesn't work anymore. Well, that works actually. Yeah, that doesn't work. I think I broke something. What could I have broken though? Huh. I want to rewrite this a bit because I don't really like it. Oh wait, this. That's because it does get play at chunk index. Okay, never mind. I missed this part. That's why. That's funny. Okay, well, let's actually still... But the player kind of broke there a bit, which is weird. But let's still maybe keep this working. And then... That can be get player tile. And then get tile can be something else. But I want to kind of rewrite it. Okay, so let's think about this. How would we get... Because I guess they're split into chunks, which is the problem. But we need to know... like if we pass in a position and we want to get the entity or like even an index. No, let's just get a position. So this is a world space position, right? So if we have that, how do we get into tile space? Well, the Y we don't care about, but for the X and the Z, right? I guess we want to divide that by basically 2 for the X, and then 2 times Z tile offset for the Y, right? For the Z. And then that gets us basically our coordinate in world space. Right? So this should be the coordinate of the tile in world space. But see, the problem is that the tiles aren't stored in one big collection. They're stored per chunk. So this isn't even that useful. Like, we kind of need to figure out what chunk we're in. And that's where I think we could do this as well. We could do get chunk index from this. Which I don't, yeah, we don't need to do it that way. X and Z. So we're just dividing that by chunk size now. And I think that gets us the chunk index that we're in. And then, since we have a coordinate, okay, but that's the chunk index, yeah. And so ideally that chunk is currently loaded, but I don't know if it necessarily is. Because what if it's not loaded? If it's not loaded, we need to do something different. It bothers me a little bit that we don't really know which chunks are loaded. Like, it's gonna be in here, but we don't really know which one. But there's only 9 of them. So maybe it's not that bad, to be honest. Because basically what I'm saying is, like, what we do is we kind of need to go through every chunk and do this. But there's only 9 of them, so it's probably not bad. But, like, we basically go through all of them and check to see, is this the chunk index we're looking for? And if so, then we kind of need to do, yeah, this. Like, we need to look at it from within, like, I guess we want to maybe change this so that it does do, like, oh, but we need that anyway. World chord. Yeah, so, and we don't need this anymore though. It's actually a bit easier though, because we've done it in a different space. So we go through, and as long as we found the chunk index, we now need to find a local space within that. So I think what we do is we just do, so what's the offset here? That. Oh, but that's not... Wait, do we need to though? Oh, no. We could do this. We could do, so it's going to be chunk index. Yeah. Times, the chunk size. Times 2. No, times 2 is... So this is tile based now, I think. Well, it's just that, I think, right? I think so. Oof, lots of stuff here. So if we do that, then we get an offset. And this should be a 2i, I think. I think we get an integer offset. And we just do basically our world coord minus the offset. Yeah, and now we should kind of know I think this should give us, if I'm right, which I don't know, morning math and stuff as usual is difficult. Why is that not working? Oh. This should give us the coordinate, right? And then we can use that. This should work, like this should be relatively easy to debug, because what I can do is just do it every frame and basically be like, hey player, like let's get the player's world space position, right, which is just that. And then let me try and get like the tile that we're on. And then and I'll highlight it. Yeah, I don't know if this will work, but we'll make it work. So if tile doesn't equal previously highlighted tile, then basically we need to, so we'll change the material to something. Maybe we'll just make it like snow or something. But previously highlighted tile dot get component. Oh, I guess we need to keep track of what it used to be as well. So we'll get the material. Yeah.
Press the key to reveal the canvas or hold the key to reveal?
I think hold it. Oh, it could be press or hold, doesn't matter. That's easy to change. So this way we can just put it back. This should probably be currently highlighted tile, but whatever. So we'll set that, and then we'll basically... Yeah, I don't even know if we need that necessarily. Oh, I guess we do. We want to compare them. So we'll just set the material to be this. And then... we'll set the material to be our highlighted material, which I think I'm just going to make it be materials 3, which is snow, for now. So this makes sense. So we find a tile. If it's not null, which it shouldn't be, then we check to see if it is different from the one that's currently highlighted, and if it is different, then we want to change it. And we do that by first restoring the material on the old highlighted tile, changing the highlighted tile to be the new tile, keeping track of the material, and then updating the material. I guess that does make sense. I don't know if this will work though, but we'll see. Lots of errors. Null references. Line 354. Looks like something I just wrote. This is null because it doesn't have a static mesh component, or it's null. Yeah, of course. Wait, what am I even doing here? How do... Yeah, this does not... Yeah, correct. That's a little bit annoying, but... whatever. Doesn't matter. This is just debug code anyway. So I don't really care. Alright, well that kind of works. So you can see what tile we're on. It's just we need to offset it, I think. I mean, it works, but it changes a bit quickly. It's very, very close to working. I mean, it's like off by 1. I have a feeling that if we just do world coord, right? When do we do this? We do this. So world space position xy divided by that. What if we just do plus equals half the tile basically, which is 1 z tile offset. Alright, if we do that. No, that's still weird. Or maybe it's subtract, or maybe it's different. Oh wow, no. Oh, but that's already been divided by that. Oh, hence I didn't know. Yeah, it seems like if I maybe did it here. Oops. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Right. That seems like it should work. Wait, what did this used to be? Oh, just that. Right? It used to be this. What? Oh, it used to be that. Which is a vec 2 as well, so... what's the problem? What's wrong with that? Why is it converting it to a float? It's not a float, it's a vec2. How is that a float? That's really weird. Ah, because the constructor. I don't think the constructor takes a vec2. Okay, so that. No, I mean, it's still wrong. I would like, I don't, the thing is, realistically, I don't actually need it to be precise, but I would like it to be. And why are we getting so many errors? 315. This. So yeah, this is weird. This is not really correct all the time. That's worrying. Okay, let's not do this. I don't know why this is out of range though. I'm looking at the log over here. That's not out of range or anything. Don't really see why it would be. Although, am I getting errors? No. I mean, there is this. That's in a different file. I don't really care about that. Why was I getting out of range before? I would really like it to be accurate, because it might be useful for other things. Also, why is that a... Let's not make this a list. Let's make this an entity that is 16 by 16, although that is going to depend on the chunk size, but this is pretty much fixed. Okay. Go away. I can't move them. Weird. So the origin is right here. So like that should be fine, but we're not getting the origin. we're seeing the index. And the index, the thing is, the index is always going to be kind of bottom left, right? Which is why I thought my code would work. I thought if I offset the position so that I'm kind of matching that up, it would work, but it doesn't seem to. Like, that doesn't make sense. But maybe it's because this also needs to be offset, and that's why I was getting errors. I don't know. It does seem like it would be minus basically half a tile, which again is basically 2, but half a tile, and z tile offset. So that looks like I'm subtracting half a tile. In world space. Oh, but if you already passed that in, this doesn't need it. But I just don't know why that doesn't work. See, that didn't work. It looks like it kind of looks like it went the wrong way. So that's actually, it kind of looks like it's the correct, you know what it is? It looks like it's the correct, it's correct in one of the axes and not the other. Maybe that's the problem. Let me get a different world. I'm pretty sure this is, it's just hard to know the axes. Whatever, I'll just play with it. So if I stick a negative, for example, here. No. Stick a negative here. Okay, well that looks perfect in this axis, right? Ah, there we go. So it should be, well not quite. That's so strange. I mean, this almost worked. But also, it's perfect this way. So what way is that? That looks like both X and Z. I think it's predominantly Z though. So the X, I think, might be wrong. But that doesn't really fix it. So this is X. Yeah, so see, X looks like it's about half off. Which is weird, but sure. That's so weird. It almost looks like X doesn't need an offset. But that doesn't work, so... I'm just guessing at this point. That's definitely worse. So it does need an offset. But how is that not exact then? And the origin of the player is in the middle, right? Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, this is definitely good enough for our purposes, but it's just a little bit frustrating to me. Now, we should also be able to replace, so get player tile. Let's try that instead, because we want to make that work. So this should be wrong, I think, or this will be wrong, right? I mean, it's a bit more off, but it's not. Actually, that's pretty good. Oh, but then it goes out of range sometimes. All right, whatever. Anyway, we'll make the get player tile. I think. We can just make this be get tile and pass in player.translation. And that should hopefully work and not give us any index out of bounds. I mean, it's definitely not perfect, but doesn't need to be. Maybe the fact that it's hexagons is what's screwing it up a little bit. Shouldn't really be, but whatever. Okay, whatever. I'm happy with that. Get rid of this. I don't think we need get player chunk index either. We should be able to do get chunk index from player.translation. That doesn't have the offset applied though. Hopefully this didn't break everything. Doesn't seem to have. The level generation I meant. Okay. So maybe I'll keep my highlighting system around. Just for fun, in case I need to use it for debugging later. But now that I've done that, it should be easy for us to determine, I guess, attempt translation. Oh, this is a warning. And now we can do get tile at that translation and then place it at the right height, hopefully. Null reference exception. I mean, that's in root motion player. Ah, that's because I'm not doing that. Like as in I'm not, I forgot to create tents. Okay, so placing tent at 49.13. 49.13. And is it at the right Y value? So, yeah, I mean it is, but we just need to flatten it. It looks like it's about the same, the right Y value. So, so let's do this. So once we have a tent translation and we've instantiated it, let's see how big this tent actually is. So if we find it, wait, what? It's over there. No, it's not. What was that? Why was I seeing something over there? That was weird. Alright, so how big is it? So let's see, that's the origin. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll call it 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 by 6. Let's make it 7 by 7. So basically an area of 7 by 7 tiles, so plus 3 minus 3, will have to be changed. So once we have it, and if it's on a chunk boundary, that's gonna suck. We should probably reduce this. But yeah, we need to basically go ahead and change the heights of some of these things. So, that's not too difficult actually. Actually, I think that'll be easy. Because if we just go z minus 1. Yeah, I think I can do this. Maybe. Yeah, I think so. I think this will work. In my head it's working. Which doesn't always mean it's actually working, but...
Yeah, do we need a rock texture?
No, don't do that. For now. Okay. So if we just do get tile, tent translation, but I'm going to modify that tent translation because it's going to basically be dot x is going to be plus equals z times, yeah, I guess 2, and then sorry, x, and then z times 2 times z tile offset. So it's going to either subtract or add that, hopefully, and then if we try and get tile there, we should have a tile. So let's try and, for now, I mean, I could just do, yeah, let's just do translation.y equals tent translation.y. So I'm flattening that area. This is a little annoying though. Where's my tent? That didn't even work a little bit. What? Ah, it crashed. Line 104, I think. This. So this is null. Why? That should not have been null. I must have messed this up. But this clearly exists. And then I'm going 3. I'm going on a radius of 3 by 0, yeah. Well, 3 by 3. So that's 7 tiles. 7 by 7 tiles, right? Yeah. Because 3 to 3, including 0 and 3. Yeah, Peter, I'll hop on a call in 1 second. This is really frustrating. Why doesn't this work? What? How could this not work? It's actually, like, perfect. Alright. I'll hop on Peter's call. Let's see. All right. What's up, Peter?
So I pretty much finished like the comments in terms of functionality.
Yep.
Let's see. I don't think necessarily that the limit is exactly what we want yet. Okay, this is the kind of level I was trying to show you before.
Let me just see. Oh yeah. I'll share stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I'll try and iron it out. But like, this is definitely playable. Like, what makes this not playable?
It's more like just like these two tiles, for example, when there's like a lot of like tiny dips, like.
Well,
this,
yeah,
and
that's the type of environment this is.
well,
It's playable. It's just a different experience, which is good. Like, that's the whole point, I think, of randomly generating levels. Unplayable to me would be I'm stuck in a ditch and I can't jump out.
yeah, actually, that's true. I don't know that I've hit a point like that yet.
Well,
I
exactly,
definitely hit
yeah.
a point where I got stuck inside one of the tiles when I spawned, but that's a different issue.
Yeah, that is a different issue. That should be fixed now because I redid
yeah.
the way I check which tile we're on. But this is kind of nice. It's kind of like you're in the mountains. You're in the high mountains and there's snow everywhere and there's a few patches of grass. Like, you know,
Yeah,
that's
I
the
guess.
diversity. And
but
also, it
yeah.
doesn't happen that often. Like, I would say it's a lot more common
Yeah.
to get something better.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so,
Absolutely.
this is just for
Definitely
the,
rare.
yeah.
Okay. This is
And it's
better.
nice having diversity as well.
Yeah.
Every time you
So
play, it looks
basically,
different.
Currently, if you hold Y, we just get.
Oh,
this.
okay.
Now,
Good.
Well,
That's cool.
we might want to tweak like the way it looks. And currently it's just like pointing towards 0, 0 basically.
Yep.
But it's easy enough to get the position of the general and just point it there. And then with Tim's.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And
I almost
the
think that we don't
C
need
key.
need the Tim model. Like, this looks kind of cool.
Just
Did you
color
see
it
Peter's compass? This looks kind of cool. See?
Tim's out of it.
And if we had transparency, then we could have made it slightly transparent and red or something,
Yeah.
and that would have been done. And it's only when you hold Y on the controller. And what is it in?
Y on the control-
Maybe tab.
It's C on the keyboard for
Yeah.
compass, but we can change it.
Maybe it should be tab.
Yeah, I think tab would be handy.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah, I think
easier
tab would be a
to
bit
hold
easier
and
to-
see.
A bit nicer to reach.
To be honest, we should opt for the cartography, what's it called, theme as well.
Oh, yeah.
We're not too far.
Oh, the tent has a floor now.
It's
I think
just
that's
keep
just
it
temporary.
Oh, that's yours, yeah. Because I was going to say,
Yeah,
why
I
is the
just-
tent so tall? Like,
No, it's told so that if the ground
yeah,
is slightly
but that
uneven-
won't happen
Yeah.
anymore. Like, because we're going to make the ground even under the tent.
Well, the origin is still at the normal place. It's just that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine, yeah. Okay,
It's just-
excellent.
had a big cube so that we could see where it was the compass was supposed to point to.
Yep.
I'm gonna head off for about an hour, take a bit of a break,
Okay.
have some food, and I'll probably be back on afterwards because I would like to get the gun types and ammo types actually working.
Yeah.
That you can't get the ammo from a gun of a different type. You instead you swap the guns.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Sounds good. I'm pretty determined to get this tent ground flattening. It made me redo my whole system for handling where the player because it's not that easy to look up which tile you're like from a world space coordinate what tile is under me, because there's no like global list of tiles. They're like per chunk, and so you have to find the chunk index, and then you have to find the offset from within the chunk because it's in the chunk's local space, and it's a little bit annoying versus like just one array of like every single thing in it. But you can't really do it that way if you want chunks. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit finicky, and now my Y translation isn't being set correctly for whatever reason, so I'm trying to fix that up.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Alright.
Sounds good.
I'll
Enjoy your
probably
break.
Push this and Tim
Yep.
can, if he wants the visuals, he can have
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Nah, sounds good.
All right.
All right, see ya. Enjoy your break. Bye.
Yep. See ya.
All right, I'm just gonna set the material so that way we can actually see which ones have changed, because I don't know if it's the so we'll set them all to snow. Yeah, it's not, either it's not finding the right ones, or, and maybe let me disable the fog, because the fog is making it harder to see. Yeah, like look, like what did that do? Nothing. I mean, we are crashing in line 57, but that's not in our script, so it shouldn't really matter, I don't think. That's in here. And why is it crashing? Probably an easy fix, because there's no entity called gun, I guess, because we don't have a gun or something. Whatever. I don't think that's affecting anything. So then why? Oh, that tent is on the edge. Why can't it find the right tiles for the tent? Okay, let me make a new material really quickly. We're gonna call it m_debug. And this material will be like magenta or something, and emissive. And I'm gonna go into the level generator and add one more. Oh no, actually let's add it as a separate field entirely so that we don't forget to strip it from the game, I think. So debug material. And that will be our debug material. And that way I can actually like make it be very obvious, you know, which one is the problem one. Yeah, see what I mean? See how much more obvious that is now? What the heck? That code is so wrong, it's not funny. This is apparently the error. These are the tiles it should have selected. What? How did I go so wrong? That's nuts. Unless this get tile code is just entirely broken. But it is getting a lot of null tent tiles. Not all of them though, but many of them. Okay, how about we do this? So let's do this for a second, because this should work, right? But I'm not, it's like getting adjacent tile seems to just not be working. Let's just return. So yeah, it's obviously able to get the tile under the tent, meaning, I mean, it picks that. But okay, so it's placing the tent. Wait. I moved, so it regenerated the tiles, and we lost the one that was the tent. That's okay though. Yeah, I did it again. Okay. So if we're here, for example, right, it thinks it's at 13,029, right? And we are at 1329. And which chunk is that a part of? This chunk, right? And there's this one, which I happen to pick, and that's at 1329. So the one next to it, see, that's the thing. The one next to it is in fact 2 units across. Because if I'm going through this, if you guys can see this, like you can see that it's going up by 2. And if I go down to the next row, it'll be up by, should be 2 times 0.86, which it is. So that's definitely correct. But then what's weird is that if I try and get that tile, it's like it doesn't work. So if I try and get a tile, there's basically 10 tile translation plus, let's just do 2. The fact that that doesn't work is very, very, very bad, if true. I might despawn it. Well, no, that worked. Look. What? Let's try do the one here. And I also want to just adjust the player real quick and say that if the mouse is not locked, how do you lock the mouse? Where are we doing this? I thought we were doing this here. Or is that in player controller? No. We were locking the mouse, right? Oh, camera rotator. Okay, so input, cursor mode. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So I kind of want to just be like, if... whatever makes the player move, keycode.w or whatever. Yeah. So let's only do that if the cursor is locked. Otherwise, I don't want to do this because I need to use those controls for the camera. So now, where am I? Over here. You can see if I try and move, I can still jump, but I can't. I have to lock this to be able to move. And then if I unlock, I can't move. Okay, good. But let's also extend that to jump, maybe. Okay, so I can't do anything, which is good. So now I can fly around without moving to the trunks. Look, that also worked. So are you kidding me? What the heck have I done then? Oh, I must have written some very dodgy code. Create a real-time strategy game. I would love to make an RTS at some point. Maybe we should do that next game jam. Okay, so if this is clearly working, then what have I written here? Oh, my man. I'm incrementing that every time. That's the offset from here. Oh, no, but I'm getting it every time. So actually, that should be fine. Dude, this is strange. Like, this is really, really weird. Ugh. Mono. Yeah, debugger time, maybe. Okay, that was just a null reference exception. Line 115. This is null. Because what? It doesn't have a static mesh component? Bro, this is so weird. Like, this is really, really, really strange. How this works and this doesn't? Like, what am I doing? I'm using tent translation, which is this. I added, you know, 2 times that to that, which that's the same. I'm adding them, right? This is, I'm going back by 3. So this is x, which is minus 3 for the first iteration, times 2. Right? Like, I must have done something really, really, really weird. So minus 3. Well, okay, I tried getting the adjacent tiles, but what if I get something that's not adjacent? So this works, right? Let me just validate this quickly. That's still a null reference. Did I not? I did return. Wait, what? Does this now not work? What is null here? Line 96. This is null. Now this doesn't work. Was that just working by chance? But no, it worked, and now mono crashes as well. But like, I don't understand. This was working before. You guys were seeing that. Oh, no. I think I didn't save the scene when it crashed. And so the material, the debug material got unset, and that's why. Okay, beautiful. So that's the adjacent one, right? Let's try and do, you know, so that's 2 times that. Let's try and do, like, offset that by minus 2, or minus 3. We'll go minus 3. So now I'm setting the one that's a bit further from the tent. And that seemed to have worked, predictably. Let's go forward by 3. So that should be in front of the tent. Ah, look, it's here. So this is actually working perfectly. Bro, this is so weird. Okay, you know what? Let's go back to this system. But then let's just like... Let's just do the math here. Like I am here, because I don't understand. And then we'll do basically x times 2. And then z times 2 times z tile offset. Because that's what we're doing. And then we'll get rid of this. And what do you know, it works. So, am I, like, crazy? Let's go back to the old system for a bit. Because I just want to get to the bottom of this, honestly. It's so weird. And what was I doing? Tent tile translation. Like, why is that code different? It's not. So why wasn't it working before? Is it because it was like an edge case? But I'm pretty sure I tested it many times. So this is the area and then I'm going to flatten. But that's so strange. And maybe I should expand it a bit. But, what the heck? Anyway, I think I like this code a bit more because it's a bit shorter, but... Isn't that so strange? Or was the difference that I had, this code here and that was somehow messing something up? Oh, look. It does mess it up. How? Dude, that is weird. So by changing the Y translation, I completely mess up my tiles. Oh, I'm setting the wrong thing, aren't I? Is that why? Oh man, no. This is why I don't write code in the mornings. It's 1 PM, but still. There you go. Look, we have a platform. I guess we should try and smooth it out though. So we can have our platform, right? But then what we could do is we could try and smooth it out. So full edge smoothing is basically well, we'll see. So because what I mean is, like, what we could do is we could do that, but we could do a different strategy if it's near the edge, and I think my indentation's off. So how do we know if we're near the edge? Well, basically, if Z is greater than 3, so let's increase this to 5. Well, no, let's do 4 for now. Maybe 1 tile of smoothing is fine. Or we'll do X and Z in that order. So that's our edge. So then we won't quite do it perfectly. Basically what I want to do is I want to just set this to basically be like halfway. I'll just use to be lazy and use a lerp. We'll do a lerp that's kind of halfway between the tent's Y and our Y, right? And that's what we'll apply it to. And so that should just make those edges kind of a little bit smoother. So it's affecting more of an area, but you can see it's kind of doing a middle ground between what it used to be. It could do a middle ground between this and this, but at the moment I'm getting it to do a middle ground between the original value and what it is. But you can see that still kind of creates a thing. And if we wanted to, we could expand this, and I guess that would be even smoother, right? Yeah. So that actually looks kind of cool. I'm just afraid that if the tent's too close to the edge, it will crash. But it might not, because if it's null, it just ignores it. So actually, that might be fine. So now let's not set the material to a debug material. But also, we need to make sure it's not like water or whatever. But there you go. See? You get a nice flat terrain around the tent now. And that should always work. But you can see if it's in water, it remains in water. So maybe we should just also make sure that if the tent tile doesn't equal null, we'll check the material and we'll say if material, no, I'm not going to change it to grass. I'm just going to say if the material, if tent tile gets, well, basically this. Let's get the static mesh component and check its material. And if that's snow, which is materials 3. Oh, sorry, is water 0? Yep. If it's water, then we'll change it to something else. We could just make a grass, but maybe sand would be better. A grass or sand. It could look at the adjacent things. Do I really want it to do that though? For now, let's just set it to grass, which is number 1. Be nice to have it be like a rock that I just told Tim not to worry about making. but you can see that... Oh, that didn't work. Why did that not work? Maybe the equals doesn't work? It should. That's... Oh, tent tile. That's the right one. Yeah, that's the right one. Huh. Isn't that strange? It's possible it would get... and also I have to... It might get reassigned later if I go out of the thing. Wow, look at this flat landscape. That's rare. Yeah, and see, that's sand. Huh, that doesn't work. Strangely enough. Oh, no, but it only changes if it's water. So never mind. Oh, look at this. See, this is dodgy. If it's outside, I should just make it not be that far out, though. That's easy to do. Well, it's for this one. But basically, I could just constrict it a bit. So that's a range. I'll just make it like 0.9. Reduce the range a bit. Yeah, I'm happy with how it looks though, like because it's made it you know, the blending is cool, I think. Yeah, but the water situation, that doesn't work. Is it the way it might be the way we compare materials? I don't think we are. What's the equals operator? Is it just equals or something? Like, how do we make that work? I think it's... Oh, and there's this one. Okay. I just don't think that's implemented for materials. So let's make it... let's implement it. Down the bottom, I guess. And the way we compare it is just the handle, the asset handle. Like that. Did I nuke a thing, apparently? Okay, so hopefully now it does work. Because I guess it was comparing the objects before. Where's my tent? Oh, I almost had a heart attack. No, it doesn't work. Why don't you work? Oh, what the heck? Now I need to find some water. Oh, that looks like it worked. Because look, there's suspiciously water everywhere except for like the tent area. Although we don't need to do that for the smoothing. Because see, I think it's doing a bigger area than it needs to. Because it's including the tiles that we smooth. However, although we can't smooth water tiles. Maybe, we'll make it happen because we can't smooth water tiles. Because it doesn't make sense to change the Y values of water. It's always 0. Because you can't really have water on an angle. Yeah, that looks good. So we're always on dry land. I would love to do swimming, but that would be kind of tough, I think. Alright, I think we're good. Like, let's try and play this. I'll put my fog back. It's pretty cool, I like that. Okay, fog is back. Let's hit play. Let's find the tent. Yeah, I like the strafing, it's kind of cool. I guess. This is a bit of a flat land, but the problem is it's hard to find the tent if you don't know where it is, because before it was easy because the world was small, but now that I'm generating chunks again, it actually might be difficult to find the tent. Which is why I guess we'll have an arrow to it. Kind of like Peter's compass arrow. Or is it too far out? Should I make the tent closer to spawn? Where is it? 39:15. And we are at nowhere near 39:15. We're going the wrong way. Okay. 39:15. I found it. Oh. What? That didn't work. It's not flat. What the heck? What? And we had a null reference exception. No, that's the old one. Oh, no. It's not flat because it regenerated the chunks. Oh. This is going back to my old system that I have to do. No, Peter's been talking in chat. Sorry, I didn't see that. This is going back to me being a bad person and generating stuff on the fly. But also we might be able to improve the performance. So at the moment it takes about 3.2 seconds to generate a new set of 9 chunks. 3.9 milliseconds, that is, sorry. So we need to make them... we need to not do the generation. Because what I'm doing is I'm generating the noise values up front. But then, like, I'm not doing the chunks. So the chunks aren't... the chunks should be, like, the chunk translation and material type. Well, material type can be determined, but that should basically persist. So let's make that persist because we have to, otherwise it won't be good. So that's what this does. Set chunk. You can see it actually calculates everything. So I think the first thing we need to do, and the way I would probably make this work, is I just make like a struct or something called chunk data. Maybe it can be a class, I don't know. And basically we're gonna have a translation, and we could even store a material, but the thing is it's kind of the materials is determined by the height. Oh no, but then there is a different logic for tents, so we'll have a material, fine. Is that it? Oh, but that's for a chunk, so... Oh, no, so that should be for a chunk. So let's have tile data. So that's per tile. And then we just have... A chunk just has, 16 by 16 of these. But they're not entities. They're tile datas, because entities are reused, whereas this is not. I don't really like structs, to be completely honest, because of the weird stuff like initializers not being available and before certain C# versions. So maybe we'll make this a class, but I don't really care. Like, I don't think it's going to affect performance too much in this case. That's it, right? I think it is. What else do we do in set chunk? Yeah, so the benefit here, right, is we're going to have, for each chunk coordinate, we're going to have a potential chunk data. And I guess we can allocate that up front if we wanted to, right? Because we kind of have our, like, where's our noise value, see? So we can basically have a chunk data like that for each chunk, which is going to be width, chunks by height. So we just pre-allocate that. And then when we set a chunk, it's very easy. We just basically check to see, hey man, do you already exist? And if you do, guess what we can do? We can do something entirely different. Else, we have to basically generate this. For all of the chunks. This is going to be so much faster, caching this as well. But we can just be like, so chunk, in this case, chunk data cx cy or cz equals new chunk data. Oh, and we need to do this for tiles. Sorry, per tile, obviously. The tiles already have their right values, so I think. So x plus z times chunk width, chunk size, equals new tile data. And so we need to set the translation, which is tile.translation, but it's just translation, let's not access the C++. And then this is the material, which is, I mean, we're setting the material here, so maybe let's do this instead, so that we can just do that. Yeah, I'll do that. All right. Map. I meant, oh no, that's okay, I think. Okay, that's Dunsies. You right, mate? Oh, null pointer. Lol. I'm such a C++ programmer. Alright, so yeah, we still have to go through this, but we don't have to worry about the weird even offset or whatever. Like this situation. Even doesn't exist anymore. It's just that. And we still need to do something. Well, basically we just need to grab the tile from the chunk. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's chunk, not chunk data. Yeah, so I think we still need to do this, which is fine. That's easy. Oh, radius. That was for. I don't think I'll need that anymore, but whatever. And then, you know, we can obviously get the chunk data here. And we still need to go through and basically grab the right tile. And then set basically the tile translation to, so that's the chunk data. Let's get the tile data. Chunk data dot tiles x plus z times chunk size. Tile data, translation, material, or mat. That's it, I think. So that's now kind of caching it, and should also massively improve the performance, and hopefully it will work. Nope. That's to be expected. Line 205. That's wrong. Oh, M chunk data? Or is it at that index? It's wrong. What was it was the index out of range, right? Oh, is that negative? Is that why? I think so. Well, no, actually, it says 0 to... Oh, no, that's chunk index. Yeah, these probably are negative. Yeah, they are. Okay. So what do? I need to increment it by... I need to basically do cx. I think it's going to be plus map width chunks divided by 2, right? Hopefully. Be fun if, well, we'll see if it's off. We'll see pretty much instantly. So that's what we use for chunk data. I guess we can just do whatever. It's an array access. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to get out of a chunk. I guess I'll turn fog off. Check my tent. And I'll just try and generate like a new chunk. And then get back to the old one. And then get away back. Well, that seems to work. Oh, but this failed. Wait, what? Ugh, why did my tent not work, huh? Oh, look. That also changed, so that's wrong. Would have loved it for it to work the first time. Yeah, look at that. I think the index is just like wrong or something. It's got to be a little bit wrong. I think it might be this. I didn't do height, but the width and height are the same. Is it -1? Surely not. Yeah, it's not. But see, now it's consistent, which is weird because it almost looks like the first time it generates, it's different. But also, what do we use for sampling actually? Because that's a good point. So XS, well, that's because we do times chunk size because we need it at the individual thing. But this is, oh look, plus this. So this is actually what well, that's what I'm doing though. See? So this lines up with this, which is good because that was the noise thing. So then why is it wrong? Huh. Well, good news is we don't need that because we can just use SX and SY. SX and SZ. But I still don't know why it's not working. You aren't updating the tents. Oh, you're right, I'm not. Well, actually, though. Yes, I mean, you're right. The tent should... But it looks like it changes more than just that, so... Or maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But let's try and obviously make that happen. So... How do we do that in a nice way? We have to basically edit the cache. Right. Which is very annoying. Well, they're not really. Like, we know what chunk we're on. And we're going to be within... We might not be within one chunk. But, I'm thinking about a bit of a longer term solution because I have to I have to also generate the tent for the general, and that will be on a chunk that isn't loaded yet. So it's almost like I would like to. It's almost like I would like to just generate all the chunks at the beginning of the world, right? That would be better than doing it on the fly. But the thing is, that doesn't scale well, like for an infinite world, for example. But we have a huge world here, but we're not gonna. I don't think we'll stick with that. So what might be better to do is just to generate everything first, and then, you know, in the kind of logic that does the set chunk, like that will also handle the tents, right? And then that way we don't have to revisit it and edit it. But like, you know, I mean, we could, whatever. Let me just make it work both ways, just because I can always change the other system later. And this way I know that, like, you know, in case we need this for whatever reason, we'll keep it this way maybe. But let's do this. So let's have a, and tile data, I don't know, it's a struct. I'm going to change it to be a class, I think. The only real reason is because I want to return it by reference, but, and I could use ref or whatever, but whatever. So get tile data, right? I'll get tile data for, and I'll make it work with my weird world space position system, because that's predictably what gets the other thing, and so it should technically work. So if I ask for if I ask for this, it's gonna have to get the chunk index, which is okay, because I'm pretty sure that same chunk index I can feed into somewhere else. Oh, no, but that's a chunk index. That's different. Sorry, this chunk index. I should be able to easily figure out the chunk index because this is different. This actually should be... How do I get the chunk index? From an offset. Okay, so let's just say I do have the offset. So if I just... yeah, divide this by... the chunk size. And floor it, I guess. Like, I'd have to floor every value here. Chunk size, of course, is just a chunk size. Okay, so this now should give me basically inside the cache. So chunk data, right? This should give me the chunk data. And then to get the, and then I have to get the tile from within that. Which I was doing something else for. But that's actually not bad, I think. Because if I just take the offset and I divide it by the tile size, which is... I'm still hard coding the tile sizes. It's a bit of a comedy show. And it's been offset, I believe, so. But I think that should work. Like, if I just then access the tiles and I do, like, I don't know, I guess mod 16. plus tile coord dot y divided by 16, right? Times 16. That should maybe get me my tile data. That was nice. I don't know, man. This is so dodgy. I could get it to refresh. Actually, let's get it to refresh the chunks. So process chunks only does it if yeah, but let's do if input is key pressed. Even Minecraft has that, I think, in the public release. You can refresh your chunks, or at least with Optifine or whatever. Nice, you need this full on, all this code. But half the game is rather dodgy, so it's fine. Yeah, great. Okay, well that doesn't change. I guess that should be good. Like that means but hang on. But where am I setting my index from? Weird. So have I actually used this function for anything yet? Get tile data? No. Okay, beautiful. Testing something without actually testing it. Okay, so this is what I kind of wanted to do. I wanted to be like get tile data at this tent, and then let's just like let's make sure that's not null. Otherwise, I want to know about it. And then let's set the material to the material. Well, potentially this, I guess. Ugh, whatever, I'll just do get material. And let's set the translation to T. Because this is just X and Z, so it should get it correctly, maybe. We got some null references. That doesn't look good. That first one, line 416. 416 is my beautiful function, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So this, is that a null reference exception? Oh, the tile's just not there. Oh, can we not access the tiles yet? No, we should be able to. How strange. Unless this also was null. I mean, let's just attach the debugger. Chunk data is null, yeah. I guess it's possible that those chunks haven't been created yet, but some of them should have been. Like 35? No, they're all null. Am I doing this before? I can't be doing this before. Oh, well, I am doing it before it was cached for the first time. Ah, see, this is a disaster. Probably shouldn't have done this. Although no, I am calling set chunk, though. So that should have actually populated that. And then I'm doing create tense, and this is happening in create tense. So unless I'm wrong with my offset, too bad if I run this again, Hazel crash probably. It didn't crash. That's because the debugger's not attached, maybe. Okay, that didn't crash again. So what's my world space position? Yeah, and that should be fine. And my offset's fine. So the chunk coordinate is 1 minus 1. Oh, I didn't actually play with that. Maybe that's why. So this chunk coordinate needs to be... Yeah. Okay, gotcha. This chunk coordinate needs to be plus equals the map size divided by 2. Map width chunks divided by 2. Map height chunks divided by 2. And Hazel's gonna crash because of the debugging bugs. Still a null reference exception. Oh, and that's very bad news. Why are we inside a tile? 417. Still the same problem. Huh. Weird. Yeah, 35, 37. That's maybe correct. But I guess the problem was none of these looked like they were set. Or were they? So 35, 37, right? Oh no, look, they are. Oh, 36s. Yeah, so it actually should be -1, it looks like. Well, at least for this data structure, it should be. It's also when you reload the assembly. That's right. It's not just debugging the crashes, Hazel. It's when you attach the debugger, you run it, you debug or whatever, and then you reload the assembly, and then it crashes. Alright, this thing's still wrong, somehow. Which is odd. Maybe I am wrong. Oh look, this isn't null anymore. Are the tiles null? No. $256 tiles, X is 6, Y is 0. Wait. So why is this null? Or is it just null sometimes? Oh, well that's null, yeah. Oh, it's not null, I think. Well, at least it's not that time. Okay, so F5, yeah, see that doesn't persist. It goes back to what it was. Yeah, so it's just the tent. So basically, it's probably just my math or whatever for the tent. Probably just the wrong tile. I mean, the other thing is because we're actually getting the entity and we're setting it. So the entity, and we set the translation to be, we get the entities around it and we set the translation to be a little something. But we are getting its translation, so we should be able to recover that same tile from the cache using that. So actually, I guess that should work. It's probably just me being bad. But I don't understand how it would be me being bad, considering I'm pretty sure that that's right. Oh, look, this crashed now. Yeah, 28. Why is 28? How? And that's 37 now. What? Yeah, well, actually, that kind of makes sense, but yeah, the problem here is chunk data is null. That's because I think we're a little bit I think we're a little bit further from the chunk, so I think that's okay. We can actually just do this because it just won't affect the tiles that get set or whatever. Like, as in, those tiles won't be changed either if they're outside of the first 3 chunks. But yeah, but my problem is it clearly didn't write correctly, because you can see that the tent doesn't have that. So initially the tent will be correct, but then F5 it will get reloaded because it wasn't written into the cache is the problem. And it should have been written into the cache, or at least the values that were cached were not correctly updated, which again is coming back down to this not actually getting me my right tiles for some reason. And it's not even getting roughly the right tiles, that's the problem. And I'm updating it here, right? And this is all like, yeah, by reference, so it should be correct. And I'm never getting I'm not really getting null tile data. I am here. That might be fine. Am I always getting null tile data? Null tent. But it worked here, yeah. So the fact that I'm getting null tile data, I'm not, yeah, null, I shouldn't never be getting null tile data here. So that actually is wrong. But I'm not sure why I need this -1 for the chunk coord. Maybe this is stupid, having this weird offset. But it seems to have worked. No, tile data is a class. But this does seem to be correct because that's just the chunk coordinate, and I guess it is getting me my right one. Okay, I think we do what we did before, and we bring back highlighting. How do you do this in C#? Is that just that? No. I don't know, man. Okay, so... But instead of getting the player tile, let's kind of do the... Well... Oh, but then we need to reload, but that's okay. I guess I actually want something a bit different. No, well, let's just... I guess we can reuse this, though. Let's do this. Let's get the tile data for where the player currently is. So we'll see if that works from world space to get the tile data. And then if TD doesn't equal null, we're going to change the material on the tile data to be the debug material. And we can save the original so we can put it back if we want. I'm not going to bother with that, to be honest. Let's just change it to the debug material. And let me stop this from happening. Okay, well, that clearly doesn't work. Because if it did, then we'd be seeing it. Oh, no, I have to press F5. Aha, look. So F5. So it thinks the player is there. And you can see that does actually persist if I move around. Which I'm not really even moving around. Huh. I mean, it's finding the right... Oh, the chunk is off. Maybe by 1. And lots of out of range exceptions. But that didn't work before, did it? Because I remember I did say I wasn't sure about the -1. Okay, that is closer, man. What? I'm moving around. Ah, here we go. It's like it's only working on one axis. What the heck? And now it's out of range. So dodgy. Well, I feel like the -1 doesn't need to be there, but I feel like this might be just wrong. Oh, I'm not doing this kind of offset for this. That's probably why. I think this... Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, I think this also basically needs to be offset by that. Would that be correct? I feel like that might even be worse. Well, it's definitely closer. But also, what's really weird is that I can't move this axis. It's like it's only working on the x-axis. Nah, but... I mean, that's a bit better maybe, but... But yeah, I have a feeling I have to do that because... This will give me a coordinate that, yeah, is centered around 0 being the origin. But this needs to go around to, like this will take it to being in the right space, but it's not working for some reason. Yeah, so I've got the tile now, and then I just do that. And that still gives me a world space tile, so I need to restrict it to, I guess, this, because there's 16 by 16 tiles. So this actually makes sense, like, right? This seems a bit wrong actually. But is it? No, because this is already in tiles. But it's, yeah, but the thing that's weird about it is it's in tiles. Yeah, that's not gonna work, I think. Yeah, this is dumb. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I think it's plus equals, yeah, it's the amount of tiles. So this would be times 16, I think. Again, not sure. But that seems more correct. No, that's just a full-on error. Because this is the amount of tiles in the world. And I'm incrementing it by half of that to get an absolute tile index. Why was that causing an index? What is this index out of range thing? 422. This. How is this out of range? As far as I'm aware, it's impossible for this to be out of range. As long as we have a 16 by 16. As long as it's like not null. And chunk data can't be null. Tiles could be null, but like if this is 256, which it is, then how can that be out of range? Well, oh no. I guess no. This would be though. Obviously. If it's above that range. So I actually think this is wrong, yeah. This is right. This probably also should be mod then for this case. Maybe. Maybe that's why it was never working. Oh yes. No. That almost worked. It stopped working when I possibly left the thing. It only works for the first chunk, which makes me think the chunk index is wrong. Look, it only works for the first chunk, but that does work. And I have to hit F5 to reload the chunk. That's why it's like doesn't appear instantly. Hello, Cherno, love your reaction vids. Thanks, D. Appreciate it. So what does that mean? The chunk is wrong. The chunk chord is wrong. But it's right for the first one. That doesn't mean much. Yeah, why is that wrong, man? So, chunk data is already null. I don't know, it was for the other one. Because it's not constantly printing that. But look, it's not setting this anymore, but chunk data isn't null. Why is it not working for... Oh, look. It's made some over there. Oh, man. Maybe this is wrong. I have a feeling it is wrong. Maybe it's mod 256 divided by 16. Would that be good? No, I doubt it. No, that ruined everything, didn't it? But the X also does jump, so maybe that's not right. I should have come up with a better system, but it's possibly too late now, or it'd be annoying to rewrite it now. So if I have my chunks, and I have a coordinate inside a chunk, I need to be able to find the local space of that. I guess that's what I should do here. Yeah, I think this doesn't feel right to me. But, because the thing is, it's really easy to find the X, but then to find the Y... How do I find the Y then within this cell? If I have the actual coordinate as a Y, right? Obviously that's in terms of everything. Oh man. Oh. I think I would have to subtract. So that's a Y, right? I'd have to basically... Well, that's in a way, that's what I'm doing. By doing mod 16, I'm seeing where it is within the thing. But then the problem is that I have to... Does that make sense though? Like if I... Yeah, no, that's right. So mod 16 gets me the local coordinate, no matter what, right? If I have a global coordinate and it's divided into cells and I do mod 16, just like with the X, I get the local coordinate. But now, if I want it... But that's, in a way, that's what's happening. Yeah. So this actually should work. No, but the thing is, it does work, actually. It's just that it works within one chunk. But then when I go to the next chunk, it doesn't work, which again makes me think it's more of the a chunk problem than what I'm trying to do. But I don't know if that's necessarily correct either. Because see, this does work, and I can go anywhere in here. And it will paint the tiles that I've been on. But as soon as I exceed the chunk, it stops working. And I feel like that's because... Well, it's not that it stops working. See, it's doing it in another spot. Which makes me think that it's like... But there are only, like, if we look at the chunks... Oh, look. Actually, no, I'm still supposed to be within this chunk. I thought I left the chunk boundary, but I haven't left the chunk boundary. I'm still here. What? And look, now it's working here. So it's almost like it's offset to the middle of the chunk or something. Oh no, but that's right as well. I think it leaves this... I think it thinks I've left the chunk, I think is what the problem is. And it's suddenly getting tiles from a different chunk. So this chunk coord must be wrong. I don't know how though. Unless, like, again, the -1 maybe needs to be there, but I'm pretty sure we've tried that and it didn't work. Yeah, see? So -1 means I'm in a completely different chunk. So it's not -1. Looks like it might be like a rounding error as well. So this just adds 35 to get it to that, but this could be like a rounding thing. But we do floor to int. We divide by chunk size. We take the position divided by chunk size. We do have this weird offset, but that seems to work. Oh man, I don't know. Kind of sucks. What if I don't floor it? What if I use int? Because I am around the origin, so it's possible that something it's negative or whatever that ruins it. I don't know. Maybe. No. So same situation. It like halfway through the chunk, I think, it decides to jump me to a different chunk. Is what seems to be the problem. And that actually looks like the origin. So basically it stops working for the origin. Oops. Can I just like you are on chunk coord so I'm on 35 at the moment. And see, it thinks I'm on 36 now. But guess what? I haven't left the chunk. But you know what doesn't make sense though? The fact that, well, no, I mean, we treat chunks differently when we talk about it in terms of player, like the player and which chunk the player's on. Let's go back to this. I mean, I'm pretty sure that does like the same thing. So yeah, so it thinks I'm on 36 here. And I'm not yet, am I? No. But this is fine because it thinks still 35, 34. But look, but the level loaded. So I feel like that almost seemed to work because it did load the level. No, here I actually am on the boundary. Look, I have moved to the next one. So that's possibly a bad test. I just don't know where I should go. Like, I guess I'll try and go the other way. Yeah, 36. So this thinks I'm on 36. I don't think the level loaded though. Yeah, I am here. I am here. I'm in the middle of the chunk. Apparently this is chunk 36, but it's not. This should be chunk 35, 35. It's the one around the origin. So it looks like, again, it looks like it's an offset. It's like it should be... But that's weird. Why would that be happening? this offset is not half a chunk. It's offsetting. It's converting it from being from negative 35 to 35 to being between 0 and like 70 or 0 and 69 or whatever. That's fine. That's map width chunks is how many chunks there are, not the size of each chunk. Like, I don't know, we could... It's just strange to me that the chunk it thinks I'm on is like... Why would it change halfway through if I... Is it when the player goes from... Like... No, I think it's some other way. So that might be okay, but I wish I had a way to see which way I go. But I feel like, yeah, no, it happens before I go negative, see? Because I thought it happened when I went negative, but I'm positive 1.16. Although maybe that does get offset to be negative. Let's do this. So chunk chord offset pos. Let's try this. Yeah, I think it's when I go negative. Because actually this is still... Oh, well, this is negative now as well. No, that's too difficult to see. So that's all correct. 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 This is just all correct until I get to this boundary, which I don't think that's actually anything. I think it's to do with my X position though, because the reason why that was correct for so long was probably because I was moving mostly in that direction. But now it jumps over there. Why? Why can't you just work? $35. That's so strange. The only thing I can think of is obviously like chunks are single points, like they're a two-dimensional coordinate, and then we have to be within a chunk, and if we're anywhere within the chunk we should floor it back down to that coordinate, which is what's happening. Now if we're negative, then that's why we use floor, so that it again jumps back to this coordinate and doesn't go to say this chunk. But that's wrong. That's why I feel like you should cast it to an int instead, because you know, if you're within this positive space, then you go down to here. Oh, no, sorry. That's why we don't cast it to an int. That's why we floor it, so that we go back down here and we don't go back towards the origin. Because then otherwise, if this is 0, then the 4 chunks around you would all say that they're at 0, 0, because you'd cast down to that. So we are flooring it, so we are going it to, we are going like to this guy, to this guy, to this guy. Now the other complication is that, I unfortunately made the decision, well, to make it kind of centered, like to make the player in the origin, spawn in the origin, and all the chunks are around the player, which is fine. It just means we need to do a little conversion to go from like, okay, if the player is at 0, 0, for example, what chunk is that in the array? And the thing is, it's not obviously 0, 0 in the array. It would be like, you know, if we have 0 through 69, it would be basically plus the width times 2, which is 35. Now, is 35 actually correct? I think so. I think 35 would be the right chunk for being in the origin. So in other words, this is 35. This would be 34. And it should only transition when you go past here, basically. And the way that works is we have your tile position, which is basically your world space position, and you just divide it by the chunk size, and then you floor that. So if you're somewhere here, like 15, and you divide it by 16, and you get 0.8, you floor it. If you're, I don't know, -5 on X, and +6 or whatever, you divide that by 16, you get like -0.3 or whatever, and +0.3, let's just say. And then you floor that so that this goes back down to being chunk 0, and this goes down to being -1. So you become -1, 0, which is the right chunk because you're in this like chunk or whatever. But again, that -1, 0, what does that become? That becomes 34, 35, which again should be the correct chunk. Could it be ceiling in one direction but floor in the others? No, I don't think so. At least it shouldn't be. So yeah, so that should get me. That should be showing me the right. Like I don't know why that's not giving me the right chunk, but again, it's almost like it's specific because everything's working. Like the terrain generation is working great. It's just now that I have like a bit of a cache, that's not working. It seems. We could also do a little experiment. Like, if I make this much smaller, so it's 70 by 70 right now. If I make it like, which actually maybe that's the problem, the fact that it's an even number. What if we make it 71 by 71? I mean, oh look, that instantly breaks it. Huh. But look, it kind of, no, it does jump still. Man, this is so bizarre. Like, look at it. It also looks like it's getting further and further away, though. Which makes me think it's like we're multiplying by something. Let's reduce it to 5 or something, right? That doesn't work. Like, we're there. But we've only got 5 by 5 chunks. Or even, we could even just be like, all right, you know what? Let's just make it 3 by 3 because that's the starting size. That's the amount of chunks that are visible anyway, right? So let's actually, that's a good thing. Like, why am I dealing with such big numbers? Let's just do, let's kind of go with this. Why am I able to move? Oh, because does this mean the camera's locked? Oh, it does. Oh, that's so dumb. That's what I wanted to avoid. That's funny. Whatever. Okay, so it thinks I'm at chunk chord 1, 1. That's wrong. I should be at 0, 0. Okay, so does that mean that... No, but hang on. I should be at 0, 0. Because I'm in this chunk here. Oh, no, I shouldn't be at 0, 0. No, I should be at 1, 1. Because it's 0, 0, but it's 1, 1 because this is the whole map now. I've made it tiny. Like, this is basically the whole map. So, within this entire chunk, I should be staying at that position. So, let's try and move this way. And see, now it thinks I'm at 2, 2. which is incorrect because the player is at 1625. Oh no, hang on. Oh, guys, I made a blunder. I made a serious blunder, but I know what it is. I divided this by the chunk size, which doesn't make any sense because the chunk size is in terms of tiles, but tiles are not 1 by 1. So I need to divide this by chunk size times 2 and this by chunk size times 2. Okay, I'm sick of these like magic weird numbers everywhere, so I'm going to make another thing. I'm going to make a public... Let's do tile width, public float tile width, and that's going to be 2 times, that's just going to be 2. And then we'll have tile height, which is this. So this is the size of each tile. So this needs to be divided by tile width. And I really should just make that equal. And tile height, because obviously I need to get from to figure out the chunk coord. It's not just the chunk size. I need to like know the world units basically. So I think this should work. I did it in play mode, which doesn't work anymore. Okay, it's still not really working because I'm offset, but let's see. So it thinks I'm at 1, 1, which is correct. Let me highlight the chunk. Thinks I'm at 1, 1, and now I change to 1, 2. So that's correct on that axis. Let's go this way. And yes, 1, 2. Did I just fall off the world? I did. Wait, what the heck? Why are there gaps in the world? That's never happened before. Uh-oh, that's really scary. Well, there aren't here. Oh, it's when I hit F5 there are. That's fine. That's probably just something to do with me being bad at programming. I think that's because I was probably doing this incorrectly in other places as well. Yeah, see here I was doing it. Get chunk index. I should just use this. This is doing it correctly, as you can see. So this is doing it by chunk size times tile width and tile height. And this should probably use the tile offset. Not that we're ever going to attempt to change the, tiles. I was going to set up a timer for the jam ending, but that was too difficult, so I stopped. It's like, if you go to ldjam.com, you can see, but it's like maybe 20 hours, probably a bit less. Oh no, it's about 20 hours, 20 hours, 30 minutes, I think. Okay, I'm getting somewhere though. Maybe. So see, this is also dodgy. But this is used for like everything, so... Oh, but it gets multiplied by 2. So that's fine, this is special. Okay, cool. Alright, so now it's kind of like I seem to be in the right chunk, but my tile coordinate, I guess, is wrong. But I'm always in the right chunk, it seems. Yeah, and see, that's weird. So it's also not, it also doesn't seem to be writing into the right position as far as either get tiled up, like it doesn't seem to be working because unless create tense messes with it, let's comment that out. So no tense for us. Okay, that has stopped. Yeah, so it was great. There was the thing that wasn't working. Alright, so, okay, cool. So now I need to figure out why. I like seeing the chunk highlighted, it's useful. I need to figure out why I'm here. And it thinks I'm offset by, I don't know what that is, like half the chunk or something. Just move the player a bit. Does it go into the next chunk? Oh, it wraps around. Because I'm in the same chunk. What the heck? Yeah, that's weird. I guess it just needs to be offset within the chunk, but... You know, why? Oh, or is that what I'm doing here, which shouldn't be done? No, that needs to be done, I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, that stops working after a while. Maybe it needs to be done in one axis for some reason. What the heck? Wait, so is that working or not? I thought it wasn't for a second. Yeah, see, here it's not working. And that's just because I guess I've exited the chunk, but it thought I went back to that chunk. Are you serious? Is it still drawing it somewhere? No. Oh, look. Index out of range. Chunk chord 0, 0. Which I guess should be this one. Oh, look, it's correct. 0. I am at 0, 0. So what's out of range? Pause. 430. Oh, this is out of range. Oh, I guess that's why I had this. But that was somewhat breaking it. And what was the purpose of this again? It was to get... I guess it was to get this not to be negative or something. But this means it's out of range. How can this be out of range though? What happens if you do minus 16? Like minus something mod 16? I could just do the absolute version of it. Right? Maybe that would be better than this. Because if you do that, maybe you need to floor it or whatever. Yeah, I feel like that might be one of the issues. Might be rounding errors. Oh, it is flooring it though here. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I can just like let's just basically do this, I think. No, it's probably gonna crash because I was in play mode as usual. This should I imagine this should maybe work. No, it stops after a while. Oh, and it's out of range again. What? Oh, wait. Floor to int is not what I meant. I wanted to do ABS. Okay, so this should probably work. No. No. How dare you? Again, index out of range. What? How? How is this How could this possibly be out of range? Oh, I left the floor to int. Oh, come on, man. Like 5th time lucky. Nope. It's wrong. It seems to be... like a little bit correct. What is wrong? No, but hang on. Nah, that's not right either, because... So, if the tile coordinate... So let's just say this is our world. We're around here. This is technically 0, 0, -1, -1, like whatever. If I go into a negative direction, then my value is going to be negative. It's going to round me down to this chunk, but then within this, my coordinate technically would be negative. So let's just say I'm right in the middle, or let's just do like, I'm over here. So what would my coordinate be? Well, the world origin is 0, 0, which is actually here. This is just the chunk. So the world origin is 0, it's here. So therefore I would be, size of chunk 16, so I'd be maybe like at 28, -28 or something. So if I want to find out where I am here, this is the problem, I think. If I want to find out where I am here, it's negative, but I can't just mod this, because if I mod this, I'll get like what, 12, right? I'll get -12 if I mod -28, but if I ABS that takes me to here. So I kind of need to be like, maybe if I'm negative, I do 16 minus 12 to get me to 4, because that's where I am as far as the chunk's concerned. But if I was here, and I'd be, here, which is positive 28, then I would mod, I'd be, mod, which would give me 12, which actually is correct. So it's correct when it's positive, but when it's negative, it needs to be subtracted from 16, is basically the thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know why this was an index out of bounds though, because it should have still given me a valid value. But basically, I guess I could just say, if, let's just do this. Let's do tile coord.x mod equals 16 and y as well. And then we could just say, if it's negative, we flip it. Okay, so that works for this part, and it stops working as usual. And again, it's an index out of range. The thing that's bugging me is it's index out of range, because I just don't understand how that's happening. So it's saying this is out of range. But how? So let's go negative or whatever. Oh, it's 22. How? What the heck? Bro, this is cooked. Is there something weird with the modulus operator when it's negative in C#? Because somehow this is giving me, like, somehow this tug y is ending up at 28. And I just don't understand, if I'm modding it by 16, how can it be 28? Wait. But if it's negative and I'm doing 16 minus, then of course it would be 28. Wait, so what am I trying to do here that I'm not doing? Am I just trying to add it? Because what was my example? I was on negative 12 and I wanted to get to 4. Well, yeah, that's plus 16. Okay. May have just had a bit of a slow moment. A senior moment, as they call it. Alright. Well, now I'm not getting the errors, but it's still not working. Man, the day I get this working, I'm going to retire. This is crazy. I don't know why this is so difficult. But also, like, it's weird because my tile index jumps suddenly. Like, it goes from 0 to 15. Oh, but that should be correct if that chunk is 0. But it's not. Like, as in... Oh, but it thinks it is. But it never is. Or is it? Yeah, is my position 0 then? Yeah, it says my position, right? No, well that's all correct, but then... Yeah, that seems correct. That is working. Okay, that's not working. Yeah, I'm on -2. So because I've decided to become minus on this, even though the chunk is fine, the -1 or -2 needs to translate to being... Looks like the end of the chunk, which is why it's doing 0 and 14. Which would make sense. However, it doesn't actually make sense. Also, why is one of my chunks missing? Maybe I was wrong about my thing. Oh, no. It's not quite this, though. Oh, man. This is so stupid. I hate everything. It's not just this. It's also, I don't know why I did this whole centering thing. That's the one thing I regret. I should have just made everything start at 0. Because during a game jam, like, don't have the mental energy to, like, do extra conversions all the time. The problem is when we go negative, we're not on a chunk boundary yet. So therefore this is rubbish. Oh my gosh, this is such a disaster. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't have done this. Oh my gosh, now I don't know what to do. What's interesting here as well, though, is that, like, we're trying to... Okay, so we're trying... Let's just draw another little scenario then. We're trying to... Like, here's our middle, right? So let's think about this. This is the origin of the world, and the way that it works at the moment is this is the chunk. I was kind of assuming the chunk would be here for some reason, but it's not. This is the chunk, and this is the origin of the world. So, if we're trying to find out an absolute tile index of this within this, I think it's like the easiest thing to do is just to pretend that it was here. Either that or because again, the problem is that, so if the player's actually here, we will get and 16 is the width of this chunk in terms of tiles, which in terms of world units is about 32 on the X at least. Then if we are at, and it is smart enough to, I think, figure out that which chunk you are based on this, I think. That's why we were seeing that problem before as well, I think. That makes sense. Now it makes sense. But anyway, my point is that if we are at, like, if it determines that, hey man, you're at, 4, 4, which is like right here, right? In terms of the tile index, then that's not correct technically, like, and it does that by this code over here, because 4 by 4 would be correct if you were assuming that this is where the thing was, right? So it's kind of like, I guess you would just subtract half from this, and that will give you -4, right? No. Well, in this case, like, you'd kind of want to add that amount and wrap it. Yeah, I guess you just add half and wrap it. No, the offset world position, just halve the offset world position. Completely halve it. No, I don't think I want to do that. Because this is also in, like, center around the origin. So I could add half and wrap it so that we would at least be within the right place here, and I think that would work everywhere, right? So I feel like you could just do tile chord x equals tile chord x plus 8 mod 16. Like, would that not work? And then I'm not really sure about that whole negative thing that I'm doing. But let's see what this does. But what's weird is that, again, it was like partially working before. That's the really, really weird part about it. So I must be doing this somewhere, but it's just not happening somewhere. Because if we just focus on tile chord for a second, because we know which chunk we're in, and I'm pretty sure we reliably know what chunk we're in. Like, I could play with that, but, like, I'm pretty sure that's right, because I've looked at the chunk chords being printed. They're easier to keep track of when they're printed. So let's just focus on the tile chords. So we take this, we divide it by the tile width, and so now we should have, basically that's easy. We just divide it by the tile width, the tile height, and now we have like an actual tile position. So the next step is, that's cool, but I want to know where I am within a chunk. So to do that, again, we would simply just mod it by 16 and we'd be done, kind of. If our job was just to... if our job was just to... If it was zero, if it was from, you know, not centered around the origin, basically. But because it is, we have to do some extra stuff. But this +8 thing, where does that come in? Because this chunk, because I guess here's the thing. This gives us our tile coordinate, but it's not like a, it's kind of like a global tile coordinate where it assumes that 0 is, yeah. So I feel like this +8 should kind of work because like this should kind of work. I'm not sure about the negatives. Let's maybe remove this for a second, but I don't think that's what's causing the problem. Because see, it thinks we're over here, so let's just stop for a second. Why does it think we're over there? That's at the very edge of the chunk, right? So that's what I mean. It looks like, it's like we are doing it somewhere. And we shouldn't be negative, I think, at the moment, because player is +7, +19. Right, so if I'm at 719, then technically speaking, 7 and 19, so 7.6 divided by the size of a tile, which is 2 on X, gives me 3.8, which becomes index 3. Now the enemies are moving me. I should pause it, but I can't. It'll jump the camera. 9. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. But the thing is, I'm kind of in the middle. Okay. Let's just make the enemies not spawn. I don't know why I'm still spawning enemies. Okay. This is a nice clean map. So let's maybe take the player and put him in the origin of the world. Okay. So this is round about the origin of the world. Wait, that's the origin of the world? Maybe I'm wrong with my assumption that chunks are centered around the origin then. Because that doesn't look like it's centered around the origin at all. That looks like the middle chunk starts from here. Whoops. So let's not do that then. Well, at least we're getting somewhere. So that takes it back to it partially working, right? Which now I'm happy though, because now it makes sense why it partially worked. But then now what happens is my tile index is negative, which means that doesn't work anymore. Because I kind of got rid of this. So let's put that back. Which also kind of stops working, but doesn't seem to produce an error, does it? Oh, it does. Okay. So it's still unhappy with the index out of range. Line 219. Oh, it's a different place. This. So this is now out of range. Why? My chunk chord is 10. But it's out of, apparently this is out of range. Line 219. Yeah, so this would be a -1. So the values that would be passed in here is 0, I think, and -1. But it takes -1 and it adds in half the map chunks, which is half of 3, which is 1. Does that even work properly for odd sized things? I feel like it doesn't. Yeah, the tile is always positive within the chunk. Now, I think. Well, no, it always kind of was. Anyway, that's not the problem now. No, that is right, yeah. Right, because then I'll get basically, instead of -1 to 1, I now got 0 to 2. Because I've added 1. Because this is what this does, this adds 1. So that is correct, but why is it saying it's out of range? Let's put a breakpoint in, and we'll probably crash here. Or maybe not. Okay, well that's fine. That's also, I don't care. So let's take the player and move them, I guess, negative. I want to go -Z, which is, I think, that way. Okay, so now I'm -Z, and if I hit F5, because I had to hit F5, I'm -1, because this is at -2. What? Oh, because I'm there. Ugh. I think the reason for this is that there's just no bounds checking. I think there used to be, but there's not anymore. So this is actually fine, turns out. I think it just can't do it. Like, we need to check bounds basically here. I guess we could just do that easily by just saying if sx less than 0, or sy less than 0, or sz rather less than 0, or sx greater than or equal to this. Wrong thing. Oh, whoops. How do I sketch on the screen? It's an app called Zoom It. Zoom It. Okay, so that actually works now. Have I actually done it? Or are you just teasing me? You were just teasing me. Okay, I just went in the positive direction. So now I think I'm negative. And so now I might need my weird conversion thing. Although I was negative before as well. Alright, but it's good. We're getting exceptions, which is good. So line 440. Back to line 440. So back to this. Wait, did I stop doing the modulus thing? What? Didn't I? Ah. I think I'm just missing this. Maybe. Well, I mean, this shouldn't crash anymore, but whether it works or not. Oh, I'm negative. Yeah, I'm in negative. Reloading these chunks all day long. I mean, that seems to work. Okay, so now we do something a bit different. We Let's keep the music playing. Let's go to the map size and make it like bigger. 50 by 50 or whatever. Don't really care. So let's see if we can, generate new chunks. So the good news here is that we can properly modify the cache now. Oh, or not. Okay, index out of bounds. Okay, good. I'm glad we caught that. Line 440 again. Ugh. And what are we? We're -74, -33. And that's out of bounds. Again, line 440. So this is out of bounds. Why would that be out of bounds? Hang on. It's because this is stupid. Adding 16 is stupid here because it hasn't been modded yet. I think what I was doing before was I was first modding it. Yeah, that's right. I was first modding it and then I was... So this is already perfect. And then I was doing that check. That's why. So this should now work. Oh, or not. So why is that different to what was happening before? Because before it was kind of working. I'm just screwing up is what it is. Where's my negative? I want to go negative. Player. Negative, and this works, so let's go -x. -x, and we'll keep going -z. Well, yeah, I'm fully negative. Chunks are still spawning in. That's probably good enough of a test, right? Yep, that's good. Alright, sweet. Oh, I think it's finally working. I want to probably reward myself with some coffee. That's true. No, I want to go to that new cafe that makes amazing coffee. Alright guys, I'm going to be right back. Gonna have some coffee. Enjoy this screenshot. I'm gonna be back very soon though. Like I'm talking 10-15 minutes. Maybe I should write that on the screen. Alright. See you guys soon. Alright, I'm back. Did you miss me? How long was that? I said 15 minutes. Was that correct? Was that a bit more? I felt like about 20, but I don't remember what time I left. I guess I can look back on the live stream. Alright, so I got this pile of garbage working, it looks like. So, yeah, the real point for this though, was just to that's different, isn't it? Yep. The real point of this was just to get the tent. Oh, so now we have to bring back. Okay, so the tent seemed to have negatively impacted some of the generation. Like, as in, if I hit F5, oh, we don't anymore. Okay, never mind. We used to have oh, and look, the tent stays perfect, and that's the root motion player. Because remember how we had holes in the world, and that was very scary. Now we don't, right? And you can see the tent stays there, and if I go far enough for the tent to disappear, well, actually, I don't think the tent will ever disappear. Yeah, the chunks will disappear. But if I go back, we should hopefully realize that we have the same, and you can see our glowing tiles have remained as well, but we have the same thing. Beautiful. So let's go back to having the game as normal, meaning fog is on. Where can I dock this? Just like here, I guess, would be fine, because I like to have a bit of a bigger view. Didn't even know that was a thing. And we'll get rid of the pink tile situation, the debug tile. So we'll just, I don't know, highlight. Okay, so now we shouldn't have debugging. I mean, the debug tile thing anymore. Yeah, right. So there should be somewhere in the world a tent, and you can see now that the tent is always flat. The area around the tent is always flat, and that's important. Also, while I was getting my delicious coffee, I was thinking about what like the main menu kind of should be like. And by main menu, I mean if we even need a main menu, like how does the game start basically? And I thought it'd be cool to kind of start and maybe show like an orbiting camera, or that might be hard with this fog now that I think about it, but show like, you know, yeah, it would be hard with this orbiting camera. It would be hard with this fog. But I was picturing like an orbiting camera around the world, and before you hit enter to play, you have the ability to regenerate the world. So that way you could kind of play around with that, and that also tells people that, hey, this is random. Because otherwise, like, you know, you'd have to like close the game basically, or replay it to get a different world. And someone might not play it twice. Someone might just get a stupid world that just sucks, and they might be like, oh, I don't know how, I can't play this, you know? And then they might quit because, yeah. The tent could have lights. Yeah, the tent could have lights. Let's add lights to the tent. I want to see what that looks like. That actually might help, because you can see it's very foggy, but if the tent had a light on it, you can kind of see lights through fog. So that might be nice to do. So maybe let's add a point light. It could be like a siren, you know, like it could be a flashing red light. That'd be kind of cool, actually. Yeah, let's make it that. Can I make a... What do I want for this? A cylinder? A capsule, maybe? Sure, let's make a capsule. I'm gonna make a capsule. I'm gonna make it like this. I'm gonna parent the tent light point light, tent light. I'm gonna parent the light to the light. Pop it like here. This is a bit too big. I was thinking of just having a light, you know, like here, like that. So it's kind of like, let me hide the icons. So this is kind of what the light looks like. Obviously we need a material for it. Materials, which are on one directory. M tent light. I guess I'll make it this. So I guess that's what it kind of looks like. Maybe make it a bit smaller. But the problem is it will light inside the tent as well if I make the radius too much. And then we could make it so that it, that's kind of cool. We could add a script to it as well. What's simple? That's the whole thing. This looks simple. This is what I was looking for. No, let's get that from the initial. That way we can control it from the editor. Speed. I'll do this at the end to avoid like performance kind of. Should I even? I'm gonna have to read and write it once anyway. I guess it's fine. Let's just do it this way because I'm gonna have to do that, and then if intensity greater than max intensity. It doesn't really matter. We can do, well, first of all, I guess we can clamp it. We might want it to wait a bit, but let's just quickly do this. Honestly, there's not much time. So let's do a min intensity, max intensity. Well, it's literally this actually. And then we'll do speed times equals -1. Else if intensity less than equal to 0 equals 0, and also this, and then yeah, whatever. Speed 1, I don't know, that'll take a second I guess to get to max intensity. Update prefab. So there's just a little thing, which you can see why it's nice. That doesn't seem, I'm I need to also control the material emission, but you could see it through the fog there, which was nice. But yeah, I need to control the emission, I guess, as well. So let's do... we'll make this public though. We'll just do that. That's the material. Oh yeah, that's fine. So I guess that would work, right? Yeah, so you can kind of see over here, you can see it in the distance, in the fog, and it's also animating. It's probably too slow though. Let's play with the speed. So how's that? Is that nice? That's a bit too fast, isn't it? And I feel like maybe it doesn't get intense enough. Anyway, this is really, really minor. I should probably stop. Let's make it 2.5. And let's make the max intensity like 5. Oh, this is quite the world. But 10 should be on a flat piece, as you can see. And then there you go. That's kind of nice and slow. Little coffee station light that you can kind of see through the fog, as you can see. So you can't see the tent at all, but you can see the light, which is cool. Alright, so I'm done now. Now I'm seriously done because the next step is to fix the runtime. And the runtime needs some help. So I guess I'll commit this stuff. And I'll actually, because Peter and Tim have added stuff, so I'm gonna just, let's do some, interesting. That's useful. Yeah, stream will be saved. So let's pull. That's okay. Asset registry. That's fine. Let's compile this. Let's run Hazel, make sure everything's up to date and working.
I don't know, that's my idea for the concept art. You have, maybe you have another one, or you're the one who's doing the development instead of the hour. Yeah, I was thinking just do the move. And I could do the pin as well.
Okay, well, it does in fact work. Where's my tent, huh? Where's my fog light? Clearly not that effective. Yeah, because it's on the other side. But there it is. Right, good. Anyway, isn't that beautiful, having it like this so that you can, like, it's just nice and flat. I really like that. Wait, do they just go through the tent walls? No, I think they spawned. I don't really care about obstacles.
Because I thought the player wasn't starting at all with the
Okay, so that's great. Let's try and build this, and like I guess we're gonna build the asset pack. And we're gonna see. So Peter claims that some of the prefabs are not actually in the asset pack. So let's grab this.
It's almost like a secondary, you know, for our game. That's why.
So tent, enemy prefab. Yeah, but apparently he was saying that the one of the prefabs wasn't added. And it was the the blue one, something blue. Yeah. So there's a blue hexagon that's very, very important because it's the main level generator. That's what it uses. And as you can see, we have hexagons here, and it's an array of hexagons, and one of them hexagon blue. It's possible that arrays of prefabs are not serialized. That's definitely possible.
Or at the very least.
Wait, coffee tent is null here. So how did that work? Oh no, I'm beneath the surface. That shouldn't happen. But we'll deal with that later.
No, I think it would be cool.
Where's my... Oh, it doesn't work anymore, the tent. That got unset somehow. Fun. Let's just add these back though. Tent.
Well, yeah.
Tent for now. Alright, so save. So let's try and build the asset pack again.
I think an assault rifle should shoot more.
This should be okay.
Sniper rifle should shoot. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, that's fine.
Would be cool.
That doesn't count as a crash. Whoops.
Damage, but I don't know.
Like it hasn't crashed.
It's just 3 different
Okay, so we've got the asset pack.
15-degree offset.
And it still doesn't have, obviously, our blue thing, right? Yeah. I think it's probably just arrays. Arrays of
What do you think?
prefabs. But arrays of materials get serialized because we have, like, as far as the hexagon materials, like, we have green, we have blue, we have red, we have all of them, right? Wait, where's the white one? We don't have the white one? Oh, it's called red. That's why the white one's called red.
Before this conversation, yeah,
Yes, it's here. Okay, so that's good. If we go to scene, it's good in the sense that, yeah, so this is the get asset list function that should be doing everything. So it goes through the script component and it looks at what's being used. And apparently it ignores arrays. But it clearly doesn't quite ignore arrays because materials worked.
cool, because I think that would be cool. I want to do justice to Jan's idea of like making a generic FPS that we never ended up making, and so this game will be kind of like that.
So if it's an array and it's an asset, if it's not an array, it's an asset. So how about we just make this handle arrays? I don't know how to do that though, because Peter wrote the array stuff for the script engine. So if it is an array, what do I do? How do I get the data from it? How do I normally get the data? So I ask for the field storage. Is there an array field storage or something? Oh, well, that's nice. So I guess it's an array instead, which is a field storage base. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then I guess from this, we can just get the value at a particular index, and we can probably ask it how many it has, I'm guessing. Get length. Okay, so this seems to be good, I think. We can do this, and we can just be like, you know, we'll call it array field storage. Get length, which I don't know if that actually was a size T. No, it's a UN32T for some reason. So that's just length, and then we go through. Excuse me. We can go through and get the value at a particular index, and then we can, you know, do this whole thing if we want to. So here we assume it's a UUID, which is an asset handle. Don't know why it doesn't say asset handle, but sure. Nah. And that, I think, is it. That's basically what we wanted to do. Okay, so let's try that. But we do need to make sure it's an asset, actually, in our mind. So let's do if asset, if thingy. Now we'll just do if it's not an array and if it is an array. But field info type, that if it's an array, it's an array of a type, so that should be fine, I think, as well. Well, we'll see. Not a big deal.
Maybe it should be dependent on the handle. No. Yeah, but what I mean, if the one that you're dropping still has armor in it, then it will stay. And if it doesn't have any more armor in it, then it can. Because I was just picturing a situation in which, like, you're surrounded by enemies, and like you have to preserve your ammo, right? So
It's now the last day. Yes. Yeah, I guess there's like less than 20 hours left. When are you going for a food break? I'm hungry. I just went for a coffee break. Probably food's gonna be long. I have some leftovers in the fridge. We made pea mania like 2 days ago. I'll probably heat them up. Have them in a minute, but other than that, maybe get pizza or, I don't know, something else for dinner in like 4 or 5 hours. Is the plan. Okay, so let's try and, well, let me make sure the tents are working, yep. I'm going to see it pop up. So let's do build asset pack, and now, hopefully, we'll actually see more stuff in the asset pack. We'll probably just scan it and see it. But the hexagons should be there. Yep, here they are, right? So prefab, hexagon red, hexagon blue, they're all in here now. So that's great, because that's fixed. Let me push this out. Is that even the name of the function? Okay. So I built the asset pack now. Might have to build the shader pack as well. And then I can maybe run the runtime because Peter's fixed some stuff as well. And maybe we'll see it working in the runtime because that's really important, obviously. Otherwise we can't ship the game. I should have probably created some baseline audio as well just to make sure that worked. So I've done this. I mean, I'm doing it again, but yeah, 71 used assets is more. And let's do build shader pack, and let's do build sound bank, even though we don't have any sounds, and that should be maybe good. Maybe not. And let's try it on the runtime, because I think it should just work. Like I configured it yesterday. Cherno, I don't know if you read the... Oh, it worked! Cherno, I don't know if you read the... Guys, the runtime works.
Really?
Yep. It was easy. It just needed... Like, apart from the stuff that Peter fixed... Okay, it crashed. Possibly, never mind. Anyway, Dragon was saying, Cherno, I don't know if you read the chat, but I'm curious, since you said you removed OpenGL from Hazel, you think it's still worth learning it? I guess so, because I feel like if you're just starting graphics programming, it's a little bit difficult to get into, you know, Vulkan or DirectX 12 or whatever immediately. Like, I don't know, it would, yeah. Like, I don't know, I can't say I would ever use OpenGL these days though, but again, that's because I am probably on a different level to you. Like, I've been through the OpenGL life. And so it's kind of like, you know, I wouldn't, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. If that makes sense. From what I understood, OpenGL is much more simple than Vulkan. Yes, it is. So learning it is a good, somewhat easy path to understand Vulkan. I wouldn't say it's a good path to understand Vulkan. It's just a good path to... Well, it's good if you want to learn, like, the theory, more or less the theory and the techniques of graphics. Like, you know, it's kind of like saying... It's kind of like, you know, you don't need to necessarily buy the best equipment immediately to start learning something in life. You know, you can just start... You know, like if you want to learn photography, you don't need to buy like a medium format Hasselblad, like expensive camera. You can just start with your phone or whatever and learn more about like, how do I compose photos? How do I, you know, what is exposure? How do I control that? You know, how do I want to, like, what effect does shutter speed have on the image or whatever, right? You can learn those techniques kind of first, and it's much more simple, and you don't need too much to get started. And in fact, you'll probably be overwhelmed with a more kind of complex camera. But yeah, that's what I would say. But obviously, like, you know, if you see other people using Vulkan and DirectX 12 and not OpenGL, like, that might just mean that they've, you know, their goals and their current situation is different to you. It doesn't mean that they're... It doesn't mean that you should also make the same decisions as them. I'm running a debug build now, which is painful, but it does work. So something happens when it tries to destroy physics. Oh, but also look at the shadows. Oh, but that's fine. I think that's because I'm overriding the settings incorrectly. So this is what a debug build looks like, guys. This is why we don't use debug too often. But I'm hoping that it will give me more information when it tries to destroy a body. Why was it even destroying bodies? Oh, here we go. So, but it's weird because this doesn't obviously... Yeah, it's to do with Jolt as well. You know what? Peter has, on Peter's stream, he has, like, Hazel crash counter. I should have bloody, like, physics crash counter, because for me, it's like 90% of crashes are in physics. Jolt crash counter. That will. I mean, entity handle, this does look like a valid entity, and it's part of a scene and everything, and I'm pretty sure in destroy entity we actually make sure that the entity is valid. So like it's almost certainly there, but this isn't happy because, but why? This is weird, isn't it? Oh, maybe the entity isn't valid because I think entity.getUID is not valid. Therefore, I don't think the entity still exists. But registry registry.destroy entity hand. Wait, hang on. Where are we exactly? Oh, we're destroying the entity in the entity component system. And that's calling on rigid body component destroy. Aha, if M is editor scene return. Well, that's why it works. That's why it works in the editor. I might tell Peter about this, but I actually don't know if this is necessarily a physics issue. But the problem is, I guess the entity here, what seems to have happened is this entity may have actually already been destroyed because we're actually trying to destroy it. Like we are inside we've given the command to destroy the entity here, but then we have a signal that we set up through the entity component system to let us know. But surely it wouldn't have already removed it from the registry and all of its components, right? That's because then we can't actually do what it's supposed to do and get UID fails because that entity isn't valid anymore. So I don't know if this is Peter's fault, unfortunately. So rigid body connect scene, yeah, so this is on destroy. So let me just Google this and see if this is in fact correct. Like if this on destroy function, if this, like, I mean, yeah, listeners are invoked before the component is removed. This makes sense. So therefore it is some weird problem. And I'd expect it to do that because otherwise, like, you know. So then, if that's true, but also I'm confused. Why does this not happen in the editor? Can we not destroy bodies in the editor? Okay, let me get Peter up. Let's see if he picks up. Do you guys think he'll pick up? Let's see if he picks up. Peter. You picked up. Nice. You've been good today with that. Okay, so basically the runtime is working. Almost. Because you haven't been paying attention to my stream, have you?
No.
Okay, let me share my screen with you, and I shall show you. Basically, it works until it goes to a new chunk, I think, because it tries to destroy a body. Well, it's not necessarily the physics. It might not be the physics system, but I just wanted you to see this anyway. You can see my screen, yeah? So it crashes because basically the call stack is we're trying to destroy an entity. The entity gets destroyed like from the registry, which calls the signal and calls the on rigid body component destroy function because we're trying to destroy an entity that has a rigid body, I guess, a rigid body component. This doesn't happen in the editor for some reason, which explains why it doesn't crash in the editor potentially. I don't know why this doesn't happen in the editor. Like, why doesn't it?
We don't have a body. Like the actual physics body doesn't exist in like a normal editor scene.
Oh, this isn't runtime. Yeah,
No,
sorry.
You're just editing the scene.
So this does happen then in the when you're playing the scene.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. All right, well that's interesting then. But anyway, the point is this doesn't work. Why? Because well, to destroy the entity, it tries to get the UUID from the entity, but apparently that doesn't exist. Right? And it's like, what I can imagine is that it's either been destroyed twice somehow, because obviously like this, like I looked it up and just because, I mean, I was sure it wasn't the case, but if you do hook up like a signal through on destroy, they are invoked before the component has been removed from the entity, which of course is good because otherwise it wouldn't really be useful. So that should be fine, but it can't find the UID, which means clearly that entity isn't valid. But in terms of the call stack, like, you know, it looks valid. It's got a handle of 2400. Like, I don't see why that wouldn't be valid. Like, it's not like some memory corruption or weird situation.
And it could have been removed from the end registry, I guess.
Well, but no, but I also don't think that's the case somehow, because we're currently removing it from the end registry. This is the call stack. We're in here. And I believe if it was already removed, Ent would have told us, hey, that's not valid.
Yeah.
And I'm in debug, by the way.
Yeah.
But also, it doesn't happen in the editor.
That's so bizarre that it doesn't happen in the editor, considering it should be the same code path. Yeah, I don't know. One. That is definitely a very strange bug.
Yeah, it's really, really weird.
I mean, I guess. Could you go into the on-rigid-body destroy callback? The actual like callback in scene.
Yep. Physics scene seems to be working. 2,352 rigid bodies.
That's a few.
Yeah, that's why that's
Well,
performing.
By my
poorly.
standards now, they're nothing.
Well, yeah, because yeah.
But
Which, by the way, I mean, I know not everything is a rigid body, but that's very close to the 2400 of the entity ID.
yeah.
So that further proves that entity ID is probably valid.
Yeah, like clearly it still exists in the physics scene. But like,
No, but also we are it's really strange because clearly we're trying to destroy this entity, like outside of physics, because I don't even think this is a physics issue. It turns out, because like the only reason why I really called you was because I thought like I misread this thing, and I thought that I can't find it anymore. But I thought that editor scene meant editor, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
So I thought I'm like, why the heck is this not working in the editor? But it is.
actually, hang on. I think I know this issue to some degree.
Okay.
Could you go into hang on, let's see if I can remember this. I know that there was an issue with something like this before, and how did I fix it?
Tell me
I know
more.
it had something to do with the scene destructor.
The scene destructor.
Actually, no, I think it might have been a different issue, because... Yeah, I think it was a different issue, because we had to clear the registry before we disconnected the callbacks.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would be fired.
That does sound like a different issue.
Yeah.
But like again, it's like I don't even think it's the physics. It just seems like somehow, again, the entity. Like really, the problem here is that it's like asserting because the entity doesn't have a component, and guess which component doesn't have? The only one that entities are guaranteed to have, pretty much, which is the ID component. So that's really strange. But yet the entity is valid, as far as I understand. Because if it wasn't valid, then ent would be like, hey man, you've got an invalid entity.
Yeah.
So
It would have actually asserted in ent at that point. No.
well, exactly, and that's almost an impossible situation, because how can we have an entity with no... Wait, where does it get this entity from? What if it's like ID 0 or something weird? But no, but it's not. It's 2400. But like this is coming from a submit to destroy entity, so it's coming from here. Yeah.
Hang on. Go back into that.
And look, it even
destroy
checks here.
entity. Yeah. Go back to that destroy entity function, like in the call stack.
Yep.
We grab the ID. What's ID there?
Ah. Oh.
It's valid.
No. But we haven't. Oh yeah, we do get UUID.
Yeah.
And then we
So
do
it's
this.
valid at that point.
That's a good point.
So maybe the ID component actually got destroyed before the callback for the rigid body got called.
But how?
Good question.
This is a good point, because this would have failed.
Yeah.
So that's valid, because there it is. And is that a valid UUID? I'm assuming so, but we could probably see if it's in that map. Yeah, Xerox is asking if we've stored an entity pointer somewhere, but in the meantime, pools and ent have been reallocated. Like, I would maybe say that's possible, but I don't think that would have happened within this, because this should have... But, like, it's in remove all, man. Like, this... Look. Like, this is a bit suspicious. Because it claims that it hasn't done anything, and yet... All I'm seeing are the words remove, erase, pull, like remove, p data remove. Like,
Yeah.
can we
But
trust
yeah,
end here?
I'm almost certain that the ID component's being destroyed before on rigid body component destroy is called. Because maybe it only guarantees that the rigid body component hasn't been destroyed, but not the ID component. I wouldn't have implemented it that way, but maybe End did.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, let me go back and read that carefully.
Yeah. That's very, very strange if it does that, but that seems to be what's happening.
Where was it? It was the connect thing. So on destroy, before the component has been removed, and I'm guessing this is the component.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Oh. But to be honest, this is exactly why I don't like this.
Yeah.
Like, because it's really flaky. Like, I feel like we should, like, why have this whole signal system, you know, when you can just be like, hey, I'm destroying an entity, you know, we should probably notify the physics system about it.
I find those signals very useful, but the problem is, considering how flaky they seem to be, their usefulness goes down basically to nothing at that point. If they had been stable and like actually work properly or work the way I expect them to work, I would have just been really happy with them. But it actually caused a few problems during the development.
I wonder if there's any way we can tell Ant that, hey, this component is literally the most important thing, delete it last. Like, can we set component priorities or anything like that?
I don't know.
Because this...
Is it random at the moment?
Is it random? I guess so, yeah.
I mean, it feels like there should be something.
I guess what happens, and why this makes sense to me, is because I guess Ent would just simply go through all of the components of the entity and be like, does it have a signal to call? If so, call it, then destroy. If it doesn't, just destroy. And so it's not like it goes through all the signals first and then moves on to destroying all the components. I think it's doing it basically component by component, which would make sense, obviously, because that would be better anyway, because entities are just components, they're not really real. So it's not like you have an entity and all the memory for everything's together. It's not. So therefore, you'd go through, you know, you'd do it this way, I guess.
Yeah.
And because that avoids iterating through components twice. So it makes sense, but it's also like, I don't really want ID components to be like that.
I guess that's why... The thing is, most of those, like, on-destroy signals that we have do nothing. And I'm wondering if this is the actual reason, like, someone in the team noticed what was happening there and just went, nope.
Yeah. I don't know.
That on destroy is... Well, I guess on destroy isn't really required, but the on construct is kind of required right now, because...
But that's fine.
If we create a rigid body component through C# scripts, we have to like have a neat way of handling that. But the destroy one, I guess, technically not necessary. Like that could be handled when we destroy an entity.
Yeah. I'm just googling stuff, but I can't really find anything useful.
Should just write our own ETS.
But what? Like I don't know. I think it's fine. It's just we don't have to use these features. It's kind of like C++. You don't have to use everything, and probably shouldn't.
The thing is that they're kind of nice if they had worked. But
so
obviously they don't.
But see, the other issue is this is happening just for the runtime. Isn't that a bit lol?
That's very weird. Why would that happen only for the runtime?
Don't know. It's very strange. And like, you know, I mean, I'm serious when I say that it works perfectly until we get to that point. Like, look, this is the game. It's running perfectly. But then as soon as it has to destroy a body, which might be when those particles get despawned, there you go. So, like, this isn't like this is held together with duct tape. Like, it's working. It's just this.
Yeah. Honestly, just go into the destroy signal and just grab the code and move it out into the destroy entity for now.
Yeah,
Just
I guess that makes sense for a game jam.
Yeah.
Pro edition. And this will just take in an entity like a normal person.
Hey. Right, I was in the process of completely nuking our gun system.
This doesn't even check to see if it's got a rigid body, does it? That's alright though.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, is that the only play? Well, the problem is that, I mean, here it's happening here, but I guess is this the only place where we destroy entities?
Should be.
So if it has a rigid body component, do this. Basically. Right?
Yeah. What's the destroy entity function underneath it? Like, what does that do?
Call this one.
Okay. Good.
And then I'll disconnect the signal for now. So I'll say replaced by for Ludum.
Also, just comment out the connect as well in the constructor of scene.
Which one?
Otherwise, supposed to in the constructors or in.
Oh, this is the destructor.
Yeah,
That's the disconnect. Ah, whoops. Yeah, I meant this. Alright, well, this should work according to you.
In theory.
So I see you're not sleeping.
Not yet. I
Not
want to
yet.
get this gun stuff done, so like the gameplay's there.
Fair.
I might grab a few hours of sleep.
So, I don't know if you've seen what I've been up to, but I have been in a horrific place with the world generation.
Get the 10 stuff.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was just literally being able to get like the right tile, because I decided to write kind of like 2 different coordinate systems in one world generator. And it just made everything really, really difficult. Like, I basically regret centering everything around the origin, because it just made things so much harder.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay, this isn't crashing.
Yeah.
And what's the FPS? Not amazing. 140. Sometimes drops to 88. 187. 85. But wait. Let's take a quick look stream. Main thread 4 milliseconds, render thread 7 milliseconds. Ugh. Oh, but GPU wait 5 milliseconds, CPU only 2. Wonder why these aren't combined. Oh, well, we're waiting actually. Yeah, because the GPU time's 9 milliseconds. So actually, we're GPU bound, I think. But and the main thread is pretty good. So physics is 1.3 milliseconds. Script update is 0.07. So that's amazing. So we basically got a lot of. We've got 3+ milliseconds of main thread to waste. And, I mean, the CPU render thread is decently big. I guess we've got like 2,500 entities to render, that's why. And they have to be kind of processed. Yeah, but the GPU is also a little slower than I would have liked.
Yeah.
No, well, it does. It bounces between 4 and 7. And I don't even have screen space reflections on, I think. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. And then when we load the chunk, I think it spikes very briefly. But that's okay. It's not too bad. And I guess we can, if we reduce the size, we can see that it's, yeah, the GPU is a lot faster now. And the main thread, why is the main thread kind of high though? The main thread's like 4 milliseconds, but the physics is only 1.4, and it's not the script update. So what are we doing on the main thread? Might have to hook up Tracy. Okay, cool. So now that I've kind of got all this stuff working though, yes, stream, the geometry is instanced. I want to, yeah, so, and I fixed the runtime, right? So, and you're working on the gun switching, you said, I think.
I'm basically just rewriting the way we handle guns to kind of accommodate some better gunplay.
Yep. Okay,
I'll
so
get that in what, like 2 hours?
I will probably move on then to generating the general's tent.
Yeah, that would
Because
be good.
that's where we have to go to. And that's going to be a bit of a challenge because that chunk probably doesn't exist yet. It was easy for the initial tent because it's in the initial set of chunks. And I was thinking it might be cool that before you start the game, like basically the idea I had was we would display like, you know, press enter to start game or space to start game or whatever. But then we could also be like press F5 to regen world. And that way you could kind of like pick your world before you start. That might be fun because that would immediately tell people that the world is randomly generated, because I would hate for someone to play this game once and get like the 1 in 100 chance of ridiculous hills and be like, this sucks.
Yeah.
So I don't know, that's what I'm kind of thinking, but it's difficult to show the world with the fog, although I guess you could just disable the fog just for that. Also, did you like my tent? Did you see my tent situation?
Nah, yeah.
I saw some of it, yeah.
You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
So I did a couple of things. I added this red light.
That's sick.
But also
that's
you can
nice.
see how it's always going to be flat, and it's kind of smoothly flat. So if I regen the world, maybe I'll get something a bit more challenging. And the reason why I did the light is, see, you can see it. See it in the distance? You can see it through the fog.
Oh yeah, that's really nice.
Because the fog, this was back in forest, but when I wrote the shader for the fog, I made emissive materials kind of penetrate it a bit. And yeah, no matter what the hills are like, you can see the tent will always be on a flat piece of land, and then it'll kind of smoothly fall off as well.
That's sick.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's never, my point is it's never going to be like this and then an immediate jump to here. It'll always gradually taper out.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks really cool on the normals. Like the lighting.
I mean, the light doesn't make sense. To
No,
me,
it's
right?
because we don't have shadows, but it still looks cool. So yeah,
I like the flickering. It's so smooth. It's nice.
the fading, yeah. And yeah, like I have never seen the tent not work, which is good. Like as in it not be on flat ground. So it's always perfect, which is good. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'll move on to doing the general's tent. I'll do the same model for now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
I mean,
just
it's
change the
a
color
prefab
or whatever.
Made in Hazel, so you can change it however you like. All of those are made in Hazel.
Well, I'm really happy that... Oh, yeah, and Peter, I already committed this, but the reason why the prefabs weren't working was very minor, thankfully. It was just because we basically had a check here being like, if not array, continue. Otherwise, just don't do anything. So now it actually properly checks to see if it's an array, does what it used to do if it's not an array, but if it is an array, it uses the array field storage, which was kind of nice because I didn't really know how this code worked, and I was like, when I was looking at this, I was like, I wonder if there's just an array field storage, and there was. So that was really nice to use with no, I didn't like look at any existing code or documentation to figure this out, which was good. So well done, you code architect, you.
Thank you.
All right, cool. Back to it.
Yep.
All right, see ya.
Yeah.
Tim, do you want any of the leftover pin menu?
Yeah.
I'm about to heat
I'd
them
like
up.
to have dinner at some point.
Well, yeah, I was thinking of having dinner in like 4 hours or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go heat them up in the microwave. And I'll
With
give
the
you half.
generalist tent, it's all of those entities inside the tent. They're made in Hazel, so you like it's arranged in Hazel, so you can change it however you like.
Yeah. Actually, before I do that, let's get the music back. Before I do that, I just want to quickly... see if I can just tint the tent color and have it be okay. I don't think it'll work very well because it's dark.
What color do you want to tint it? Like a different color altogether. Now, to make textures without changing anything, just textures is super easy. Like I can change the color to be bright pink if you like. You don't even need to bother. Like,
No, well, it's just if you made this texture bright, like white, and then you can still have the normals be what they are, and have the... Yeah, if you do that, then I can just make two materials, one of which is just tinted dark, and one of which is not. Because, like, if I... And is the material for this thing... Where is it?
so
There's a tent
albedo
material,
just white
yeah?
texture basically, right?
Tent material. Where's my tent material? Oh, that's in the mesh, yeah.
Nah, wait.
Do you have
no.
the texture here?
Not here, but
Okay.
I got it on this.
So yeah, you'll have to do that.
But the thing is, no, I actually don't want to do that because, like, we're gonna either lose all the details of the albedo, or like, because we're
Right.
gonna do a white texture, right? So
Not
just tell
pure
me-
white,
Just
just
tell
with
me-
the details.
Well, like, yeah, all the other channels are fine, but all albedo details will be gone, and there are some like.
But why would they be gone? I don't get it. What do you mean? I'm
Well,
I'm
how
not
do you
saying
want
make
me-
it actually a pure white texture. If that was the case, I wouldn't need you to make a texture.
Just
I'm just
change it-
saying that
change
the
base
color,
to
change the
white.
base color to white.
Yeah, yeah.
You can still have all of your
Yeah.
different things there.
That's fine,
But the idea is I just want to multiply
Yeah.
your texture with a dark color like this one to get this result. And then that way I can also make it yellow and any other color so that we can have the general's tent be the same model. Performance issue due to cubes. Do you mean the particles? Because I think that's kind of fixed. But also, like, I don't know if, like, at the moment they kind of just spawn particles randomly, I think. Like, if we look at the particle system, is it in the particle system? Yeah. If we look here, these blood particles just kind of spawn, as you can see. And yes, they do get destroyed, but that's also obviously some work that gets done. So if we look at the particle system and we look at spawn impact. So root motion player does, so on shot, when he gets shot he spawns a bunch. And it's annoying because they're rigid bodies as well, which kind of slows it down a bit. And then if we hit, we spawn impact. So yeah. I wonder if I just return this, if I don't do this, let's build the asset pack. Let's just see if this is any, that's fine. If this is any worse. So if I run the runtime now, or any better rather. I guess that is better. But also, I really want to see where the performance is going. I know we keep generating these enemies, which isn't great, but I'm just curious what is going on. So let me try and open Tracy. Pause. Let's get rid of it. Okay, so we are waiting a lot on the render thread, actually. And that's waiting for the update thread. Okay, so it's actually the update thread. So jolt simulate is like 1.8 milliseconds, and then scene update, and then what does this do? Submit static mesh. Yeah, the renderer submission takes quite a bit of time. Like, this is, how much is this, man? Oh, that is a lot of milliseconds. Damn. So submitting from the main thread to submit to the render thread is 10 milliseconds for this frame. I mean, it pretty much always is. 8 milliseconds. 8 milliseconds. I wonder how much of that is real, because this is saying 12 milliseconds per frame, whereas clearly we did not have 12 milliseconds per frame, and that was because there's some overhead to this. But I guess we're submitting 2,400 entities here. But what's actually slow here? I think it's probably... I was going to say it might be the... Because look, this is just submit static mesh. So scene submit static mesh. Scene submit... What did I call it? Oh, it's without a space. Submit static mesh. So this is taking a while. What do we think it is? I mean, it's probably the get world space transform matrix, which isn't actually profiled because it slows things down a lot. But let's just try, shall we? And yeah, it will be slower with profiling. That's why it's kind of like, it's a bit difficult sometimes, because it's hard to see. Like, you know, it's hard to see what is actually the problem sometimes. Okay, so on render runtime, and there's that get world space transform matrix. So how do I see, like, I want to see, how do I see how long this takes within one frame? So I want to see this get world space transform matrix, how long that is within this range. Or do I have to like select the range? That doesn't seem to do anything. I need Peter to help me with this. Limit range. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, so if I limit range to like this, total time 2.3 milliseconds. I mean, that is quite a bit of time, but that's also not all of it. Like, I mean, we can see here it's not all of it, but get world transform it. It's also 2.8 milliseconds. Half a millisecond. So we could probably iron this out a lot if we wanted to. I know, because we're aware of that. That's been a problem for a while. But it's just like, I guess because it's an entity and stuff, we have to go through it and do all these things, which is a bit annoying. And like, it only does that, I guess, if it's got a parent, because otherwise it just does this matrix multiplication. Which is nothing, I guess. Why does it even do that? But also, we have to see if it has a parent, and like, that's another hit. Which is why, like, yeah, I would just like to have a world transform component. We just pre-calculate everything that's for rendering. But also, like, we obviously, yeah, there's lots of bad things we do that we don't really need to do. But this is good. Like, overall, I think this game will be a really good stress test, and it'll be a good like candidate for optimizing the engine, I think.
Jan's just spent the last 6 months rewriting the renderer, primarily like using dichotomy as his stress test. And now that it performs well on dichotomy, he needs the next challenge. So this will be it.
But like, this is not the renderer. See, the good thing is, now that I've done the renderer, like, look at the render thread. The render thread is like waiting for 10 milliseconds. Like, and this is fully saturated. The render thread is very fast now. Excellent. It used to be the other way around.
Well, yeah, what I meant is like the next point of
Yeah, this is my next challenge. Yeah. Optimize the renderer, step 1. Step 2, optimize the rest of the engine.
Easy done.
Alright, I'm gonna have a quick break and get on those Pumania, leftover Pumania.
Okay. Pushing the
America. In America, in America. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
All right, lads, I'm back. Did you miss me? That's what I always say when I come back. The answer is always no, but it doesn't hurt to try. All right. So, we're doing the tent, the general tent. And there's like a bunch of room for optimization and stuff, but it doesn't really matter. It runs. I could try it on the slightly weaker QA PC we have with a 3060 and some worse stuff. Actually, let me quickly run it again in the runtime. But I just wanted to make sure that I had more or less the right settings selected. I don't think I did there. So I wanted to basically no, I did have 4 here. Oh, but and the shadow settings are a bit bad here. Yeah, this is for Ludum Day 51. Let's get rid of that. Let's just do default. Oh, well, no, it shouldn't be default though. Let's do -5.5. That, sure. Now the spec though. Is it in the spec or is it's in the tiering, isn't it? Is this what I wanted? Oh, tiering. Yeah, I just want to make sure it runs like this, because the shadows were weird because I was using weird shadows. Okay, so the shadows are there. We should have screen space reflections, hopefully. Yeah, we do. And what's that? Yeah, decently heavy on GPU time. And CPU time's a bit high as well. I mean, it's definitely playable, but also I have a beefy PC. Full screen, it's about 100 frames per second, 120, 130. Which is okay for a game jam game, I think. And I don't think we're going to add much more that will impact performance. What was that? There's like a weird flash that happens sometimes. I don't like weird flashes. Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty stable. Top down. No snow in this level. Or is there? It's possible there will be. At some point. Yeah, no, performance is good. It's not crashing either, which is great. Yeah, the flashing is super weird, the fact that it flashes sometimes, but whatever. This is just a game jam game. I am continually spawning enemies, but the FPS is still fine. You can probably see the entities over here increasing as more spawn in. Alright, cool. That's good enough, I think. It works. Especially, and it's GPU bound, so it should be faster if, yeah, this is like 200 FPS. So if you have a bad graphics card, you can just turn the graphics settings down. It's nice that you can look around and see yourself, because otherwise you can't. You can look at yourself in the water. Is that me? Wait, I turned away, I think. Ah, because I should have done... Let me find some fresh water. I should have done this and then rotated. That's kind of high though. Right. Stupid cubes. There. Yeah, you can see the eye. Hello. Alright, cool. Good. 200 FPS. At that resolution. So, now we go back to this and we start looking at... you know what, I might stand a bit. I've been sitting for basically this entire jam. Might stand. And I might change the lighting around as well. Oh, I gotta write music and stuff for this game as well. I was gonna say I might yeah, add like, it's getting dark, so I might add some ambient light in the office to brighten things up a bit. But whatever. Alright, so the general's tent. Oof. So at the moment we obviously spawn a tent somewhere, which it's a bit annoying because it's hard to see where. But there's the tent, so we have to go in there, get our coffee. And then once we get the coffee, we have to also get the compass and use it to find our way to the general's tent, which could be anywhere. Now, how do we want to deal with that? We kind of want to, I think we want to create, so let's do create coffee tent. We'll just rename this because I might as well make two functions, I think. And create general tent. So the general tent, I'm going to copy the coffee tent, at least for now.
By the way, Jan, there's a material before we let it go.
Okay.
And it's
With the general tent? Yep.
yeah. I did
Sweet.
make a prefab, but there's a material called M10.
Yep. Okay, cool, thanks. And then, yeah, so this is still good, but all we really need to do is pick a location, but the thing is we have to somewhat defer the actual creation of the tent until later, which is good. It should be pretty easy to do that, because this is almost definitely going to be on a chunk that we don't actually have, right? So, as in a chunk that hasn't loaded yet, because what this does is it specifically finds a chunk index, right? Over here, so that's the kind of world bound, that's that bound, so it just does chunk size times 3. So that's obviously making it within this range. Now what I want to do is I basically want it to do, instead of times 3 minus 1, let's just have it generate at least a little bit away. So how many chunks away do we want it? Oh, this is the range. This was supposed to be the range. I was just gonna, generate a value straight away, I think. Well, the thing is, this is what I'll do, I think. We can do float times range. The range is going to be much bigger, though. The range is basically going to be map with... Well, I don't want it to be that far away. Let's maybe make it... I guess like so how much is too much? Like, is 1 kilometer, I think, should definitely be the biggest. So how much is that in terms of chunks? That's 62 chunks. No, it's not. Is it? No. No. It's, so each chunk is 16, which is 2. So I guess actually it would be, what am I doing? In terms of chunks, yeah, it'd be divided by 32. So it's 30 chunks away. Let's make it 20 chunks is the limit. So what I'll do is I'll set this, let's just be like, max chunk. This is the max chunk. This is the max distance, I'll say. Oops. So we have a max chunk of 20. So basically what that means is that the range we'll think of here will just be I guess just max chunk. But we should multiply it by chunk size, I guess. So don't worry about this -1 thing. We won't worry about negatives for now. We'll just do max chunk times the size of... Yeah, and this is a random range, remember, right? So this is going to be the upper limit, I guess. And then we want to have a min distance from the origin of the world, which I think should be like... And this is, remember, this isn't in chunks or tiles. This is in just units. So, because this is what we do to convert it to units. Sure, 0.9, so it's not at the edge of the world. Minimum distance, okay, so tile, let's do tile width times, well actually we could even do this by chunk, so like, let's just say it has to be at least 2 chunks out, or 3 chunks out, so between 3 and that. And so this is going to be, let's do min chunk then. And min distance will be min chunk times the size of the chunk times the tile width. Let's just say width. Sorry, this should be just a float, I think. Right? That's not constant. I guess because this stuff isn't constant, maybe. Well, sure, let's not make that constant. Alright, so we have the minimum distance. So basically, when we do our random situation, well, when we do this, it has to be at least that distance. So we can kind of probably apply that in the end. But we need to subtract it from the range. So if that's the minimum distance, then the range is going to be basically... This is the upper range. So this is the max distance, really. So we have kind of between these two things. And the max distance is going to be max... Yeah, basically the same thing. It's just we're adding a little padding here to make sure it's not at the edge of the world. That's it. So we want a number between these two, I think. And then we need to randomly decide to make it negative or not as well. So this is fine, because I think we can just do... We can basically generate a random float. Which can be max up to max distance. Well, I guess we'll have to do max distance minus min distance times or plus min distance, right? This first. Does that make sense? So if we had, like, let's just say 10 and 3, so that's 7, so we got up to 7, and we had 3, and then that's 3 is the minimum, and yeah, I think that's correct. So we generate an x and a z, and then we multiply this by Hazel dot random dot sign, And then that becomes... I guess we can just do this to be a little cleaner. Right? Okay, and so that's our tent thing. But again, here's the thing. We can't actually place it yet. We've just generated a position for it. What we need to do is basically run the placement code when we build a specific chunk. So we need to figure out which chunk it's a part of. And when we first generate that chunk, we place the tent, basically. So let's determine private vector 3 or whatever. General tent translation. So basically the create general tent, it just does this. Right, that's all we'll do. It'd be nice if we could automatically calculate which chunk we're in. I think that would be helpful. And that should be easy. I think we can just get the chunk index from this. So we know what chunk we're in, we know what translation we're in. So basically now when we do set chunk, and this is in fact the first time we go through this, which is here, I think we need to be like, hey, there's a special case, please generate my thing. And then we can maybe modify it as well. So if contains general tent, and this could just be, this needs to obviously take in a chunk coordinate, which is, but yeah, the CX and CY. I think that's all we need, because what do we, when we call set chunk, what do we feed in? We always do that actually. And index is, so we actually do that. So the index I think is not, yeah, that might be bad. Like we might have to do this is my point, but that's okay. Will we have to? Let's see. Yes, we will. Because this is, oh, no, it's not. But then why do we do that? Because look, this takes the world space position, which could be negative, divided by chunk size. So we actually get a negative coordinate here. And I'm guessing to use it, we then have to, well, in this case, it gets offset, I guess. But you can see over here, we offset it as well to get it into, yeah, so it is negative. And yeah, okay, that makes sense. But no, but what doesn't make sense is if we do apply that here, then how come we also do it here? Because, but hang on, load chunks around index. Yeah, see, look, play a chunk, get chunk index from that. Is that a bug then? And then we basically load from player chunk, but then you can see. Oh, no. That's just to load the ones around the player. Never mind, that's fine. Okay. So I think we do actually want SX and SZ. Because that's what we use for the chunk data. But is that really why? No, but what I'm trying to do is compare it to that. So actually, no, we want this. So let's just do that. And basically, all we need to do is, I guess we just need to do general tent chunk index. Equals that. So that's a quick comparison, but it's nice to write it out into a function because it just makes more sense in English, I guess. We're trying to be careful here because it's going to get late and brains are not going to work, and it's better to make the code more readable, of course. Okay, excellent. So My last few drops of coffee. What do we do next? We do... so if it does contain the general tent, then we need to actually place the general tent. And I think that's where it does the second part of what we had there. Right, so... this part. And so it's just, yeah, it's going to be really simple. It's going to be basically everything else here. I guess we can do that. Like as in we'll adjust this to be at the tile thing, and then we'll go through and we'll adjust everything else. Yeah, I guess we could repurpose this. No, I'm not going to. Yeah, and that's kind of it. And that should actually work, like as in, that should work exactly once. Let's just see what on earth happens. I'll stop doing the what is it, load chunks. I'll stop printing the stopwatch. Okay, we got a null reference exception, but I'm pretty sure that one's fine. I really should just fix that because it's throwing me off. So, wait, is it actually... I guess it'll place a regular tent there, right? So that tent is at minus 292. So this is it. This is where it's at. So let's write that down, I guess, because I want to try and get to it. And I could probably, like, move the player there, but I guess I'll just walk, because I have to generate the chunks anyway. Okay, so minus 292, so we need to go that way, and this is positive 337. Okay, off we go. We're going on an adventure stream. We're finding the first ever general tent. And if it's not there, I'm going to be very upset. So I can already sense it. And if you want to know my coordinate, it's in the... it's like down there. In the transform. Okay, so we're almost there on Z. Oh no, we're not. So, we're almost there, guys. We're about halfway, probably less. I mean, more. This is a long way to carry a coffee, though, isn't it? This game could be expanded to actually be something quite cool, I think. Don't know if I'll commit to doing that after the jam, but to be honest, I kind of like it. Oh, I've gone way past it on the Z. Okay, so let's not go anywhere on X, but then on Z we need to go back. And then I'm trying to not go anywhere on X. So 337, we're at 400. But yeah, this is definitely a long way to carry coffee. So it should be in this direction. Oh, guys, look at that light in the distance. I did it. Okay, this isn't quite flat. It's actually pretty close, though. It clearly tried. It just didn't quite work for some reason. But we did it. We actually managed to place a tent. Another tent. I guess that doesn't have a physics collider. That's amazing. I'm very happy that it was there. I'm not upset. I was wrong. This is fine. I don't really care about this. I would fix it if I had time, but I don't know if that's the best use of time. We could try again. I just don't want to walk that far. I mean, look, we could just make it obviously not as far. I mean, I think that is kind of far. Let's, for now, it was 20. Let's make it like 10. So that's much closer. That's at 170, 187. We'll do this one more time, and then I'll stop wasting time. I'm trying to go negative X. Where's negative X? So negative X and 187, so positive Z. And you'll have a compass guiding you. I guess this is still far. Like, you don't want to walk that far, do you? It's going to become a walking simulator. I mean, it'll be more interesting. Enemies won't just spawn behind you, but still. What was it? Minus 170, positive 187. Okay, we're almost there. Oh, got that null tent thing happening. Oh, maybe it was on a boundary, that's why. Oh, see, that's very bad. Okay, I believe the reason why that happened, though, I think, I might be wrong, but I think it's because we're on a boundary. Can I not jump to the player? That's not good. Wait, why is there another tent here? Why? Oh, did I start with a tent? Wait, where am I? I wish the camera would be where I am. Because I don't actually know where I am. Where's the player? Oh, there I am. Okay. Quickly fly there. Alright, so what happened here? Why... Is this on a chunk boundary? I just want to know if that's the answer. Yeah, it is. It's on a chunk boundary, but it's a loaded chunk boundary. But yeah, you can see it's right at the edge of that chunk. Ah, it's possible it just didn't... Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That should be an easy bug. I think it's just that this plays general tent situation. Like, it should happen. Yeah. It should happen on the last chunk index, basically. So it's just basically what should happen is if we're doing load chunks around index, if any of them bool contains 10. Let's do this. This is a bit of a hack, maybe. But we could just make it work for the game jam. So what I'm kind of doing is I'm just seeing, and we used CX there, didn't we? Why can't I save this? What the heck? Why is it doing save as? There we go. No. Wonderful. Anyway. Let me just make sure that we're using... I can't save the file, man. Yeah. We are... Yes, we are. Here's what we're gonna do. Because I want it only to happen if it's in this branch, basically. Yeah, and so what we're going to do is we're going to contains general tent. We're going to check each coordinate. Okay, now I can save it. That's funny. We'll set it to true. No, just like that. Because I'm going to set it otherwise. And then basically, if I equals, on the last chunk, right? So if I equals that minus 1. No. Maybe that's why I couldn't save the file. Yeah, because I'm out of disk space. That's funny. Is that Peter again? Ruining me? Probably. Anyway, to finish this thought though, chunks minus length minus 1, then we do contains general 10, otherwise we do false. Right, so if it does contain it, we'll do it just on that one. So that way we do it at the very end is basically the point, I guess. And that should be good, right? What's wrong with you? But that's only if any of them contained this, that's all. Okay, I need to free up some disk space. Just show that view for a bit. I bet it's Peter's stuff again. The jolt debugging or whatever. Yep, it's the jolt captures. I told jolt not to capture and it's still capturing. Okay, they're gone. It's okay, we got another 80 gig to work with. Can I save my file now? Hopefully. So why is this not true? Is that really the case? No argument, eh? That's a little bit not true, I think. What the heck? Set chunk does take a boolean, you buffoon. What? Is this just like... Yeah, this is drunk, I think. Maybe. Oh no, it's this one, lol. Let's just make it false. Okay, it's a bit of a hack. Like, I'm not happy with the code per se, but I don't care because... that's fine. Because this is a game jam and we're in the last day of it, so... Alright, so where's my tent? There's my first tent, which should be good. And I can get in there, which is good. That's important. And this is a hilly terrain, so this will be a good test. So 122, 110. I should just make the player move a lot faster for debugging, shouldn't I? Okay, so I'm moving 122, 110. I don't know if that worked. Okay. I think that just happened to work. I don't know if that actually worked because this null tent is the problem. Like, I don't like that it's saying null tent. Null tent means that that's a bad thing, I'm pretty sure. Like, it means that it couldn't find a tile. And that's sus because, like, if we take a look at where we are, yeah, see, we're on a boundary again. But it should have waited, it should have that tile there. Okay, well, whatever. I don't know. I'll just say that that works for now. One thing I could try as well is, at the moment, that's fine. With the general tent, we're still, like, let's just do, like, 3 and 5 or something. I don't know. We're gonna make it pretty close. Let's see if we can get one that's actually at 3 or something. 98. 98. 103. Looks kind of tight. See, this was a null tent for our tent because it's close to the boundary, I guess. But they are all working, like they're all playable. It just results in very weird looking terrain, I think, when it says null tent. So that's the important thing. Oh, but I guess if there are mountains, you might not be able to get in. That's kind of the issue. Wow, this is a flat one. Okay, so let's try this one. Minus, okay, yeah, so this one's fine. That's fine, and minus 118. Yeah, they're still so far. I mean, I guess it's only 100 meters. Where's the player? The compass will help. I should have just implemented that now, because that would have just been made debugging a lot easier as well. Anyway, we're about to see it soon. Come on, tent. Okay, we're definitely there on the X. But then the Z. Should be about here. Ah, it was minus. Ugh, how did I not see that negative sign? Alright. This way we go. Walking the wrong direction, come on. Stomping the enemies, yeah, that would be really cool. I think I might want to do that, yeah. Went too far in the Z. Minus 118. Okay, it should be about here. Do I see it? No. 118, 104. Where's the temp, man? It's supposed to be like right here. Minus 118, 104. Oh no. What happened? Where's my tent? I've only got one tent. It didn't spawn the tent. And that null reference is not related. What? Minus 118, 104. Yeah? That's where I am. Did it not somehow realize that it had to spawn a tent there? And I don't see any errors. What? That's not good. Is this the right coordinate to ask for that? It should be. Because it's also, I'm pretty sure it's the, yeah, because, well, we passed that coordinate into set chunk. And then we used that here as well. And yeah, we only do it if we're in here, which is not the cached version. That's the generating version. And we're told to only do it at the very end. That's sus. And this should do it on the last iteration. And obviously if any of the coordinates here contained general tent. If none of them did, it's always false. Boy. That's not good. Can you spawn the player at the location of the tent? I mean, I guess so. That's very, very, very strange, though. Like, I guess it just didn't... It doesn't think that the tent is there, or whatever. Like, it must not have figured out that... that this is the chunk that contains the tent. Right? Where does it log? Does it log anything here? Because when it decides the location... So that's what it deemed. I mean, it could... Maybe this failed? Like, let's put a breakpoint in here. I should probably build this as well. That might cause a... That'll probably cause Hazel to crash. Yep. Oh no, that's not a crash. Alright, so it placed it at minus 109, 112, right? So let's try and walk there. So minus 109, 112. They always seem to be in the same place, which is weird. I know I limited it from 3 chunks, though, to 5, so it's not a huge range. Maybe it could be like 2 chunks, because we only really have... Yeah, I think it should be closer, potentially. But anyway. Minus 109, 112. So that's minus 109. So let's go this way. And I'm guessing we won't get it. Ugh. Oh, look, it's trying to place it. So what happens here? Well, it looks like it does place it. Okay, let's just hit F5. So it placed it somewhere close by. Yeah, there it is. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't place it again, because now I don't know what the dealio is. I guess it's possible that due to us being not good people, and getting the the way that we find tiles is a bit weird. And so what that means, so let's put a breakpoint back. And where is this? This is minus 108, 112. Why is it always at literally the same place? Like, come on. How is that possible? We're even, like, it's always, basically it's always positive Z and negative X as well. Like, how does that happen? Sorry, negative X and positive Z. How does that happen? And that being said, I'm going to positive X. Wow, they built a wall. Go away. Should really increase the player's movement. Is that a thing? No, there's no speed here. For some reason. It's probably tied to the animation speed, actually. Look at this. Tim, look. They've formed a horde. Look!
This is the delivery.
That's pretty.
You're
That's
delivering
pretty sick.
troops to the general.
Ah,
Do you
I'm luring
understand?
them in. Yeah. No, I'm a bit lost. Where am I? Minus. I'm almost there. Oh, but I'm very not there on Z.
What prisoners of war? Honestly, just endless loot.
It does look like a wave. That's funny. They're kind of cute. Eh. Okay, look, it's placing it. There it is. That's pretty cool. Wait, is it placing it again? Can you just go away? Did it try and place another one? Why did that trigger twice? That's like not possible because it should be in the cache.
It's the two generals problem. There's two generals.
Yeah, it placed 2 tents at the same location. What? That's not possible though. Well, at least it shouldn't be. Because I mean, we could easily block that, but like it shouldn't be because that means that set chunk, right? If we're in this branch, it means that there's no chunk data yet. So how is it possible that we got in here again? And how is it possible that we ran this again? Oh, that's dodgy. Oh, Peter, I just saw your call request. Sorry, I've been too deep into it. Nah. Damn, he's really been calling me a lot. Okay, I'm calling him now.
Hey Tim, could you ask
Sup?
him to give me a call?
Sorry, I was very deep in the general tent placing.
Yeah, I figured. So I have like the new gun functionality mostly working.
Yep.
So like the shotgun has a wide spread, so it shoots out like I think 7
Oh,
rays.
cool. Nice.
It has like lower per bullet damage, but if you stand close enough, you can insta kill if all rays hit the enemy.
Okay.
Hit multiple enemies at once. The sniper currently does an extreme amount of damage. and just insta kills, but it has a long cooldown.
Yep.
The assault rifle has a very low cooldown, but also very low damage.
Uh-huh.
We'll have to tweak like all of those values, but I can start showing you. There's some slight bugs to fix, but most of it is functioning at least.
Right.
So that's pretty good.
That's
So,
good. I like the word functioning.
Yeah, function is good. So first of all, we have shotgun. You can see like the ray starts at a weird place, but if I just hang on, did the muzzle flash stop? No, the muzzle flash is working.
I guess I'll
Oh.
watch your screen.
Watch my screen. What?
What? I wasn't looking at your screen before.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so like
Yeah, that
the
looks cool.
enemies basically get a random weapon and they'll drop. the
Oh
same
yeah.
weapon.
Oh nice. And they look like guns now. That's
Yeah, they
nice.
actually look like guns.
What do you?
I
How
didn't
is
realize
how's the shooting? Like how? What do you think of the controls and stuff?
I don't know. Like, I think with the new kind of gun mechanics, it's interesting enough. It kind of feels a bit like Doom, at least with when you have like the shotgun.
Yeah.
That was a successful game, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I think we've made the next Doom, everyone.
Yeah, let's go.
You can see assault rifle. We may need an epilepsy warning on this.
Too many
'Cause
muzzles.
This has very rapid fire rate. But it feels relatively nice. Now, of course, the player currently can't die, and I don't know if we're gonna add that.
Just the coffee spilling, I
Um,
think.
So what happens when you run out
Yeah,
of
just
coffee?
coffee spilling.
Do you have to go back to the tent?
Well,
get
I
more
didn't
coffee?
pick up the coffee, so
No,
I
no,
have to
I'm
go-
talking game loop wise. Like coffee spilling, right? So
Oh.
what happens when you
Like,
spill
if you
all
run
of your
out?
coffee? Yeah.
yeah. Also, you can see I'm running out of coffee very quickly.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of enemies. I'm gonna obviously change the way that they're generated. Like, my idea is just to have a few of them generated in new chunks that load in.
Yeah.
Because that way they could be kind of like, and they won't come towards you maybe based on like some radius or whatever. So they might be kind of hiding around. I kind of like the way they run at you though. Like, I feel like they almost don't need too much, especially now with
Yeah.
the amount of time we have left, because like, you know,
Yeah.
I just think the way that they appear, and I don't know, maybe it should just be a lot easier to kill them as well. Like,
I mean, it's pretty easy now.
Yeah.
Like, in general, although.
I feel
there's
like they
still,
should
some-
pretty almost be one-shot kills. Like with a shotgun, especially a one-shot kill, but like
At
with
that distance.
assault rifle, maybe like 2 shots or something. Like,
And sniper rifle should be able
One
to
shot,
collab, right? The
maybe,
collaterals.
yeah.
Double, triple kill.
Yeah. Like,
That was a cool
sniper
maneuver.
Rifle's just,
It's almost like he
sniper
jumped.
rifle is just instant kill now. Like, it doesn't matter really where you're standing.
Well, see, like there's a lot of them there, and they're just not dying. you're
Yeah.
not shooting
well,
them.
I'm not shooting.
Ah,
And also the ray cost is slightly bugged.
well, see
again.
that's kind of a problem as well. I think.
Yeah. It'd be great if maybe you could look into that, because I'm planning on heading off to bed.
Yep.
I think actually maybe the ray cost is fine. It's just the mesh for the shotgun is like, no, the mesh for the shotgun is starting at the right place. It's just the ray isn't. This ray starting like behind and like intersecting the shotgun.
Right.
It seems like.
Ah, yeah,
Um,
maybe.
But we can exclude entities, right, with
We
Raycast.
should be able to, yeah.
Yeah, we can, and I thought I was, but actually no.
Oh, hello, Jolt.
Speed delivery.
Oh,
Wait, he
alright.
spawned underneath you.
Slam dunk.
nice. That's fun. But
Actually, yeah, hang on. I don't think I'm excluding the gun. Ever.
yeah, you probably should.
Yeah.
We had that
Apparently,
problem
I
with
just
Forest,
said
I
it.
think.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Excellent.
Just be that for both this and in enemy. Have you been modifying enemy, by the way?
Not,
The
not,
C#
not at all.
Okay, good, because I've been making quite a few changes.
Good.
Zero shoot.
I've been basically exclusively working in level manager or level generator.
Alright, good, because I haven't touched that.
You wouldn't want to. It's a disaster.
Yeah, well, so is the scripting engine, apparently. Because it will just nuke the gun script every now and then when you do a reload.
Yeah.
Really need to track down that bug.
And also,
so now it's
sometimes
just-
it just crashes on GC for me.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah,
That's
I-
mostly debug related, but not always. There's
Mhm.
another crash as well.
yeah. That one's a bit more rare for me, but I don't tend to use the debugger. Yeah, so now you can see the actual ray is going through, and like, that's pretty much insta kill on that guy. And well, there's still some.
There's no damage fall off to the bullets, right?
No,
I feel like there should be.
but you can see like, as long as you actually can shoot a ray from with the shotgun, it's like insta kill. Whereas this,
Because I feel like there's nothing
um,
more frustrating than playing a shooting game and having to stand there, literally click your mouse to kill somebody. Like, oh, why isn't he
yeah, like we
dying?
definitely need to fix the ray cost. 'Cause, like I think part of it is like it's hitting the terrain to some degree, but it might also be hitting some other collider on the player maybe. Because like the player actually has a couple of colliders associated with it.
I just
So,
thought of
we have,
when
like, the-
you enter the snow, the enemies should like suddenly spawn with like winter furry coats.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, go on.
So these two colliders should be ignored. And there are no other colliders on the player. So they might just be intersecting like the terrain or something.
There's either no colliders or it's a mesh collider that you can't see because there's no mesh collider visualization.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We need to look into it though, because it's just not amazing right now.
The raycast.
Yeah, like they're intersecting something that's causing problems.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I might take a really small look at that because my plan I think is I'm just gonna probably revamp the shooting system. Like I'm going to make it. I'll probably make it snap on to enemies.
Yeah,
And so basically
I think that
you'll
would be good.
you'll shoot at the closest enemy to your rotation angle. So you can still kind of select which one you want to shoot at. But like just to make it really easy for the player to be like I'm shooting at this enemy because at the moment it's almost impossible to actually aim and also be sure that who you're shooting at. Especially like
Yeah.
right now, like what the heck's going on, you know?
Yeah, I mean
Like-
right now I don't have a gun, so
Yeah, but I just mean like if you were trying to fight these guys, I don't know, it's just
Yeah.
silly. So if you're like
I will
within a
say
certain
that
cone,
the
it'll just snap
one-
to it. Yep.
The one downside to that is the shotgun, because that actually fires multiple rays, which lets you hit multiple entities.
Right.
Maybe your shotgun
But-
can just be a hipfire thing. It often
Yeah, shotgun can be a... Or maybe, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe it could still be a right click to trigger that system. So if you hold right click, it's kind of like aiming down sight in the sense that it'll snap. So that way
Yeah.
you have both. You can just randomly hip fire if you want to just... I don't know if you want to. But if you want to actually
Yeah.
target an enemy, you right click. And then
Okay.
it'll display like a little crosshair above the enemy to let you know which one's kind of targeted.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah,
And then I'm just
that'd be
gonna...
good.
Once you got it... So you're going to bed now, yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna get a few hours.
Okay, so then yeah, I guess just commit and I'll pull because I'm going to start like modifying the enemy script.
Yeah. I will, when I wake up, I'll probably take care of like gun pickup, because that needs some special behavior. But that should all be constrained in like the gun pickup script.
Yeah.
Gun item script.
Well, just let me
So-
know when you wake up and I'll push and
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, cool.
All right.
All right.
I'll go ahead and push
Have a
them
nice
and head off the
have a
boat.
nice sleep
So,
then.
Thank you. See you later.
All right. See ya. Okay. I wanted to set up a little countdown timer to when the jam ends. I don't know where it's gonna write this. Whoa. Okay. Sure. But I guess that should be running. Do not minimize window. Excuse me. Isn't this just writing to a file? Why can't I minimize the window? This shouldn't even be here. I used to use something before that was actually good. Do you guys, can you suggest me like a good little countdown timer that I can use? Like something that writes to a file maybe every second or whatever. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go set up the lighting a little bit.
Yeah, fan of Cherno says to come back to Twitch.
Yeah, I might come back to Twitch one day. Who knows? We'll see. I kind of miss Twitch a little bit. Maybe we should come back to Twitch for the last 12 hours.
I'm on Twitch already, so you can come back if you want.
Because this, like, Adam C. Eunice guy is on the homepage of Ludum Dare because he's got the most views. Basically been in the whole stream, so maybe we should come in and take over. Alright. I will be back. Alright, I'm back. What did I stop at? Oh yeah, enemies and stuff. Should pull Peter's changes. No, it's fine. Oh no, it's not. Wait, why did you refuse to do anything? Untracked files. Please commit your changes or stash them, but I did stash them. Oh, there we go. So what, that worked? Just needed to do the old double pull. Alright. Just need to regenerate the projects. Oh no. I did it with Hazel open. That's a bad, bad, bad move. Uh-oh. Tim, I did the old pulling while Hazel is open thing.
I'd done that once today, but luckily I didn't have any symptoms.
I'm pretty sure it ruined everything.
Another 3 hour minute. It wouldn't be remaking Forest if that didn't happen, to be honest.
I'm just gonna revert my asset registry.
The only thing is that it's gonna kind
Alright. So a lot of these things are probably gonna be, well, actually it somehow worked. Oh, but that doesn't work. So I guess it didn't somehow work. Wait, did it apply my stash or no? I guess it didn't. Or was that it? It didn't do any of my... Yeah, that explains why the level generation or whatever didn't work. So I need to apply this, man. Why is this an error though? I mean, I was gonna delete this anyway, but... Yeah, got some conflicts. I'm pretty sure I can just... Oh, this is the... Yeah, I guess I'll take Peter's one. Then... Oh no. Jerry can... Oh, my thing is just empty. Then why is that even a conflict, huh? And then the asset registry. Thank you, Yasin, for the donation. You can't expect my name to make fan of Cherno here as well, lol. Thank you. Thanks for being here. But yeah, I don't know, Twitch. I'm kind of tempted to jump onto Twitch just to mix it up. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, I guess I want this, and then I want that, but without this. So we take Peter's ID. Okay, build this. It'll work. That's not good. Wait, why did all this get removed? Oh my gosh. Ah. Yeah, what?
Hey, yeah, I'm guessing
Oh,
push up
whatever.
and finish that mode, but
Yeah, probably. Okay, so I kind of undid everything. So there'll be a few things to fix up. But not too much, actually. Hopefully not too much. This still isn't working though, huh? I mean, this is the right code, right? But yeah, I think it is. But why? Ah, that tent's not real. That's not the actual tent. Okay. Oh, that doesn't look right. Oh, yes, it is right. Will you one right day return to Twitch? Yes. And no, broadcasting here does not affect anything to do with my Twitch partnership. I'm allowed to stream on YouTube. Alright. Enemy CS24 is not happy. Okay, so yeah, that's not set. And how does this get set? Gun manager. Where's the gun manager? Oh, is that a prefab? Well, what the heck? Bro. Where is this gun manager? I mean, it's clearly being called. It clearly exists because it's causing an issue. But it's not a thing here. Ah, is it just a script that's on somewhere? I don't know what thing it's on. Yeah, that's a bit, that would be nice if we could know. Like, if we could see, if we could search for scripts here as well. But, I don't know, man. It probably should just be its own entity, but it's apparently not. Oh, well, yeah, this is enemy CS, but... Oh, maybe the fact that it doesn't exist is the problem. But I'm pretty sure Peter made it. So if I just add it... And then all the gun prefabs need to be here. Why do I have to do this? Why is this not already... Why does this not exist? Because I reverted this, right? Yeah, it wasn't in the scene. Does the gun manager need to... Well, yeah, because you need to set the prefabs. That's so strange, man. Okay, so we got some prefabs here, I think. Actually, I'm guessing they're going to be in prefabs. So if I just go to prefabs, search for gun, shotgun, assault rifle. I guess they're not all called guns. Oh, that's so annoying, man. I don't know why it's not here, to be completely honest, though. How many guns are there? 3? Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that fixes it. And where's my tent at? Where's my tent? No, it's kind of far. At 43x. Let's just do it again. 35.7. Again, this thing, man. I gotta play with that a bit. Okay, so 35. It's weird that it's so difficult for us to find the starting 10. It definitely spawned a bit closer, I think. Okay, here it is. Yeah, that looks correct. No, Tim isn't sleeping. He's working hard.
Hey,
Yeah?
for the shape of the enemy, what would you like them to look like?
I don't know. Whatever you think.
Yeah?
Maybe simple is good, like I don't know, you know, one of these, I don't think not too complex.
Okay, cool.
Just because, yeah, like I kind of like the cubes the way they are, and don't forget that they'll have to have colliders or whatever. So, yeah. Like I don't know, because we're gonna have to set it up. Like they have to kind of flock a bit. Nah, don't make. I don't know, man.
Well, not root motion, definitely.
No.
I'm not making them character controllers.
No.
Not root motion, definitely, but probably animating, I think.
Yeah.
Because I think, well, especially if there's like a, I don't know, I think I'll make the one that you originally wanted for the character. So something like this. I'll make it smaller than the character, that's the plan?
Yeah.
About, like, 1.
Just do that. And maybe you can make them like either robots or drones, because that way
yeah, in that case I was thinking something like this, like something legs, not where humans grow legs, you know?
Right. So then you'll animate them.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can.
And for the general, I might just copy the character, kind of. Copy the character
yeah.
and, what's it called?
Yeah.
Texture.
Yeah,
Probably,
okay.
that's it.
Sure.
Just to save time. So droney, kind of, yes? Enemy.
I think so.
Right.
Okay, so this general tent situation, I just don't get why. Well, the good thing is though, we can run this like 1 billion times. Let's run this like 100 times. I want to see what the results are. Just curious like what it came up with. Maybe I'll dock it on this side so you guys can see as well. Yeah, okay, so I mean it is all pretty much in the same range. Like it's like 100 or so, give or take. Yeah. I mean it does bounce between negative and positive obviously everywhere, but I think it's too staticky. And I wonder why that is. Because what are we doing here? That not correct. Visual Studio wasting time. Let's just run that once so we can see. Okay, so it's between, well, because it's between 96 and 123 at this point in time. But that's like too far away, like, because if we look at, oh, but we wanted it to be a little bit far away, I think that's why. Because if we, if we look at where like like this chunk is, and let's try and find its I guess it'll be the last one, right? Its furthest one is at 63. So really, that's like 32 times, yeah, because it's only 2. But I think we set this to 3, so that's a bit odd. Where's this minimum thing? 3. So that means it does minimum chunk, so 3 times chunk size times tile width to get it in tiles. So 16 times 3, that's 48, right? 48, oh, and then it does times 2. Oh, I guess min chunk can be 2 then. 32, and then times 2 is 64. Because that would mean past this, basically. And as long as it's outside of this initial area, it's fine. So we can make it maybe super close sometimes, 2. And then I guess we can expand it a little bit to 7. But I guess that's not bad in terms of like the distribution and whatever of it. Like that's just the way it is, you know. Yeah, that's probably okay. And then this coffee tent though, I think this should be a little bit, maybe not as far. Alright. Well, if we make it 0.7, so it's a bit closer. Where did it put it? At 34. We could make it be somewhere within the first chunk. And also, how are we making sure it's not on top of the player or whatever? And in fact, where does the player start? Is it... the player just starts at where he happens to be. I guess we should start the player at the origin. Okay, so within 3 chunks, so that's 48 minus 16, that doesn't really seem right. So we have, yeah, what? That's gonna do 48 minus 16, which is 32. And then times 2, and it's clearly only going to be that. Oh, but that's the range. Oh, but we never negate this, do we, as well? No. Right. And we also don't have a minimum. That's a bit dodgy. I think we should do basically the same system as what I did here. I spent a bit more time on this. Let's kind of leave that. And then what do we do? This. Except the min chunk will be 0 and the max chunk will be 2. And then the minimum distance. The max distance will be, yeah, that. The minimum distance will be that, but we should add like a little buffer to it. So like 5 meters, no, maybe 7 meters or something, I don't know. And that's it, I think. Could not place tent. Beautiful. Really? Could not place tent, you say? That's not fun. Could not place tent. Why? Because it couldn't get a tile at that place. I think we may have gone too far. Really? Okay. Wait, it already placed the general tent? Okay, I guess maybe that's just a close one. Okay. My point is I want it to be close, the first tent. Pretty much want it to be visible. Okay, that may have not worked well for the other tent. Could it not place the general tent? No, it did. 109. But there's only one tent. What? Ah, no, that's just where it's putting it. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so this is good, I think, because it looks like it's always in a somewhat accessible place. Can I make a superpowered sprint option? Because I just want to make sure that... What, like, is there some kind of concept of speed here? Like, how fast do I move? Or is that just completely animation based? Oh, the compass. There's a compass apparently, isn't there? Well, that doesn't work. Never mind. Maybe it just isn't loaded or something. Yeah, there's no compass entity. Oh, there has to be a compass entity. But that doesn't work either. I wish Peter's scene worked for me. I don't know how he made the compass. Oh well. Well, actually, I could just look at his commit, right? And take it kind of manually. So, reworked gun behavior. Added compass. Here it is. He made a full encompass scene. Maybe that's why. Maybe he didn't add it to the main scene. Let's look at the compass scene. Yeah, that works, see? Okay, good. Alright. Yes, so I was gonna make myself move quicker so I could actually debug a little bit. Oh, there's a crosshair? What's... Oh, that's just the raycast situation, yeah. All right. So he doesn't use move. So how do we actually move the character controller? That's so strange. I mean, I guess it's just the animation speed, but how do I control the animation speed? Speed down? What? Tim?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how to make the player move faster? With character controllers?
Just turn the animation speed up.
Yeah, but that's not on the character controller, is it? That's on the animation?
Yeah. But that's fine because
So-
that listens to it, right?
Playback speed, right? So
Yeah.
if I just make it 5. Yeah, okay, cool. Sweet, thanks.
Speed one.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Actually, I'll just leave it on fast. Alright, this is great. And for my next trick, let me show where to go. Like, as in that compass situation. Why is there no arrow here? It's 3 cubes apparently, but I don't see them. What the heck? Oh, they're not visible. Ah, right, because he's probably... Okay, but if I just add a compass here... Tab should I thought tab made it visible. And that's supposed to, yeah, do this. Yep. So what's up, man? Why isn't it working? No, it is working. You just can't. Ah, wait, what? Is it? Why is it being weird? Actually, that might be on me. But it's not on me. Unless something's moving it. Like, it looks like it's right over the player. Yeah.
What do the enemies look like right now? Like, how are they set up?
Oh,
Where
it's
are they gone?
backwards. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at that yet.
But you're on latest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, no.
And have you pushed anything?
No. I haven't looked at the guns at all yet. Like, I don't know if that works or whatever on Peter's.
Yeah.
Why is that at such a big offset? Oh, it's being set by something. Oh, here it is. Translation y+5. That's probably too tall. Maybe that's why. And it's also, it looks kind of big. But also, why is... Look, it's like it doesn't move. What the heck? But it takes the translation. Oh, because it's parented. Ah, whoops. Peter didn't make it parented. How do I unparent it? No. No. Oh, man. There was an unparent button at some point. Why can't I unparent this? Tim, how do I unparent entities? I can't quite do it.
There's a hidden pixel right between label and level generator.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean?
That's parented to level generator.
We really do need that.
I'm gonna add that right
unparent-
now. I
Yeah.
think. This has already wasted enough time.
There is another. See, it's probably because you're on this side. I don't know. Maybe this pixel doesn't exist when you're docked on this side.
Yeah,
or something.
seems likely. Alright, I'm gonna update that right now. How do I unparent? Like, if I just set parent UID to 0, does that work? Oops. No. How does it? So if I do set parent, yeah, we'll check the current parent. If they're equal, return. Otherwise, if there is a current parent, I'll remove it. Sure. Oh, setting to null is okay. So isn't that done then? Like if I just do that, that might just be all it takes. Apparently not. Setting to null is okay, but it's not, obviously, because we're asking for the UID of the parent. Okay, that's okay. I think I know how to make it work, though. Oh, but that... Oh my gosh. I can't believe this isn't... How is this not a function that already exists? It has to be, right? No, the default UID, I don't think it creates a new one. Oh no, it does, the default constructor. Wasn't that changed recently? I feel like it did. But I'm not... That's not a UID I'm creating. I'm creating an entity. But I don't know if this would work, because the thing is, as if we don't do this anywhere in the engine. It doesn't look like it. What about this? Is there any place? That's what I just wrote. Oh, look. Unparent entity. Scene unparent entity. I guess that's what you have to do. You have to go to the scene and unparent. And do unparent entity. So m scene or m context unparent entity. Found it. And we just unparent that and convert to world space, I guess so. Done. Set parent text and entity, not a UID. But set parent UUID doesn't do all the right things. It just sets the UID of the parent to 0. Like it doesn't go through and remove like the children or whatever. The parent's children. Alright. Dunsies. So where's this pointing towards? At the moment, possibly the origin. Direction to general position. And that's 0, yeah. Okay, so to get the general position, like we need to basically know this. Do we have access to that? We've got the player. Level should probably know though. Ah, right. That's why I wanted M level. I don't know if there might be a better way to do this actually. I might rename it from level generator to just level. That's fine now, I think. Yep. Okay, so now if I go this direction, it will take me to the tent, hopefully. That's kind of far. Well, it's a journey. Or it's not working. It's not working. That's so funny. I was holding on to hope, but it didn't work. Why? What happened there, man? That error's not real. Translation minus that. That should work. What the heck? Maybe I didn't build it properly. 130. Ah, I didn't press tab. So it was just on the default. That's what happened. I need to be holding tab. There it is. Steak sauce. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. It's just I made these be on by default. And that's why. And it only updates the position when you look at it. Yeah, I'm doing fast just to stress test it. Like, not to stress test it, just to run it a bunch of times and make sure that the generation's good most of the time. It's kind of fun though, this mode. I definitely think you should be able to sprint. That was a coffee tent. Yeah, no, it's good. What I'm checking for is just where the general tent is spawning, which is this, and I'm making sure I can like get in basically. Just making sure there's no weird cases where it's just like completely unreachable. Of course, I'm not gonna like, you know, I'm lightly testing this. It is a game jam after all. Or see like this. So this is bad. This means it couldn't place it, and this does sometimes happen, and I don't know why. Because it doesn't even print anything in a log. And this has happened once before. So this is exactly what I wanted to catch. So why would it not place it? Does it not think it... does it not think it can or something? Or is this just null? Because if that's silently null, it does actually print, though. That's the copy tent, though. So place general tent. Yeah, we'll do that if it couldn't do this. So maybe I'll just warn out trying to instantiate general tent. But it would have printed something. That's so weird. So my guess is that it just never ran this code, which means that for some reason this either didn't run or it never thought that it, like, when process chunks or whatever, and when it does this, loads chunks around player or whatever, it never agreed that that this was true. So if this coord, is that a good coordinate? Yes, it is. If that contains the general tent, because it mostly works as well, right? It's a lot better with this compass though. I guess I'll try and... Oh, this is a fun world. A little bit difficult, but nothing that I can't handle. Yeah, that's there. And you can see it's on flat ground. You can get into it. So that's good. I don't know. It is like kind of rare, but it's also like not that rare. Like I feel like it's 1 in 10, not 1 in a million. So maybe 1 in 20. Because it would suck to just... Yeah, look, here it is. It didn't place it, man. Why? So it's basically right here is where it thinks it should be. Now, is that like, is there something to do with the chunk boundary or whatever here? Damn it, I'm moving. Okay, so right here, right? I kind of can't, yeah, not move. Okay, no, that's right in the middle of chunk 4. Oh, chunk 4, that happens to be the 0 chunk. That's the chunk in the middle. What if it doesn't work for if it's 0 for some reason? That doesn't make sense though. Why wouldn't it, right? Huh. Because, yeah, that one is the middle one. I mean, this goes through 9, right? 0 to 8. It does I mod 3 minus 1. So if I is like 1 or whatever. Oh, I is 0. 3 minus 1. Yeah, that should be fine. Should end up with that plus 0. I don't know. Oh, I need to make sure that when 12, because YouTube live streams can only be 12 hours. So I need to make sure, basically, that I stop the live stream and start it again. Otherwise, it'll get cut off, I think. Okay. That's really weird, yeah. So either it thinks this is already exists. I can add some more logging. Try and repro it again. I guess one thing I can look for is whether or not where it exists right now, if that is a middle, if that's chunk 4 basically. Oh look, it is chunk 4. Okay, so it's not because it's chunk 4, although this is actually in the middle of 2. Yeah, that really sucks there. Yeah, look, it's not here. Okay, so let's read the log then. Let me pause this. Let's read the log. So it looks like I don't think it ever creates a chunk here, with temp being true. And it reads quite a lot from the cache. I would have thought it would have not have existed at that location. I guess I was walking around or something. but it does create new chunks, but none of them seem to have the tent. Oh, guys, I think I know what it is. Oh, it's a terrible one. I think I know what it is. Oof. Oh, no. I think it's because chunks get recreated at different orders. Oh, man. So basically, when we come into a new area, so let's just say we have these. Yeah, these are our chunks currently. As soon as we walk from here to here, it actually rebuilds every chunk, like this. And I'm worried what will happen is, obviously, if it realizes that the tent... But would that affect the tent being created? I guess so. Well, I mean, I feel like it does. I feel like it's dependent on the order. Let me just visualize a bit more. I mean, the only real thing is it's going to go through this it's going to go like through it multiple times, and this coordinate shouldn't change because this index that gets passed in, I'm pretty sure, is like, you can see it here. It gets chunk, it's a global chunk index. And this is just responsible for going around it, and we're obviously going around it, so we're just modifying this and we're seeing if it contains general 10. So here's another thing that we could do. I think we should just see if this is ever... If this is ever triggered, basically. But the thing is, this will always run. Oh, but that's the problem, man. Yes, I know why. It's because it can sometimes look up a cached one on the last one. And since it only runs... I think I know what it is, which is great. I'm gonna make sure, though, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, whoops. Wait, what the heck did I do? Let's go back. Oh, yeah, I think I know what it is. I think it should probably do it on the last one. Possibly no matter what. So it shouldn't just do it if it's cached. I mean, ideally you do it the first time it does this, but the problem is it might be halfway through to another one. And I think that's the reason why I didn't want it to do it this way. So what we'll do is, if we'll actually move this out, but we need to do this if it hasn't already been placed. So let's do this. Let's keep track of the entity that we place. Which is here. And if that's null, we'll allow that. Yeah, I think I've solved it, which is good. I already built it in play mode, which causes the crash. Okay, so this should never... I think this will now work. It's going to be hard. I'll run it at least 10 times, but it is going to be hard to see. So guys, for those of you who don't know what the game is about, you have to deliver coffee without spilling it to this second tent. So the general has ordered coffee, and you need to go to the coffee tent, pick up the coffee, and make the order, I guess, possibly. We'll see how much time we have, and deliver it to that tent while fighting enemies, because you're on a battlefield, even though this doesn't really look like a battlefield. That was our original idea. So basically, you get the coffee from this guy. You do not move this fast, by the way. This is just for debugging. You get the coffee from this guy, and then you bring it to here. And it's all very... Looks like there were no tiles there. It looks like it's all very random and randomly generated and stuff. Anyway, are we satisfied yet? Do you guys like the play pause speed, by the way? Fast and Unity. I feel like I mention that every few hours. There it is. It does seem to pause every now and then, though. I don't know why. I am moving. Yeah, like look at that. Why is that pausing, huh? This is pretty good. I've run it quite a few times. It's like it takes a while to instantiate the general's tent or something. Or the general tent. And I guess that's why. Or is it why? Because it didn't used to pause before, so I'm a little bit confused. Oh no, no, it's just pausing randomly, I think. Well, not completely randomly, but yeah. Alright, well, and you can see the world gen is quite, you can get, it's different as well. Okay, good. Well, I don't know, it's not crash, like it's not, by crashing I meant, it's not, not showing up for me anymore. The pause is really weird though. Oh, look at this, this is bad. You can't get in. Well, you can actually, but that's kind of cool though. It almost looks like it's covered in snow, but that shouldn't have happened. But we might just leave it because it's rare and you could actually still get in. Well, it's almost a feature. Sometimes it's close, sometimes it's far. Sometimes it freezes. But it looks good. This will be the last one I test. Beautiful. Alright. I'm happy. You guys happy? Yeah, the tents do look different. I'm just using the same one while Tim was making the asset, but I think he's made the asset a while ago, actually. You pushed the tents, right? Ages ago. Yeah.
It's not the tents, it's just the material.
Yeah. No, there's no health bar. You drop coffee when you get shot, and we've already done that.
But it would be better, Jan, if you just told me what color you want the tent, and then I export the textures. Just because, for performance reason, I didn't separate the materials out. And so, for example, there's ropes and poles, it's all in the same albedo texture. So when you're changing the fabric color, you're also tinting with the
I
poles.
see.
So if you pick the color, play around with it, and then just tell me and I'll give you the textures.
Well, just make it like bright yellow, I think.
Bright yellow?
Yeah, so...
Play around, just tell me. It's going to take 2 seconds for me to do it.
Okay.
Just figure it out. You can tell me the exact hex code and I'll do it. But yeah, because I didn't separate it into separate materials. It's only one material.
Oh, that's tent light. That's the light. Whoops. What's tent material then? So tent material is what you made, Tim?
Yeah. That's the one you
Oh, it's called M tent, yeah?
M10. And tent material is the default.
Doesn't really look very white. Is this right?
It might be already tinted. Yeah, that's right. It just has dirt on it.
I made it white and it looks kind of dark, like. Or is that what you were going for? I was thinking like a raincoat, a yellow raincoat, you know? Like I was thinking like bright yellow kind of tent like that. So it's like
Not
really,
very World War I,
really
but
just really distinct.
Okay. Yeah, because it has a lot of like dirt and stuff like that on it. But I
Look.
can clean it up.
World War 1 yellow tent, done.
What?
Look, this is
Where
what
were
this
these
is what I
things?
was picturing. This is perfect. And stream, I'm talking about this.
Wait, so, and the problem is right now that when you set it to white, it does. It's not
Well,
really
like,
white.
see all that darkness?
Yeah.
But like, it doesn't matter. Just make
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
yellow World War 110 is what you.
I can send you this
Yeah,
photo.
But you mean make just in terms of material, right? Not
Yeah.
like remodel.
Well, you can, I don't know, you can adjust the model. Like, I mean, ideally, yes, it would be visually different. But we don't have time, right?
I don't want to spend time with that. Rather make the enemies. and
Yeah, okay.
animals.
Yeah, make the enemies, I guess. Let me just paste this in. Okay, so now I need to work on the enemy AI. Whenever someone says not a bug but a feature, I always remember a small game I've seen where for some reason tanks were shooting tanks instead of bullets. Dev said it's a feature. That's hilarious. Yeah, like, I don't know, my plan's probably going to be... Okay, well, let's make the enemies not spawn for a second. My plan's probably going to be... I'm going to work on enemies. Then... I would probably like to start putting together the tutorial / like the how to play, meaning like, you know, the beginning screen and then maybe like it transitions to play, but the game has to kind of teach you how to play a little bit. So we did on-screen text for that, that should be pretty easy. At least base version should be pretty easy. And then I really think I need to move on to audio because we don't have any audio for the game and we would have ideally some ambience and some, I don't know, gunfire in the background or something. And maybe some music, I don't know, like, ideally probably yes, but I don't know if I'll have time to make music. Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. Was that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So let's set the player's speed back to 1. Oh, I did want to add a sprint. Let's add a sprint for the player though. We'll probably adjust these somewhere else. I should probably put that at the bottom. I don't know if I should bother making it only if you're on the ground. Might kind of be nice to... How do we do the whole gamepad situation? This. Oof. I guess left joystick. You could just sprint the whole way though. And there are no enemies, yeah. Okay, so let me get the coffee first. So I guess the idea is if you don't have the coffee, it should probably point towards the coffee. If you do have the coffee, it should probably point towards the tent, right? So let's go back to this compass situation. And then at the moment, it's going to want to look for the, general tent. But we need to know if we have the coffee. So something coffee, like do we have the coffee? How do we know if we have the coffee? If we're holding the coffee. We should know coffee equals null. Yeah, so coffee, okay? So if coffee doesn't equal null, then yes, please tell me this. Otherwise, I need to know where the coffee is, please. So what is coffee though? Coffee item. Yeah, okay, sure. But then there's a coffee. There should be a coffee. How do we pick this up actually? Coffee.place, sure. How do you pick up coffee? Yeah, I don't like the fact that coffee item, here it is. I guess this is where it happens. This is an item pickup, which is an entity. That's fine. We need to be able to get this though. I don't know if setting it to null is a good idea, because I still want to know where it is. So I guess when you pick it up, what does it assign coffee on the player? Yeah, it does. How does this coffee get created? It doesn't exist initially. Is it a prefab? Yeah, coffee particle, coffee setup, coffee cup. I don't know how the coffee spawns. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't at the moment. Yeah, I don't know how Peter made the coffee spawn. We could probably figure it out, but I need to make the coffee spawn. Okay, well, we want it to spawn in the tent, in the coffee tent, right? So initially it should probably start here on this thing. Okay, does this spawn with the particles? Hopefully. No, it doesn't. How did Peter do the coffee? Coffee setup? No, that looks broken. How? Like, it's not through code? Did he have it in his... when did he add coffee? Add a 10... Peter. Add a coffee particle spawning when players hit. Add a coffee animation. Fixed coffee pickup. Add a coffee cup plus coffee. That's just this. Coffee cup prefab. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do about the coffee. Kind of sucks. I just don't know how Peter made it. I could probably look on his live stream to see. I just don't know how Peter put it together because it's not currently spawning.
I made the model. I think I know.
Yeah, but how do you make it spawn somewhere? Like it's supposed to spawn on this table, right?
Yeah.
How? Like how does that work? Is it manually placed? Is it not?
No, it's insane.
And also the prefab itself, the coffee cup prefab that Peter added, which is this, that it doesn't actually contain any coffee in it. It's just, it's empty.
No. That mesh there is the coffee, and then it gets resized through script. So you see how it's a parental entity?
Once I
This has
hit
coffee
play,
inside.
it will have coffee in it?
It already has coffee. It just gets resized, yeah.
Right, so
You
I just won't
how
see it in
it's
the editor.
parented? You see how it's parented and inside there's coffee? So if you scale that, it goes
Ah,
up or
okay,
down.
sure.
At the origin, like, so
And
it's
was it supposed to be instantiated through a script?
that I actually don't know.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I wanted to find out as well. Oh, what's this? But that is somewhat helpful. Yeah, so what I was thinking was, in that case though, why wouldn't I just add it like this to the tent and then just put it on the table, yeah? When is that going through the table? Like if I do that, then surely, well, it's null. Something's null. And coffee item 34 or something, 39. I'm already there. This. So coffee liquid entity is not correct. Oh, and I didn't finish this. Why is that null? I guess, I'm not sure if that will work though, if you're allowed to reference it like that. Because it's gonna, when it gets instantiated, I think it'll get a fresh ID. So maybe it would be better to, when the coffee gets created. Yeah, actually, doesn't it just have its child? Why would we do that? Coffee liquid entity is basically just children 0. Let's do that instead. And that should work. Yep, that's pretty nice. So if we go in here, we can see that we have coffee. Excellent, that's a nice color. It's making me want some coffee. Okay, so now we can go in and we can grab coffee, which we really should make that not clip. So F, I think, and now you got coffee on your head and it kind of moves a bit, which is fun. And then you have to carry the coffee. And you can put it down, I think, by, is it F? I don't know if I made that happen. But anyway, the point is it's supposed to, now that that actually does exist, it'd be nice to be able to tell the player about the coffee. So that it knows where it is. So, how do we do that? I guess we would. Fancy shaders that act like liquid is polish stuff. I don't want to hear it. We need fundamental gameplay working. Okay, this part. Yeah, so I don't know if I like the fact that this coffee just goes to null. And the way Peter's written it, because it means that we just can't, we don't know about it. We could probably, so let's just do that, and if coffee is null, we'll do fine. I'll just do a little find entity by tag, because I can't be bothered. And what is it though? It's like, as in, what is it called? Coffee cup. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Don't know if that will work. Because that's not really a nullable type. Okay, so it should be guiding me to my coffee. And then as soon as I pick up the coffee, it's guiding me to where I need to put the thing down. Now, how do I put the coffee down? Q, I think. Yeah, F's to pick up. What? Yeah, right. So I guess it's so that you don't pick up, you don't put down the coffee if you want to pick up a gun. Yeah, it's Q. Oh, it does that little animation thing that looks really weird. So you can't spill coffee at the moment by, yeah. So there's a lot of game mechanics missing. If you place coffee in water, you should just lose, I think. Well, nothing. There's like, the game needs a lot of love. I feel like, is it just me? I feel like it should be like, why is the camera so far away? It should be closer to the player. I'm gonna make that happen. What sets it to that? Does the camera rig just have a nice, easy to set distance from player? Because that would be nice. Oh, no. Well, actually, is it this? Yeah, it's this, I think. That controls it. Could also play with the field of view, actually. Like, could make it a bit tighter, like this. Or is that worse? I guess that's worse. It almost feels like when you go in, it should go in a bit. So it should be basically based on, I don't know, changing the field of view might be trippy, but yeah, I don't necessarily think we should punch in the field of view. Oof, that looks kind of sick. But I do think we should so if we make this like 7 and move this in a bit, so this would be like closer, but I'm thinking when it's up it should be further, and when it's down it should be closer, so you kind of change that, I guess. It'd be funny if it did the field of view though. So basically, where do we even do that? Target rotation or something? Rotation. Because this is, right? That rotation there. Yeah, rotation X. Yeah, rotation X basically is what it is. So, So it'll be like children 0, get component, camera component, dot, dot vertical fov equals get fov rotation dot x. This is gonna be so trippy. And it's not in degrees, is it? Like if I do this, I think that's gonna be bad news bears. Is that actually changing the fov? It is. Except I want to go the other way. That's actually kind of cool. Maybe I could make it more dramatic though. Nah, I think that's gonna make you sick. Kinda don't like it. So if it's close, it's kind of in, and then as I go out, I see more. I mean, in a way that's cool. It's almost like I've added zoom, but not quite. Let me see what that feels like with a controller. That's not bad. Especially if I just flat out subtract a value as well. Like that. So that means it'll be even closer and a bit less far. Maybe that, and then maybe 20, and then maybe 5. So you can get like a bit of a top-down view that's a bit further, but then when you go in, it punches in a bit. And then I was gonna make aiming down sight punch in more. And by aiming down sight, it would kind of do something else, but can we sprint? No, that doesn't work on the controller. I don't know. I don't love it, but it'll do for now. There goes the controller. Okay. I guess I'll do a commit. So, enemies, I guess. Enemies, then I wanted to play with enemy targeting. And in maybe 2 hours or an hour and a half, pizza time. Oops, pulled off one of my keys. Okay, so, enemy targeting. Alright, so I guess we can continue to spawn enemies. And then let's do this. So let's do this. This like get fov in the camera. But there'll be an animation for aiming down sight as well. But let's just do if is aiming down. Okay. Let's do this. So there'll be a minus aiming down sight factor. Maybe I don't want to set it up this way. Basically, I guess I was gonna just do this. And if we make that between 0 and 1, then we can just use that as a way to do like some kind of ease out maybe on basically 0 to like 20. And what that should mean, whoa, that's very wrong. I wonder why that didn't work. Ah. That's too much. Okay, and it takes a second to aim down sight, which is also too much. So, so speed should be like maybe 100 milliseconds, 150. Which means what exactly? Plus, is it 1 over 0.15? What's that gonna be? Is that right? Times 6? Delta time times 6? Yeah, that's right. Ish. Is it? That feels weird. Ah, sorry, times. But I don't know if that's right. That should make it faster though. Yeah, that's good. Way too much though. Maybe an extra 5. So that's kind of the targeting mode. Just to kind of show you that you're targeting entities. Yeah, I kind of think that since that's a thing, this should be probably less, and maybe that should be a bit more. So this is now more subtle, but you can zoom it. You can kind of do that. Be sick if it made it go slow-mo as well. Yeah, increasing the field of view when moving would be kind of cool, especially while sprinting. We'll see though, that'll be... I'll do that later. Alright, cool. So we've done that. Now we just need to know if we're in a targeting mode or not. So, private bool. Targeting is targeting. So we can basically be like, I guess in the update shooting or something, I don't know. If we don't have a gun, then yeah, return. If there's no ammo, return. If we shoot, then yeah, this. But let's for now basically be like, if we're targeting, we basically need to find like nearby enemies. Snap to closest. So we're adding like a bit of an aim assist thing here. And we'll snap to closest by, yeah. Do we even have that? Is that even a thing? Find near kind of close entities or whatever. I don't know if that's a thing, man. We've never done that before in any Hazel game. I need to find entities in a radius from me.
There's, I think we have brain cast.
No, I don't. Yeah, like a sphere cast. No, I don't want to do that. I think it should be okay though, because as long as enemy, I could do that without even adding that function to the engine, because as long as enemies are spawning, and if they actually spawn in like an enemy container, which I'm going to create now, then I could just go through the children there and just check them all basically. And there's not going to be that many enemies, like less than 100, so it probably shouldn't be too bad, I think. And that's only when you're targeting as well. So I think it should be okay to do it that way. Would be good if it was obviously like, you know, spatially partitioned or whatever, but whatever. And we can just do this in 2D as well. It doesn't really matter, but... But yeah, so we could do like, basically for entity child for each entity child in enemy container dot children. I don't know if it's good to be getting that every frame. Probably not. Or every iteration. I don't know, man. That's probably safer. Alright. So it'll return null if it couldn't find anything. Vector 3. Can I just do like dot distance? What's this guy? Public static float distance between 2 or origin dot distance. Child translation, right? But I need to know if it actually was. So let's do if let's do that. We'll have to write it out a bit because we also need to set it out, and let's do out distance. I guess we can just write to that. So basically, if distance less than out distance, then we need to update out distance, and we need to set the entity to child. Okay, so that's it. That's going to be all the enemies. So entity closest enemy equals that. Now that's not really quite correct though, actually, now that I think about it. It's going to be a little bit harder than that. Because I was going to have it be based on where you're aiming. So it's going to be like a cone and you need to find an entity within that cone. I guess that's not too difficult actually, because if you just... You can... we can find out obviously the angle. Like... Yeah. We could... So, okay, well let's just see... Let's make sure this works first. Yeah? So let's have a little bit of a crosshair or something. Let's do... Let's do crosshair. And we'll basically just like move the crosshair to... We can make it visible, we can hide it. But we can also just move it. So if closest enemy doesn't equal null, let's set the crosshair translation to the closest enemy translation plus, and we'll make it like a little bit above them, I guess. So 0, like 1.5, 0, that might need to be tweaked. No, this needs the origin, so it'll just be our player translation. On the out distance, sure. Okay, so let's make a crosshair. Where even am I? Okay, there's my world. Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna make like a, for now, I guess we'll make a plane. And we can make it, we'll grab a, we'll give it a material. It'll probably be like some kind of actual material, like a crosshair material. I guess I could just make a crosshair. Maybe I'll make some art for once. How about that? Whoops. Photoshop. How big shall it be? I don't know, 256, 256. I'll make it white because I can always tint it. Let's make a circle. Oh, I could just place a circle from center. That's not from center, as in, well, I didn't click on the center, I guess. That's annoying. Width and height. 200, 200. We'll center it later. Where's the thickness? Oh, it's a stroke thing, isn't it? What do you guys think? Does that look good? It's probably 2. Oh, it does have a fill. Let's give it no fill. Let's give it a white stroke. Sure, that works. What are we thinking? A little bit too... Is that centered? That's not bad. Is that cool? Should be thicker. I guess we'll play with a stroke for that. Okay, ship it. Oh, this has... No, actually that should work. What? Why is my texture not here? Ugh, that's a bit annoying. What? Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because the transparency thing's weird. I think this will probably crash the engine if I do this. Okay, it didn't somehow. But I also don't think it will work. I don't know how that's supposed to work, but it does not work. I feel like it used to. Maybe it's just a menu renderer. It's a bit weird. Like, do we even do anything with transparency? But I guess that's a good point. We'd want this if it does. Nah, but it would just discard pixels. It's not gonna blend. But it should honestly work. Like even in an opaque pass, because it's not like it's blending. I just don't know what happens with things that are transparent at the moment. I mean, there are like things for it. Like it does seem like it does some kind of, like when it does the geometry pass, right? It's just because I rewrote the renderer, I may have just not done it. Yeah, look. Okay, so I think, let's just try this because it'll probably be the easiest thing to do. If I just actually add this back in, which probably isn't going to be that difficult, right? The problem is it is in a different render pass though. But we can still try it. Is there a geometry? I probably already made a geometry transparent pass, no? Did I really not do that? I was a bit lazy, it seems. So I never made it transparent. That's super annoying, man. Okay, well, let's quickly do it. It's basically going to be the exact same thing. That's the thing. I'm going to be lazy and just quickly do this now to not waste too much time, hopefully on this, and I hope it works. Now the pipeline is going to be different though. But it also needs to make sure it doesn't clear stuff here. How did we make that happen here? Or was that not on the pipeline? No, it was. Oh, this. It's this load frame buffer. Yeah, which is okay. Oh, look, transparent geometry pipeline. So we have the pipeline, we just don't have the render pass. Okay, good. And that should be it, believe it or not. So now we should just be able to do this. And I think that's it. I mean, I don't know if this stuff will compile. Looks like I did fix it though. I didn't save my crosshair. Oh, yes, I did. It's here. I don't see it. Wonderful. I guess that didn't work. It's rendering. That definitely doesn't clear the frame buffer or anything weird. It's okay, we'll make this work. The only thing that may have stopped it actually is the depth pass. But that's why we have this. Oh, does it need its own... I think it needs its own rejection situation. Maybe. Yeah, I think this is the problem. Although, I feel like we should have still maybe seen it. At least a little bit. Basically, like, we need to make sure that we use a different depth buffer because there's a kind of like we do a pre-depth pass, and obviously that makes sense for opaque geometry, but for transparent things, not so much. We can't just reject it quite that easily, and that's not happy, unfortunately. Now, did that actually happen? It should have. No. Oh, no, that is correct. Yeah, pre-depth transparent pass. And what does that use? Pipeline spec. Frame buffer. I think we just don't do it. Yeah, it's commented out. So pre-depth transparent pass. Okay, this is old code. This is garbage from my old renderer. That's also gone. I think this one's gone, and that should be it. Okay, let's try that. Don't know why that gets set again, but whatever. So this is a different error. What pass is this? It can't be that. It's probably... It looks like it's the geometry pass, but it happens before the transparent one. And we're writing into the same color buffer, but that should be fine. Right. What's it using? This pipeline, which means... Oh, no. I know why. Yep. Because we're not... It is actually a different frame buffer. Which means that pre-depth transparent needs to be resized, and I believe we're not doing... Where's geometry? Well, we're doing it in a weird way, but yeah, geometry transparent pass needs to be reobtained. The image. Okay, interesting. It's just black. This almost makes me think like the depth is not working. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I mean, that should be working. Oh, the transparencies. Yeah, that doesn't matter though. Doesn't seem to matter. But what I'm confused about is, well, no, that might not work because it might reject all the pixels behind it, which is the problem. And that's why I wanted it to work with this pipeline. But I just don't know why it's not working. But let's quickly. I just need to see if there's anything here. If this is working at all, meaning like if it's actually getting to if we're able to write pixels basically into it, because I have a feeling we're not. I guess not. So we can't actually write pixels into here. It could be the depth. Crosshair mesh? Yeah, actually that's not a bad idea. I could make a crosshair mesh. That's a good idea. I'll give this like 10 more minutes. And if not, then yeah, I'll remove it. Just because it's something I want to kind of loosely get working for Hazel in general. Alright, so... just need to make sure. Yeah, that's definitely being reset. I'm suspicious of this guy. Like, what does that even do? Well... Oh, look. It uses the pre-depth shader. So, then, like... That writes the depth, though. How would that work? What? It needs to basically set depth to like, I don't know, 1 or something in this pass for all pixels. How? Why? Like, why would this work? Or alternatively, don't write any depth information, but then we kind of need depth information. We could just not write depth for transparent things. I don't know what this is supposed to do. Because that's just gonna result in it writing depth. I mean, like, and if it doesn't write depth, like it needs to though. It can't just like discard or whatever and just be like, don't. Well, because that's not gonna do nothing first of all. But also, that's wrong. It kind of needs to, you know. Ugh, that's annoying. Yeah, I might give up on this. Yeah, I'm giving up on this. No time. Okay, so crosshair then. What it's gonna be, we're gonna remove this. it's going to be... I guess I can move this over here, maybe, again, so you guys can see. Okay. So let's see. Oh, I guess I'd build it in Blender though, because I need to get a circle, which I don't think I can do. Right. Yeah, I'll build it in Blender. Looks like default cube staying around. So what do I do? 0.1, 0.1. A torus. Can I make the torus have like no segments? I mean, that's kind of done. Looks kind of lame. I mean, I'll make it emissive so it won't quite be lit, but I could make it, I guess I could make it have a flat, I'll make it a bit thinner as well. I could make it have a flat, I could make these faces flat, because they're a bit curved at the moment. How does that look? Maybe that's a bit too fat. That's not bad. Alright, so let's make that flat, basically. And then I'll make all three, I guess, use one material. Okay, I think that made 3 materials. Or it made at least 2, I'm pretty sure. Which is not really what I wanted. Why did it make 2 materials? It didn't make 3 and it didn't make 1. But anyway, the only reason why I'm making a material is so I can just control them all with one material later. I'm gonna do it in in Hazel. It's pretty big, isn't it? Let's go to assets, meshes, source. Oh my gosh, what did I just delete? The compass. Well, that's alright. After reload the scene, there's no control there. Ugh. That's okay though. I'll go back to this and I'll delete this again. Okay. It's obviously big, but that's quite okay. And then I had a crosshair material. That's obviously crazy. What? Why is that not, uh-oh, there's something weird going on with Bloom. It's like it's being masked. That's really strange. That may have been something to do with the new depth pass I added. I should probably remove it before everything becomes bad. I want to remove this just in case I broke stuff, and also we don't need it if we don't have anything transparent. I didn't save it. That still doesn't really work. I don't know what happened though. But that's not blooming at all. It's like only blooming on existing geometry, which is crazy. But I feel like I've seen this before and I forgot what caused it. It's not good. See, it's not blooming. My bloom is broken. The one feature that we like in Hazel. Okay, so let's just say that's my crosshair. So now if I hit play, it's supposed to find the closest enemy, right? I got my enemy container, I got my player, I got my enemy spawner, enemy manager. So let's do spawn enemy. So if that spawns someone, we should see them in enemy container. Oh, it is spawning them. Oh, okay, they're not going into enemy container. Yeah, that's another big problem. So this enemy manager needs to know about the enemy container, which it does not. So yeah, I'm concerned about the bloom. Because that's really, really strange that that's not, it's like it's not compositing it correctly, maybe, I don't know. Very weird. Anyway, so if we go into enemy manager, enemy container, we're supposed to do instantiate child. So we'll pop it into there. Yeah, and it looks like they're in here now. So if I do right click, I should see my crosshair, which I'm not seeing, which is wonderful. Is it even moving? No. Huh, wonder why. I mean, it should be, as long as this is a null. Let's do let's print the distance. See if it even found anyone. No, it's not working. So either it's not finding anyone, or it's oh, it's because I got no gun. Okay, let's move this up here. I think it's because I have no gun. Yeah, okay, that's failing in terms of like it's a null reference exception, but that's good. Has component called with invalid value object reference not set to thingy. Line 334, and that's line. What is this? Oh, whatever. Oh, crosshair's not potentially present. Yeah, because I remade the crosshair. Hey, check it out. That's kind of cool. It's too big. And obviously when I stop it should disappear. It's child. I should restart Visual Studio because the IntelliSense has stopped working a while ago and it's saying that a lot of this stuff is. Just do that. And that's too far. Well, the enemy size might change, but that's probably too. So let's wait for a few enemies to spawn. And there's no limit at the moment. But you can see it's gonna go between these two. Yeah, and if the... It'd be good if I could make it not clip ever. But I can't really do that. Wait. Maybe I can just... Nah, that requires a different pipeline though. I was going to say, if I just render it with depth testing off, then of course that would work. But that's not that easy to do. Yeah, we need a lot of different material parameters like depth testing and stuff. That'd be good. So let's make this like... Let's make it like 1. Okay. So, we can basically be like, it can depend on the gun maybe. 5 meters is too much, isn't it? Wait, is that really 5 meters? That should be more than 5 meters. Okay, well there we go. Now, this time it didn't. Wait, oh, because there's someone closer. Man, they're quick. Like, look, that's, why is that still there? I don't think that's right. What the heck is the distance? Oh, look, it's printing it. 4.45. The heck? Why is it that? That seems very wrong because those tiles are 2 meters actually. So what? Ah. Wait. That doesn't make sense. What the heck? What have I done wrong? So if it finds an enemy, it's gonna do origin, it's gonna do the distance between that and that, right? Yeah, which does a square root and everything. And it's not like a Peter special where it Oh, it's always visible. Ah, I see. Yeah. Okay, yep. Thanks. So we can do that. No, but the distance was wrong. Oh, no, the distance stopped being printed. So there we go. That's more like it. That's probably too close, though. Maybe like 10. But again, sniper rifle can have more range. And this doesn't mean you can't fire the gun. It just means it's not going to lock on. That's probably good. We could draw this as a billboard as well. That might be better. What would be the simplest way to do that? Probably just orient it towards the player, right? Or towards the camera, rather. Do we have the camera here? Camera rig? Yeah, we do. Oh man, how do we do that? I've done that before as well. I just don't think there's a function for it. Yeah, I forget where I did that. I think we have to do like set rotation maybe. And then we can quaternion, yeah, I think we can just do quaternion look rotation. Maybe, I don't know if that's necessarily correct though. Okay, let's restart Visual Studio. I need my IntelliSense, or my, yeah, my help. Well, I know the forward vector, I don't really know the up vector. That would just be somewhat crossed maybe. Well, no, it does that here though. It'd be good if we could just make it point towards an entity really easily. But I don't know if we can. So forward is just going to be... I think camera rig. Maybe it's not camera rig, maybe it's camera. Maybe this isn't worth doing. Or, actually, how about this? I can get the child from the camera, then I can get the transform, then I can get the world transform, then I can get the forward vector, and negate that. And I guess I could do the same with the up vector. But that wouldn't be negated, that would be probably reflected. I don't think this will work, but... Oh, that's actually, I think that's working. I think it just needs to be rotated. Yep. Huh, I did it. That was nice. So now it just points. Now it just, like, if you tilt or whatever, it will kind of tilt towards you. I don't know if that was worth it, but I did it. All right. And now, obviously, if you want to shoot towards the guy, then it would just be the closest enemy's translation. So the targeting. So vector 3. So there is a shoot direction. It's at the moment it's this. So shoot direction equals vector 3.0. So it's forward. I guess it would be. Would it just be? I guess it would just be not even our forward, but just in the direction of the enemy. That's the thing. We kind of need to make sure the gun maybe points in the right direction. We can easily make that happen as well. But for now, we'll just make sure the bullet works or the whatever. And so we'll do that by probably doing closest translation. I'll just avoid getting it twice though. So we'll do that minus, I guess, our translation, which I do keep getting, but whatever. And then this is a bit dumb, but if it's 0, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll use shoot direction. And then I think what I kind of want to do is just be like debug render draw line. I'll make it magenta probably. From origin to direction. Origin to origin plus direction times 10. And we'll make it new vector 4. I'll make it like magenta. That's only if I fire, and that's only if I have. Okay, let's not do that. I mean, I can do that, but I just want to do it up here. Origin, origin, origin. Origin is this. Directions, shoot direction. Okay, sweet. So now it should, well, I mean, that works. It's arbitrarily 10 meters, but that definitely works. It's kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. I guess I'll leave that in there, yeah. So now we should probably try and pick up a gun. Maybe I should move slower as well, actually. Because I can sprint, right? But if I'm... Is there... Where's my aim down sight thing? What did I call it? Ah, it's targeting. Maybe half. So if you're sprinting, you're still going faster. But this way it's like really kind of slow. Maybe not that slow. Maybe like 7.5. Okay. Alright, sweet. So let's try and find the gun. There's a gun here, right? I don't think there is. Oh, and I wanted to... Okay, I don't know why that's on an angle. That looks a bit weird. Moving sporadically doesn't actually do anything either. That's okay, though. Can I get a gun from here? I guess not. There's no pop-up. How do I survive? Let's maybe go to the tent and place a gun. It'd be nice if they randomly spawned as well. What am I looking for? Tent, prefab, tent. So this has a coffee here. Let's place a gun maybe. I don't know what kind of gun. Not a shotgun. Let's go with the assault rifle first. What does that say? Assault rifle pickup. I guess that's what I want, right? Because it's a pickup. Oh my gosh, what did that add, man? Gun. Uh-huh. Ah, whoops. Why are there two tents? What the heck? Okay, this is the imposter tent. That's weird. Oh, that did not work. What? Oh, did I not parent it to the tent? I didn't. That's funny. Gun in tent, please. Not quite. Oh, because the Y changes, right? No, maybe that's... I don't know if that's why. Okay, now I have a gun. Huh, and I can shoot you suckers. Aimbot. This is just an aimbot. But it doesn't seem to help. Because... But why does the gun not... Or is the box collider just... Does it have a box collider that's just weird or something? Let me look at the colliders. Yeah, it's got a collider that's way too big for it, that's why. But I think it's supposed to, because it's a pickup. Okay, well that makes me feel better. But... The enemies take way too much to kill, I think. Because look, I can't even kill them, and I think I'm already out of ammo. Can't really see the ammo, because it's here. Yeah, the ammo needs to be reworked a bit. Don't know why it's... I changed the field of view of the camera and stuff, I think that's why. But I want to massively increase the damage. Is there a damage here? Deal damage. How much damage, man? Enemy on shot. Damage. Damage. Take damage. Damage, damage, damage. Gun damage. 5. 5. Bro. I don't know. If that's got to be set somewhere else, surely. Or are we just flat 5 for now? Give me the coffee. Give me the gun. I'm ready to go, guys. Let me just aimbot you. They're not dying. Is that because the raycasts are lame? It might be. Do the guns not have, like, surely the guns would have, like, you'd think the guns would have the ammo, the damage on them, so it wouldn't be flat 50 like that. Maybe that's why. So if I go to the tent again, and I click on the gun, and I look at the damage that it totally doesn't have. Oh, but that's a gun item, actually. So that gives us a gun, that gives us the assault rifle prefab. So let's look at the assault rifle prefab. Here it is. This is the assault rifle prefab. And also no damage. But the assault rifle prefab has like the same thing as... Yeah, gun... No, is this really it? Assault rifle? That's pickup. Oh, I must have done that again. Here it is. Oh, damage 5. So let's up that to 50. Where is it? Yeah, it's nice to have that tab thing. Okay. Well, I did kill them pretty quickly. Ooh, a sniper rifle. Don't mind if I do. Actually, I do mind because that's probably not gonna work very well. What's this? A shotgun. This is sick. This is actually becoming fun. I'm kind of happy. Tim, you should check out my aimbot. So, basically, so I've done so much stuff. The field of view changes slightly when you do this. You can aim with right click. So let's pick up the gun and the coffee. So basically what happens is you can target enemies, right? So it's going to target the closest one within a range. And when you shoot, it's going to shoot at them. So, and I made it very high damage for now. But you can see it's like insta-kill. So that should kill him, yeah. I think the raycasts need a little bit of... See?
The target
I was aiming over
his
there.
head, yeah.
Yeah, at the moment the gun's doesn't point there, but I'll make it point. And yeah, I guess I'm on 50 damage, not... And that might be a... No, that's an assault rifle. That probably should have killed him. I just have a feeling... Peter was saying that some of the raycasts are a bit lame, so I have a feeling that if it's not working, it's because of that. Also, that pink line should be only from me.
Two can play this game.
Yeah, apparently. I'm the
like
one who
10.
gets...
This is a really nice terrain.
Oh, okay. And also I did this, by the way. I made the game work. So if you hit tab, it shows you where the coffee is, because that's the most important thing. So if I grab the coffee, it shows me where to take the coffee. But then if I drop the coffee, it's like, nah, man, you got to pick up the coffee.
Oh, that's
so you go back, you get the coffee, and then it tells you where to go. And then you go with the coffee and your assault rifle, as you do, all the way to... And you can sprint, as you can see, to the general's tent, which also has an identical cup of coffee and an assault rifle because it's the same prefab.
Nice.
But there you go. That's
Nice.
the game loop. Done. And of
Awesome.
course you can just unload on these guys. Although that did nothing. Yeah,
Pretty
I
sure
don't
The
know.
assault rifle just does 0 damage.
No. I made it to 50. It used to do 5, yeah. I don't know. I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of raycasts. Like as in, they just don't seem to be accurate at all. But it should be okay, because that pink line, as I said, that should actually be, you know. But it's not showing me a pink line right now, which it should be. Oh, no, I removed that. It only does it when I shoot. Yeah, see, it killed them. See?
Nice.
That's good. I'm out of ammo, unfortunately.
No, you got 2.
Oh, yeah, I do have 2. I must have shot them once each.
How much health do they?
I guess when I... Oh. Hello. Upside down. Oh, yeah, because sometimes it flips. That's why the flashlight goes backwards. Can you see
What is
these
going
parkour?
on?
Did you see that parkour?
Yeah.
He just went... I think you'll see it here in a minute. That was like a Jedi jump.
That's
That is sick. Yeah, grenades could be cool, but nah, not enough time.
we got physics for it. I mean, if you
that
get it right.
that explosion function that you
Yeah.
can call. Yeah, that's
Yep.
true. All right. I think Pete's in about half an hour.
Cool. I'm gonna take it out.
You're gonna take a nap? Cool. Yeah, Tim slept for like 1 hour today, so yeah. All right. So yeah, a little bit weird with the I guess I'd like the gun to point towards who I'm targeting. Although it's a bit weird, and also it's a bit weird that I can just shoot someone. Oh, that's right. The major weird thing as well at the moment is that it's the angle. It doesn't care about the angle. So I need to care about the angle, because if the angle is too high, then soz. So how are we going to deal with that? What's the best, quickest way to do that? So there should be like a... So basically, I guess, like, the thing is, the player has a forward vector, right? So it's basically going to be like, where am I? So this find closest enemy function. The player's going to have a forward vector. So we have a forward vector. And then I guess, this is easy, because we're going to get, like, we're going to potentially reject these things, because we do figure out the distance. So this distance, this is just a float, but if we subtract the two vectors, we get a vector from, this is the player. So we have a forward vector, which is where we're looking. And then we have another vector that's going to be, you know, basically from us to the closest enemy. And I guess if that angle, if the angle between these two vectors is greater than a certain amount that we allow, which could be like 30 degrees, or, I mean, 30 degrees is, I guess, quite, no, 30 degrees isn't much. 30 degrees each way, I meant. So 60 degrees. That's not much. It should be probably like 100 degrees or something. 100% apparently. 100 degrees, I think, maybe. But anyway, so that's 50 either side, or 60 either side. Or whatever. Then that's fine. So do we have anything here that can do that for us? I guess so. Well, we can just use the dot product though. Yeah, I guess we should do that. So let's grab find closest enemy. Let's grab the forward direction. So this is where we're aiming. And the max angle, like, we could just say, like, it has to be positive even. Because if it's positive, that's going to make it 90 degrees if we just use the dot product. So let's just do 0. I know that doesn't really make sense, max angle 0, but whatever. Okay, so what that means is that we're going to basically get a vector from our origin. So we'll get a vector pointing towards... No, we want a vector pointing towards there. So we'll do that. To enemy. And then if to enemy is... no, we'll do... I guess we can do origin dot... Doesn't really matter what order. Dot to enemy. Sorry, not origin. Forward vector. Greater than max angle. No, sorry. We'll do min angle. No, we'll call it dot angle. That'll be special. And if it's less than that, we'll continue, because that's not a candidate. I guess this would be cheaper to check though. So we could check, but then we need the distance. We could check this first. Maybe that would make more sense. That might be a static guy. Okay, so that should be okay now, maybe. So that should be within 90 degrees. I don't know if that's gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. What did I do wrong? Oh, the height. You're right. I don't want to do the height. The Y. Does... What? Vector 2 doesn't have dot? I guess not. No, it's still not working though. Why? Ah, they need to be normalized. Well, actually, this one should be, but this one isn't. I guess it would be better to normalize the other one, though, wouldn't it? Yeah, like, as in, if I do xz, xz, then this is a two-dimensional vector now. And then I can normalize it. Maybe that would be better. Still lame. Still apparently not working. What's wrong with that, huh? Forward vector should already be normalized. We're just doing xz, so we're getting that vector. So that's a two-dimensional kind of... Oh, but that probably needs to be normalized as a vector, I imagine. Probably. Because that's going to change it. Yeah, what the heck? It's weird because it's like... Unless the forward vector is wrong, but it shouldn't be. We can actually test it though. If I just do debug draw a line, we can just be like, hey, my weird vector forward vector thing. Let's draw something from the X and the Z. Oh, but that's a normal. Oh, that's okay. So we'll go from the player's origin. Player origin to forward. So origin plus forward dot x 0 forward dot y times 10. And let's do the color. Let's do green. Okay, it's the exact back of us. That's not bad. That just means we need to negate the... Why though? Why would the forward vector be back? That's bad news for other things potentially. What the heck? Why is this backwards? Okay, well there we go. So now does this work? Oh, but it's not the camera. It's not where we're looking. It's where we're facing. Which in a way makes sense, because if I'm that way but I aim that way, I don't want... That's not real. I need to be actually aiming at them like this. So that's actually makes sense. So that does work, as you can see. Alright, sweet. Let's find our assault rifle and take out these suckers. Wow, look at that. They got wrecked. And I'm out of ammo. But I can pick up their guns. Too bad that they... Whoa. Too bad they suck. No, I was going to say the guns suck, but they don't. Give me another gun. Would love to know how much... Yeah, so I don't know if the shotgun... All the guns really should work. But yeah, there should be a range, probably. It's kind of fun, like as in the game. I like it. Gonna have a break in about 25 minutes though, to get some pizza and also just have a break. But I'm happy with where this is going, because the game loop's kind of there. The enemies though, I haven't really worked on the enemies, so I'll have to do that next, or at some point. But the targeting system I think is cool. I'm concerned about the different guns as well. So assault rifle, then we should have shotgun. Okay, so I think this is probably like, I probably made it a little high, the damage. Let's make it like 30. Then we have the shotgun. So let's make that, maybe do 40, but it'll have a much smaller range, which I need to enforce. And it's supposed to have like, yeah, an actual range. But it does several raycasts. I think that's how it works, which is good. Luckily, bullets are basically rays, so it works out well. And then the sniper rifle. So the sniper rifle needs to... where's the prefab? The sniper rifle needs to basically do Well, we can do 80 damage. Or should we just do 100? 100 damage. I don't even know how much health they have. But the real interesting thing about this is, again, the range. Or at least the range of aiming. And there has to be the concept of accuracy. Like, there's a lot of things that I'd like to add. Okay, that's a sniper rifle. And they're not dying. Am I out of ammo already? No, it looks like I'm shooting them. That just was difficult for some reason. And the... I'd love to see the... Oh, that was a one-shot kill, it looks like. Is there a cooldown maybe that I'm not seeing? Okay, I can get rid of that stupid green debug line. Which I don't even know what that is. Here it is. I'd love to be able to fight them. Like, as in fist fight them. Okay, so what do I have? This is an assault rifle, right? The line rendering is super weird. Like, it looks like it's in the ground. See that? Why didn't that kill them? Oh, they're doing the thing where they fly again. And yeah, I think the bloom is weird. Unfortunately. That's why the muzzle flashes look weird. I really wonder what went wrong with the bloom. What could it have been? What did I change in the engine? Especially in the renderer. I mean, I did play with this. Well, since this, I'm pretty sure this does nothing. What I could do, just to see if this fixes it quickly, is just stash those changes. Right, let's grab this, stash, LD53 transparent whip, and then let's see if this fixes it at all. Oh, I think that... Wait, did that fix it? No, it didn't. What the heck happened to my bloom? Yeah, look. It doesn't glow. What could have happened? This doesn't make any sense. But also, I feel like I've seen this before somehow. Does it work in the runtime? So if I just build this asset pack real quick. I won't build the shader pack. But what the heck happened? That's fine. Okay, that's done. That is bizarre, man. I guess I can't really tell if it's gonna work in the... Yeah. Well, actually, it just kind of looks like it's not compositing it. Yeah, that's wrong, I think. Because it's not glowing. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's the compositing that's wrong. Or that's not working somehow. But I don't have any changes to the compositing shader. I don't think. That was the only shader change. What the heck, man? That's so weird. No, it's nothing to do with transparent stuff. Because I just reverted all those changes. What is disable fog? I don't think that has anything to do with it though. Oh. Looks like it does somehow. But that was working before, wasn't it? What the heck? Wasn't it working before? Huh. So the fog reduces... Yeah, it is the compositing. The fog reduces the amount of bloom. And I guess it's reducing it by too much. Well, I don't think... Guess I can play with it, but... Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? Because... No. Because... Like, that doesn't do anything. So it looks like any amount kind of reduces it. So it does a smooth step between... Oh, because it uses the fall off from here. I think that's why, because this is kind of harsh. Probably. What if we don't touch bloom? But that's going to be bad because stuff's going to be very visible from like this, from far away. And like it might be nice on one hand because like you'll see that fog light thing. But it also means that snowy peaks will be visible because they're a bit emissive, see? But that's kind of nice. It's bad because you'll see it loading in like that. That's what I wanted to avoid. But I just think that it needs to be a different ramp, really. But it's supposed to be so much more permissive here, and yet it ruins it. But that doesn't make sense because it's doing 1 minus basically 50. What? Why would I do it? Why? That doesn't make sense. This is just resulting in a very, very negative number. See, colors being mixed, but this is being like just flat out multiplied by 1 minus that. Which I don't think is good. And bloom gets added on. So I guess it's fine for it to go towards 0. So it should just go towards 0 really. No, but actually no, I guess it should go towards 1. and it should start. Oh, but there's also bloom clamped and intensity, and that contributes to this. Because there was this whole thing, man. This is gonna break a lot of stuff, I think. That's weird though, in a way. But I was going to say that you could just make it. I don't know if that's good to do. Yeah. I don't know what I want it to look like. But that's still weird, the way that it's currently working. Kind of almost remember that from Forest, though. But yeah, the problem is it's just too much. Because this is such a bit, like a different value. Oh man, that sucks. 1 minus bloom. Yeah, I almost just don't want to do that. I guess that might be better. Even though it's gonna be weird for the... Yeah, but actually, hang on, let's do this. I think I can just do it quickly. Let's just do a lerp. Based on depth. But hang on, that's linear depth. Maybe that's bad as well. That kind of sucks, yeah. I think that's not gonna work. That's why it was like that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, these are the two edges, and then that's the thing we're interpolating. Yeah, okay, no, that actually makes sense, never mind. So then, why doesn't that work? I think it's because I'm not clamping it. I think if I just did that. No. But it's clearly, I just think it's clearly negative. And I am inverting it. What if I don't invert it? That's kind of weird. So yeah, it's like I get the opposite, which is super annoying. But what's weird is I can see the glow on the geometry, just not the back. And the reason why is because the depth value here is obviously much smaller than here. And it's obviously using the depth to determine what should be... Oh, that would explain why. Of course. Because the bloom, there's no geometry behind it. Ah. So therefore the value in the depth buffer is infinite. And you can't really do that. Because that's a glow. Because how do I determine if the glow is not supposed to be there if I'm not actually... If I don't know the depth of the glow? Aha. Alright, so let's not do that, I think, is the solution, basically. It's a shame, but I think it's okay. Well, we'll see what everyone else says, but... yeah, because it's going to look kind of bad for snowy levels. Maybe, but I could always reduce the emission or make it not emissive, and that would fix it. But it's, in a way, it's nice because I feel like we'd see... We would see in the snow... sorry, we would see the, and now bloom kind of works, which is cool. But we would see, in the distance where the tent is. But I guess we don't need to because we have the arrow. So it's not really a big deal. But basically this thing would be visible. So even if we're far away in the fog, we can't really tilt the camera more. But yeah, you can see it there. See that red light? I'll take a little thing. There it is. We can see that even though we can't see anything else. So it's kind of nice. Okay, now that's back. That looks stupid though, that muzzle flash. Now this ammo text. What's that actually parented to? Because that should be parented to the camera. Oh, but the camera field of view changes, which makes stuff very difficult, I think. Unless we have something else. But I didn't really want to display the ammo. I think that's lame, displaying the ammo, apart from for debugging. Okay. Oh, wow. Hello. Yeah, so we're kind of not bad, I think, now. Like, we need to tweak the guns and stuff, but we can aim at enemies. I don't like the fact that... Yeah, sometimes the aiming's a bit... doesn't really quite work, I think. Which is a bit weird. But that just could be like, we might just be hitting stuff. It'd be nice to see what we hit though. Because see, that's not working. And I don't know why. So if you were like clearly hitting something anyway, it'd be nice to... But we can technically know what we're hitting. Like... like I can just... Because when we shoot, right, whatever we hit, so gun.shoot, this is all Peter's stuff. What happens when we hit something? So deal damage, sure. So that obviously only happens if we do hit. But no, here it is, see? Wait, but what happens here if this is null? What the heck? Physics cast ray. Why are we doing this? Shouldn't we check to see if that hits anything? Or is it just gonna be... This is a struct, right? Well, this might just be null. Ah, so that's what we do here. We check to see if that's anything. And we do spawn blood particles at the place. But I just got rid of them, I think. So everything should bleed. So that might be nice, because if I do shoot, I'll know what I hit. Wow. I'm not shooting though, am I? Damn. Oh, my coffee's being spilled. Don't really like the particles, how they spawn and stuff. But also, I think I might just make them not... they collide and stuff now, but that might be a little bit bad for performance. So maybe I'll make them not be like that. But still, they're all individual entities, which kind of sucks. I really need we really need a particle system, I think, in Hazel. Like a proper one. Yeah, I was going to make the movement itself spill coffee. Probably should still do that. So rigid body add force at location if it's not null, and if we hit an entity, but we also know the hit position, so we spawn this particle at entity.translation plus direction times 0.5. Maybe if it's an enemy we should do this, but otherwise I feel like... Let's make them last for like 2 seconds. But also like, well, if it's gonna be blood like that, then yeah, that's what should happen, I guess. If the entity itself is an enemy, right? So I guess we could check that. Or if it has a rigid body. Well, no, they all have rigid bodies, actually. Oh, but this might not... Well, because at runtime they do. So they might not always. Oh, here it is. Well, no, well, yeah. So you can do... yeah. So we could do, basically, if... Let's do this. If entity is... enemy, then let's do this. So I should only see blood from enemies now. You can see I do, I guess. Else I might want to just have some sparks or something. I don't know, some dust, basically. I'll call it dust particle, maybe. Maybe it should be sparks. Sure. And we can do minus direction and minus direction, so it's like, you know, a ricochet kind of thing, although we should probably reflect it. But I'm not going to do that, because for that you need to know the incoming angle as well, right? Well, no, you do know the direction is the incoming angle. You need to know the normal of the surface, but I'm not going to bother with that. So we'll just do that. Yeah. And this sparks particle is going to I'll basically make this, like, where's this blood particle? Okay, so let's call this sparks particle. I don't want it, yeah, dynamic rigid body, well, because it's physics, so they kind of have to be physics based in a way. Alright, whatever. Restitution will make kind of high, friction will make low. They're only gonna last like 2 seconds. Materials. Oh man, all of the... Yeah, I don't think I want to do it this way. Let's put this... Sure, blood particle's already set up that way, but if we actually go to the particle system, we can give it, like, you know, this. And then we can be like, spawn sparks. And for now, we'll just do this. Oh, that has to be static. Does it? Yeah, I guess. That's a bit annoying. I mean, we didn't have to make this a static class, it just makes it easier. Ugh. Okay, fine. That's annoying though. Because it's annoying because I have to go to every single gun now. Like this. And I have to add the sparks particle. And that's the pickup. Alright. So let's see if this works. See, man, like, that's what it thinks it's hitting. Why are you apparently hitting that? This is really good, actually, because it lets me debug this, because Peter said the raycasts are weird. And I can kind of see that, because now I know what I'm actually hitting. And right now it's supposed to be... Oh, there's random rotation. Oh, that's probably too much. Okay, let's not make it random. Maybe Peter went way too random. Can I pick up the gun? But see, that's still weird. I'm supposed to be hitting that, what the red line's looking at. And yet the sparks are spawning in other places, right? Let's make them smaller. That's super not good though. Ah, but they're also shooting actually. Okay, let's not spawn enemies. We don't need them for now. What the heck? So it's just not spawning them at all. So what, does that mean I'm not hitting anything? What the heck? No, is it just not? I'm not. If it's not an enemy, it should be doing this, yeah? The entity is what I hit. What do you mean? Oh. So I did hit something, apparently, but I don't see my particles. That's false. That's true. Oh, look, I see something. Look, that kind of works. But also, I think that pink line seems to be what I hit. But I'm not seeing the particles here. I mean, this looks like it kind of works. This is so weird. Where am I supposedly spawning them? I'm supposed to be spawning them where they get, like, the hit position, right? And that's the world space. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh my gosh, what am I doing, man? I'm doing entity translation. Oh, it's the hit. Ah, well. Yeah, that's a bit weird. How about we just do... I guess I meant entity translation, it means the origin of the entity. So let's do hit position, and then the direction of the force will also be minus direction. So maybe this is what I meant. Maybe things are working fine. Let's try and shoot the tent. Yeah, okay. And it's where the pink thing is. Now, why is it where the pink thing is? We must be sending out a ray kind of into the wrong place. Because the shoot direction, right, is what? It's the world transform forward. Which, of the player though, right? Oh, well, this is enemy doing it, but... Yeah, origin is translation plus direction. Wait, but shouldn't it be shoot direction? Oh, that's what direction is. So the direction, and there's my pink line. So the direction, oh, but because I'm not targeting at the moment. Origin, I just don't think origin should be this. I think the origin should be my gun. Doesn't that make sense? But actually, I don't know if the gun's like the rifle, the assault rifle. Sniper rifle, sure, sniper rifle. Like, where is its origin? In the middle, right? So it's not. It should be the gun barrel, I guess, is what it's called. So if I look over here, is there a gun barrel? Yeah. So the gun barrel looks like that's just a locator thing. Do the guns know where their barrels are? Or do I have to find that? I think I have to find that. And that makes it pretty much impossible. Because I would say that it'd be nice to just get the gun barrel. And then you can just, you know... like it'll be from there, basically. But, that being said, that's because I'm not targeting at the moment because there are no enemies. But if I go to enemy manager and I turn this on, we'll get some enemies spawning. Now I should hopefully... so you can see that I'm missing them. because there's terrain in the way. But they should bleed, I think. Yeah, there's some blood. These are the blood particles. And I can also go into me. I don't know if I'll keep these sparks. They're a bit weird. I mean, it'd be good if it was green, for example, for this. I could make them, yeah, be what gets hit. That'd be kind of cool, actually. We need a lot of different particles for that, but that's fine, I think. I was gonna make my ammo. I was gonna make me have more ammo. Yeah, here we go. Just annihilate all these people, huh? You want some of this? Get wrecked. Easy. But yes, I could make that. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have like a break and have some dinner and stuff. So I'll be back soon, but I'll probably end the stream because we can only have like, if the stream's longer than 12 hours, it gets cut off on YouTube. So like as in the VOD won't quite work. So I'm going to, yeah. I'm going to end it, like pause the stream. So another 2-hour dinner? No, yesterday wasn't just dinner, I had to go home. No, this will probably be like an hour break, I think. But I also want to have a break, so it's not just purely eating. Alright, I'll see you guys soon. Goodbye.